can't prove.
Yeah, exactly.
That was fun. Yeah, I love Wakey, man. He's a genius.
Yeah, I was thinking about him yesterday, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I think about him all the time. I mean, well, I'm friends with him on Facebook too, and he posts a lot of stuff on Facebook. He's still got something going on Facebook too. Mark Knight. Yeah, just look up Mark Knight with a K. Mark Knight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mark Knight, yeah.
that's Wakey. Yeah, he's in Australia.
Yeah, I've got that.
Yeah. He's awesome.
From the UK.
Oh, he's Australian, bro.
No, he's from the UK.
No, he's not.
He's Wakey's from the UK. He's an Englishman.
Okay, maybe he is. I don't know. I thought he was Australian.
He might be living in Australia. He might be in Australia, but he's an Englishman. Could tell from his accent, he's not Australian.
Maybe I broke the matrix here. I don't know. I thought
he sounds English.
Yeah, Wakey, he's from England.
I like that one video that he put out.
For Americans, sometimes it's really hard for us to tell the difference between Australian and fucking English.
I can usually tell the difference, but
usually for us English, it's difficult for us to tell the Australians from the New Zealanders. It's the Englishman's problem.
I think we typically
Australian English, New Zealand English. That's very easy for us to just.
I think Americans typically just have like a bias towards assuming English and don't really don't think too much of.
Yeah.
Oh, is this like a weird accent? It sounds kind of English. Let's go with that.
Yeah.
Hey, that's true. I mean, but reason I think he's either Australian or from New Zealand, but
yeah, if you're gonna be nitpicky, you can tell.
It doesn't matter. I mean, Wakey has some really good information. Doesn't matter. Everybody knows.
He's got some good material. Yeah,
he's
definitely.
badass. And he has a BitChute channel. I mean, he got kicked off of YouTube, but yeah, BitChute, he has plenty of information there. If you can go to BitChute and check out his info, and I'll go to his BitChute channel and share some info because he's got some good stuff. And he shares on Facebook. And I know a lot of you fuckers ain't on Facebook, so.
No, I've never had one. Never will.
That's all right.
It's dying anyway, isn't it? I think Facebook. He lost so many millions, didn't he? What was his name?
But I can't believe they still let him there on Facebook. But he's still. It's Mark Knight. Like I said, his name's Mark.
Mark Knight. Yeah.
With a K, Knight. Yeah, Mark Knight. Yeah, just even if you can't find him on Facebook, just type in Mark Knight on Google. You'll find him.
Oh, one more thing. The other reason why Americans fuck up the whole English and Australian thing is because most Americans think that all Australians sound like Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah. Yeah. Paul Hogan. That's right.
Yep.
I won't even attempt an Australian accent. I don't even attempt the English accent. I just feel like an idiot when I try to do it.
It's funny how the Australians are always around. They were around at Pearl Harbor, and they were around on the moon landing.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I found Wakey's channel on BitChute. Share it. Yeah, he's on BitChute all the time. And on Facebook. But they use BitChute. Why did you guys stop talking?
No, I just said that. I just said that it's funny how Australia was always around at certain points in our lives. Like, well, maybe not in our lives, but in history. Pearl Harbor, Australia was there to warn the US that the Japanese were on their way. They're coming across the Pacific Ocean, heading your way. They sent a signal and information, right? And then again, they were
on Pearl Harbor.
That's right. And then they were in a strategic position for the moon landings and the communications, weren't they? Australia again. Australia, yes.
Yeah, I mean, actually, when it comes to like the whole Australia isn't real bullshit that the Flat Earth Society touts.
Yeah, that's mad.
But you can almost see why they would go down that route. It's like everything that you hear about Australia, if you've never been there, you could be like, I could totally imagine, like, yeah, that could just be that land down under bullshit could just be imaginary. It's not that far off from the other stuff that we say, honestly.
Yeah, but I would.
You know what I'm
saying? When I heard someone saying Australia never flat earthers think Australia doesn't exist, I thought, what? Why did they think that? Yeah. Oh,
we sit here and talk to Australians for hours on end here.
Dude, there was a cartoon. Anybody remember MTV Oddities, like back in like the late 90s?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, so like they had one called The Max.
Yeah.
That one was the shit. But like this freaking like creature was like fighting all these like other weird creatures in Australia in the outback. It was like this weird acid trip fucking fantasy world.
I never saw.
But I'm just saying, it like Australia is always kind of like pushed to us here as kind of like this fantasy world. It might as well be Narnia to us.
Right.
It's really weird that people would say something like that. It's like flat earthers think Australia doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's mad.
When we talk to freaking dozens of Australians on a weekly basis, it's the same.
Yeah, but in the late 90s when that cartoon came out, like the internet wasn't like this, so maybe it was a fantasy back then. Maybe you created that shit.
Well, I certainly didn't, but
no, you did, not me. I would never do such a thing.
I'm fascinated with Australia. It's pretty awesome, bro. Man, I would love to go visit Australia. I want to go through the straightest. I want to drive on the straightest highway ever over, like, what? It's like 500 miles or whatever. Just like straight across the Australian desert. Boom! Just hit 150 miles an hour. Wow! They have the flattest road straight across the mid Australia. I don't know if it's 500 miles. I'm just kind of making that up, but it's really long, over 100 miles, and they just this is how they use these big ass, like here in America we have, sometimes there's double trailers. They have truck trains that are like they're like 10 to 15 cars long, and they just travel across.
I ain't never seen nothing like that. I've heard about it, but
yeah,
have you ever seen it?
Look it up on video.
Have you ever seen it? Have you ever seen it?
Well, I haven't seen it in person, but I've seen some videos.
All right, that's what I'm saying. Anybody ever seen one of these 10 fucking car fucking semi trucks?
Not me, no.
No.
All right, nobody's here from Australia, but yeah, shit happened, bro. Bro, they have these huge freaking. It's like a train,
I'm sure there's
but
one
it's
or two.
trucks.
I'm sure there's one or two of these in existence. You know,
And they travel across Australia on these straight roads.
yeah, but there's like only like one or two fucking like Oscar Mayer hot dog trucks too.
You fucking asshole. All right. I'm gonna have to look this shit up because I've looked at it before. Good Lord. Australian truck trains. Say. I mean, I guess you can say, well, this is, fake news or whatever, but this comes from Extreme World. I mean, I don't know who the fuck.
In Australia, trucks have to travel long distances across rough country on a daily basis. In the outback, the towns are so far apart, they use a special kind of truck.
This one that I'm saying only has two, but I think I haven't seen the old.
But we can usually do it. They achieve the impossible by using self-propelled modular transporters. These units can be joined together in a variety of configurations.
This is something I heard before, and I don't know what the fuck goes on in Australia, but apparently they transport shitloads of shit. You know what? To be honest, I don't know why they would transport it from one side of Australia to the other through the outback. Maybe it's a shitload of nonsense. You could be right, Lou.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, I wouldn't doubt that there's a couple of these things that have been created, but they probably don't make much fiscal sense when you have railroads. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I mean, especially since in Australia, most of the major cities are near the coast of Australia because the outback is the outback, right? I mean, it's like the deserts of different other lands as well. It's like most of the commerce, is on the coast, But if this was possible, it's like if you went to space and if you could go to the moon, this might be how it could happen. Probably, maybe. I mean, yeah, this is just what I heard. I heard they had these long trucks.
Like literally, Helio. I mean, it's not even a joke when we say question everything. Like, question these stupid fucking train trucks you were talking about. Like, question that shit.
Yeah, I'm questioning it now because something I haven't thought of before. I saw it and I was like, yeah, they're making truck trains across Australia. So yeah, maybe they're not. Maybe it's only like 2 or 3.
All right, answer me this one, Batman. How the fuck would you ever make a turn?
You couldn't, could you? It's just too long,
dude.
Hold
on.
It's fucking mad, isn't it?
You don't avoid the kangaroo. You got to kill some kangaroos, man.
I'm going to tell you why I think what in my mind, because I haven't really looked into it. They say that the longest road in the world traverses Australia, and they're going across. Hey, flat plain, by the way. And they're just these trains traveling from east to west, which now just to me this seems ridiculous because when you're like Perth and Sydney, you're not gonna use a truck now you use trucks to from Perth or Sydney to distribute items to other cities that are on, the major road or whatever. But you're not going to use truck trains to. It's really fucking weird to me now. Now I'm gonna have to look into this, and we're gonna have to talk to some of the Aussies about this and see if they kind of corroborate what we're talking about. Because there's something to it, but it's not the whole story.
No, I have a feeling it's like some concept vehicle that was put on friggin' one of the car shows that they have on like cable television. Like,
well, we're gonna get some of these Aussies in here. We're gonna get some of these Aussies in here and see. I mean, we're not gonna get any Aussies from the mid desert, between Sydney and Perth, but because they don't. I won't say they don't have any internet, but they don't give a shit about talking to us because they're country folk, desert folk. But there is a road. There's a wide freaking road there where they. I mean, that's a long way to travel. But it's not really that long. Shit. I mean,
okay,
let me ask you this. Hold on, Lou. You live in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Have you ever driven to LA in a car?
I've never gone all the way to LA, but yeah, I've driven to.
Well, how was the
I've
furthest
driven to
from
Denver. I've driven to Denver like 8 times or something and back.
All right, cool. That's a long way, isn't it?
It's 1,000 miles each way.
Yeah. Have you ever driven 2,000 miles?
No, we did 1,000 without sleeping though, so that's pretty good.
How long did it take you to drive 1,000 miles without sleeping?
Shortest time we did it was 15 hours. Longest was with big snowstorm, ice and shit was like 23 hours.
Fuck driving through ice and snow. But yeah, I mean, 15 hours driving straight. Done that type of driving too, and I've
but that was doing like 95 the whole fuck way. Like half of the trip is Nebraska, which like you can just pretty much put the pedal to the metal and go.
Ain't no cops, ain't no traffic.
You just
yeah, but you burn out, all your gas when you're driving that fast. Like, oh shit, I got an hour later. Oh shit, I'm almost empty. I'm going 95. But anyway, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I can't say shit about Australia. I've never been there, but I can tell you I've been across from the Midwest to California and back several times. And I-40, that's where all the state troopers are. They're just like, boom, I got. Who's going to get the next ticket? But traveling in the northern Midwest, there's not so many cops. I don't know. I don't about cops.
Yeah, that whole 15-hour thing, it was an amazing feat. Like if you back then when we did it, like you map quested it or whatever, it was supposed to be like 19 hours. Like that's the average or whatever is like 19 hours, but we did it in 15. So we were really cruising.
You were trying to beat a record.
We were fucking.
I'm gonna get to fucking Colorado in 15 hours. Yeah, we drove. I was on, with my band on tour. We drove through Denver. I wish we had a show there, but we didn't. Through Denver, we were on our way to. We were going to Spokane, and we didn't actually pass through downtown Denver. We went on the outskirts of it. We went through freaking Wyoming. What the fuck is Wyoming? That places. That's where the government has all their shit.
I'll tell you what though, with the reason why I was going out to Colorado is with the family for going skiing, snowboarding, and stuff. And I'll tell you, when you find out, like,
Is that where you broke your shit?
well, I did that once out there, but I've been out there many times. Yeah, but anyway, there was a couple of times where it was cool. Like my dad, like all of a sudden they'd get a big dump of snow, spring skiing out in Colorado, just big dump of snow, like 4 feet, like overnight, and he'd be like, "Hey, I'd have like 30 minutes notice. He'd be like, "We're going out to Colorado," and freaking, I'd have to pack my bags, jump in the van, and we'd drive out there, and no sleep, get out there and just hit that fucking pow. Like, like we did that a few times. Like,
you're sick for it. You want to hit that fucking snow as fast as
yeah. And so, like, but up north, like where I'm at, we don't have much for like good mountains, hills, nothing like that in southeastern Wisconsin. But you go north, we got some pretty good stuff. Like actually, up in the Porkies, up in Upper Michigan and stuff. But even that's going to take you like 6 to 9 hours to get to. So like when you put it in relation, it's like, all right, well, I could spend half the amount of time going to these mediocre mountains, or I could just drive, I could drive 15 hours, 18 hours, 20 hours, whatever, and get to the fucking Rockies, and just have the time of your life. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. It's the time of your life. If that's the thing.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Can you imagine?
Like
beautiful.
Yeah.
All that uninterrupted snow. Yeah. Just sleep in the car if you're worried, you know what I mean? No big deal. Relax in the car.
Yeah, we would time it out because we knew about what it took. So we would leave in the early evening so that we would arrive at like 6 a.m. and then we would go and get like breakfast at like a Perkins or something, right? And like we'd chill out for a little bit, and then when the mountain opened, we'd freaking be the first one. We'd be the first ones on the fucking hill.
Yeah,
like,
that's so beautiful when you're getting the fresh snow. No uninterrupted, not the first tracks. Yeah.
Hey, Jen, isn't that dangerous though? To sleep in the car?
Not really.
We didn't sleep. I mean the driver, we would have 2 or 3 drivers, so you would shift, like somebody, like that would.
Yeah, take a rest, have the window open.
You don't want one person driving for 18 hours straight, especially because you're tired by the time you get to the mountains, and you got, you definitely don't want that. Like,
I just posted a video of these Australian truck trains. Is that fake?
They're long, aren't they? They're long, man. They're long. Those truck trains. They're long, man.
It's Mad Max.
They're like 4 or 5 freaking. See, they have to travel long distances, drop off some loads
across the country
because there are people that live in the country, in the desert or whatever. So there is a demand for products, across Australia. Not everybody in Australia lives near the coast.
But you notice there's no those railroad tracks, no curvature at all. There can't be any slight decline.
Holy shit!
It's hell for them.
I never noticed that.
Yeah,
there's 2, 3, 4, 5 trailers that are dragging along. And of course, BP's there, right?
Yeah,
there's a fuel train, three trailers of fuel. How dangerous is that to fucking drive a truck with three freaking fuel tankers? Come on, man.
You want to hear something fucked up? I was driving. I was renting a Prius, okay, and I drive late at night a lot. Anyway,
this better.
I've fallen asleep at the wheel several times for over a minute. But
Well, if you fell
And
asleep,
that's
how do you
fucked
learn?
up. Like, dude, that's scary when it happens once. It's concerning when it happens twice. And when you say multiple, like, dude, yeah, that's
several times because they have cruise control, and the cruise control will slow down if you're behind a car, and it will also stay in your lane, so I can fall asleep, and it'll keep driving for me.
Are you in one of them big flat
You don't
straight?
drive for Uber because I don't want you to be my
I
Uber.
actually was. I was renting my car from Lyft. I was driving for Lyft. Yeah.
Fuck you.
Are you in one of those states where, like, literally, seriously, like everything's just flat and straight and everything looks the same? Like, because it's easy to fall asleep. Like I was mentioning, the ride to Colorado, like most of it's Nebraska, and Nebraska is like, holy shit, there's nothing in Nebraska, and it's huge, like nothing in Nebraska,
Well, let me ask you this,
and it's huge.
and I want you to be honest, Kosho. Were you carrying a passenger when you fell asleep at the wheel and your Prius saved you?
Yeah, not when it saved me, but I was carrying a passenger once and hit a car in front of me because I fell asleep.
So your Prius hit a car, even though it was
that wasn't my Prius though. That was a car that didn't have the same.
You know what that really means?
It's the fault. It's the fault of the guy who didn't have
that.
AI driving it while you were sleeping.
Kosho, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? This is weird.
Yeah, I had a 5-star platinum rating. So.
Well, now you have a 2-star dickhead rating. I fell asleep in my 5-star Prius, accidentally bumped somebody when I was sleeping. When I had
one of them lazy conscious drives fucking got in my way.
What the fuck is wrong with you, Kosho? Probably the same thing that's wrong with me. I can judge.
Dude, Kosho, look, man, we kind of, even though we're on two different sides of this whole globe debate and everything, like, I consider, I've gotten to know you kind of. Like, this whole thing with you falling asleep at the wheel, that's scary, dude.
Yeah, don't try to drive people around.
But for somebody who's driving a Prius and falling asleep behind the wheel and also believing in the globe, like, this is like not coincidence. No, like
most Uber or Lyft drivers believe in the globe and they drive people around fine. But Kosho just admitted that he falls asleep at the wheel sometimes. Yeah, I'm not. I'm going to give you 0 stars.
Dude, you know how many times I got solicited for sexual activity when I was driving Lyft?
I don't give a fuck.
What's going on over here?
Yo.
You guys having a party in here, man? I fell asleep with the damn thing on the freaking.
The party.
It's a regular thing.
Hey, are you near where Kosho is? You need a lift.
Yeah, man.
Can
I call
he's a champion Lyft driver.
Platinum.
I was dreaming that you guys were arguing with Kosho. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I wake up and he's in the server. I'm like,
oh shit! Oh,
I was like,
no, you woke up to a nightmare now.
What the hell's going on?
Y'all with the Kosho. Oh shit!
I thought he converted to flat Earth. I was like, you guys. I thought you were having a celebration or something, man. Kosho's what the hell?
I converted like 2 or 3.
Nah.
To what? To be a drunk Lyft driver that's going to fall asleep and kill people?
Yeah, but no, I was thinking, man, I thought you were going to hit the ban button when he said he owned a Prius, man. I was like, all right, he's out.
I don't own a Prius, dude. I was renting a Prius from Lyft.
Well, all right. Let me ask you, if you have a legit driver's license, I don't know shit about Lyft or Uber or whatever. So you can rent a car through Lyft.
Yeah.
To drive people around.
That was the only reason I was doing Lyft was because I heard they had a program where you can rent a car from them, and you basically can use it.
I usually take
All right,
I
so
usually
tell me-
take my advice about the world based off of what I hear from Lyft and Uber drivers.
I know. I'm actually really curious about Kosho's first Lyft experience. So you rented a car from Lyft to use to make money. So you had to
No.
pay money to make money by driving people around. Well, you're making like $2 an hour or something because rental cars are very expensive.
No. I rented the car from Lyft by driving for them.
So they have their own car.
No, basically you got a job through them. They supplied the vehicle, but part of your money got deducted for the vehicle.
That is true, but I wasn't doing it for money, and I wasn't doing it for. It's like I didn't work for.
Well, you did it for the experience. Did you do it to prove the globe? What the fuck did you do it for then?
No, I did it for the car. It's like a free car.
Can you imagine the passenger though, man? The passenger.
He's just like, were you bored? It's just like, instead of watching fucking Sons of Anarchy, I'm gonna go just tell Lyft I want to drive strangers around.
There you go, Helio. Go get a Prius, man. Hurry up.
No, I mean it's not my Prius. It's Lyft's Prius. So, tell me what happened on your first experience driving strangers around. Tell me about this.
I don't know about the first time, but like I said, it wasn't long before I was solicited for legit sexual activity. No joke.
I don't give a shit about that.
You don't have to be a fucking driver for that. Like, you just go to the wrong part of town. Like,
hey, Jim Morrison.
Park at a red light, and they're gonna be like, "Hey."
Like Jim Morrison already told us about. People are strange when you're a stranger. Faces look ugly when you're alone. Women seem wicked when they're unwanted. Streets are uneven when you're down, when you're strange. Faces come out of the rain. Anyway, is that what happened? That sounds like your first
was this
Prius Lyft experience. It sounds like a Jim Morrison fucking nightmare.
Were they trying to you when you were waking you up, or like catching 40 winks? Going from point A to point B.
It's like they didn't want you to pick them up and just take them to a restaurant. They wanted to fucking have sex with you right away.
I feel like Kosho was raised in like a really like rich suburban part of fucking town, like by his parents. And then when they finally kicked him out, he had to get a job, and he went and got a fucking Lyft job. And then it took him to the other side of town.
I only got the Lyft job. So I can have weirdos jump in my car and ask me to have sex.
Freaking Kosho, dude.
What the hell is wrong with you, Kosho? I mean, if that really happened, which I don't think it did, but holy fucking shit. That's freaking strange. It's like your first ride. It's like, hey, can you take me to the middle of nowhere so we can bang?
No, not really. It wasn't like that. But the first thing she did, she was super drunk, and then she sat in the front seat. Nobody's supposed to sit in the front seat because of Corona.
Bullshit! You can ask. Hey, you might have. I've ridden. I'm taking Lyft and.
Yeah, I know, but this is during the pandemic, so like we had to wear a mask. I have a guard.
What pandemic?
Oh, the whole thing.
Whatever.
I'm talking about.
You were like scared of it. You were scared.
No, I wasn't. It was just the rules at the time. Anyway, she sat in the front seat.
Conspiracy. She's trying to talk, I think, and I don't think her mic's working. Can anyone else hear her talking?
She called Lyft so she could seduce you.
No.
All right. Well, actually, I'm tired of Kosho's bullshit.
Yeah, I don't want to tell you the whole story.
All right, fuck it. Who was that?
That was Flatty.
Yeah, was it Flatty?
Hey, mate. Yeah. I was just trying to say, there's a conspiracy is in here. She's trying to talk, and she thinks she may be muted or something. She's trying to talk. I can't hear her. Do any of you guys hear her?
No,
Maybe
she's not muted.
Okay.
Yeah, she's not muted. I can't hear her. She messaged me also.
Okay. Maybe drop out and drop back in. See if that works.
who are you talking about? No, I'm thinking like the driver. I mean, not the driver. The passenger was probably trying to wake his ass up, man. And be like, dude, are you awake? He's all.
Hey, dude, that's my stop. That's my stop, bro. Hey, hold on.
Isn't it weird that Kosho, it's like Kosho doesn't even, he makes shit up about the globe and all that kind of shit. And he's even making shit up about his freaking lift experience. He's just making shit up like it's like first lift ride. This bitch is trying to coax him into having sex with him. It's like, yeah, isn't it awesome? You know what I mean? I want to be a Lyft driver so I can have sex with my first customer.
It wasn't my first customer, and it wasn't the first time it happened. Or it was the first time it happened, but it wasn't the only time it happened.
All right, so your first customer, you
It was not the first customer.
picked them up and then dropped them off at their...
The first customer took you to an observatory, and you guys had a romantic evening.
Imagining about the stars.
Want to hear something really funny? This is
true.
This is all true, dude. This was a couple months ago. I still had that car, and the ISS was supposed to be 89 degrees in my sky.
Wait, when you rent when they give you the car from Lyft, do they deduct your pay?
Yes.
So how long did you work for Lyft? I mean, you don't.
I didn't work for them, dude. I rented a car from them.
Rented a car from them, and they deducted it from your salary while you were working.
Yeah, I had enough rides. The rides pay for the car. That's right. Anyway, it was the ISS was supposed to be 89 degrees in the sky, and I was scheduled it. I was like ready to watch it. I was really excited. So 89 degrees, it means it's just right over my head. It's like a beautiful viewing of it. It's very bright, high up in the sky. And I picked this black tall African dude up, and I was driving him down the street, and we were in the middle of the city in Austin, and I kept looking out my window while I was driving, and I was like, "Hey, listen, man." I was like, the ISS is up there. I'm trying to get a good viewing of it. And he's like, "Oh, okay, that's cool, man." And I was like, "Do you mind if I pull over?" And so I pulled over and I got out the car and I spotted it. And I showed him. He spotted it. I was like, "Dude, that's crazy, right?" And it was like a moving experience. It was crazy.
Wait, naked eye?
Yeah, naked eye. And it was just weird because, like, I don't know. I felt like it was like we had a connection almost. So it was kind of like, I dropped him off like 2 minutes later.
Oh, and that's when you had like Brokeback Mountain shit happening.
Freaking idiot! I knew you were gonna say some shit.
I know. I just had to find
It was weird though because
you saw naked eye and ISS. I mean, were you like tracking it while you're driving this guy around? Really dangerous, by the way.
Look, Jerry,
You're tracking this shit on your fucking ISS app on your phone where you're driving his ass around.
Jerry,
Like,
even Jerry.
Hey, Jerry, you mind? I've been tracking the ISS all night. I mean, you mind if we just like pull over and just together we're gonna watch the ISS just traverse the sky?
And no jib. Jerry knows this story.
Yeah, well, get his ass in here and let him corroborate.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah,
Jerry was a race car driver.
Jerry.
What's going on?
What the hell is Jerry doing there?
Yeah, I've heard Kosho tell this story before.
Oh, I see.
This is the first time, so that's why I get to make fun of him better, or at least this part.
Well, specifically because it was a Prius, but anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like he rented the Prius from Lyft. Right? He's renting the Prius from Lyft. He gets to take his boyfriend out to watch the ISS traverse the sky.
No, but the weird thing about it is, it was like, it's such a moving experience that, like, when I dropped him off, like, I drop a lot of chicks off, and
Oh God, this isn't gonna get nasty, is it?
no, it's not gonna get nasty, but I have an excuse for asking for their number, whatever the reason. But it's like when I dropped this guy off, it's almost like he was lingering a little bit. Like it's like, like we were supposed to like exchange numbers or something. Like I don't know, it's kind of weird.
This whole fucking story is weird, cause I ain't gonna lie.
Wait, you tell me you were a Lyft driver and you only were hit on by a dude once?
No, I told you I got solicited from women for sex. I've gotten solicited from guys for sex. Several guys.
Okay, never mind. Sorry, I wasn't paying that much attention.
You know, I mean, to be honest, if I could never be a driver like that. People are strange when you're a stranger. I mean, that is.
You don't have to sing it again, dude. Come on.
No, but that is absolutely true. I wouldn't want to meet somebody. I wouldn't want to meet several of these strangers on a daily basis. I really don't want to meet them, and I really don't want to. I don't want to. I was a waiter at a certain point. It was not the funnest job.
You have to remember, dude. When I started doing it, because I don't do that anymore, but I started doing that in December of 2020, and even if I wasn't getting paid or I wasn't doing it for a car, if I was a millionaire, I'd go out and do that for fun.
What do you do now?
It was nice.
A lot of people are people persons. You know, they like to meet people.
No, you know what? It's kind of like you don't have to like drive for Lyft or Uber to do that, though. It's just people
at that time
watching.
you did.
It's people watching. You could go down. You could go down to the city at the right time of night, or when bars letting out, or during the right. You can get down there on the ground level and really.
Not then, dude. That's what I'm telling you. It was December of 2020 when you weren't allowed to do any of that stuff. Nobody was over here, at least. Shit was
I don't know. I didn't experience that. I never experienced that. Honestly, like there was never a time where the world shut down. It was just all on the TV. Dude, that's it,
dude.
Especially with like Lyft and Uber. I mean, the bars were kind of like a little low key, but I mean, Uber and Lyft. I mean, it might have been a little bit slow, but I mean, there are still people needing rides.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Once I started doing it, I saw people again. I'm saying before that, there was nobody, to see. Like the most exciting place to go was the grocery store. Like you get dressed up to go fucking shopping because there's nothing to do. Nobody was going to bars and shit.
But that's the best time to go to them.
Yeah, you want to go to the grocery store when nobody's there.
What the fuck?
I got the whole fucking place to myself.
Yeah. I
spend 2 hours at the grocery store if I can shop when I don't have to move. And I went to Walmart today and I'm like, motherfucker, get the fuck out of my way. I fucking hate you.
Yeah, dude. I think I went out shopping more often without a mask than I ever did in my life during the height of when people were scared. Like, I just went out and did it for like fun, just to like scare people. I think.
Yeah.
This is like nobody ever tried to stop me, not once. Like, except for at the hardware store of all places. They're like, you can't come in without a mask. I'm like, I'm going to Home Depot. They're like, oh, shit. That's right. The CEO said we're not going to enforce it. I was like, yeah.
I went into a liquor store one time. I was like, I just want to buy this bottle of vodka. And he's like, no, you have to put a mask on to buy that bottle of vodka.
What the hell?
And I was like, well, I'm going to go somewhere else and buy my bottle of vodka then, bitch. And I walked out.
Hey, we got some people in here, don't we? Outside of Kosher, there's Glovers, man. I think. Methinks.
Yeah, we've been bullshitting.
We got Ultron, West Player. Let me call him out. Shoot, we got Jack I seen Jack Whispers in there before. Kosher, did you bring some of these guys in here? We got Jerry.
I brought my whole gang, dude.
Yeah, you did.
Those are my boys from the hood, dude.
What you guys doing raiding the server? What's going on here? All of a sudden, we're hearing about Priuses, and we got like 9 Glovers in here.
Damn straight, dude.
Dude,
I don't know I don't know these people, man. I'm just
a whole gang of Globers driving Priuses.
What do you call it? Those beers with the sparkling, the what do you call it? The seltzer inside.
Seltzer, yeah.
Cider.
Yeah. Oh shit. Anyways, all right. So we got Ultron. Ultron, are you here? We're gonna call in some people. Hello. 2 hours later. All right. So we got West Player. What's up, man? What's going on? Saying what's up to some people in the server. Hello. Everybody's quiet now, huh?
Actually, we were having a great conversation. We just thought we'd talk to you. It's up to you if you want to be quiet.
Yeah, man, these guys. Well, anyway, I guess nobody wants to talk about the shape of the Earth at 3:00 in the morning. For me.
Hey Lou, tell Mickey about the longitude and latitude lines.
I don't know what you're trying to get me to tell him.
Did you? What you guys talking? Is that what I was dreaming about? What the hell? That's what I get for falling asleep with this thing on.
That they're based off of presuppositions and our observations of the stars and have nothing to do with the Earth itself. Is that it?
Were you guys? Is that what you guys were talking about?
No, that's not at all it. But he wanted me to tell you about it, so I just thought I'd bring it up.
Yeah, what was the conversation about?
It wasn't that.
Oh. Oh, shit.
Kojo, what the fuck are you getting at? Don't be all cryptic.
I thought you were trying to bring back to the flat Earth. I was telling them earlier I'd measured using the almanac.
You didn't measure anything with an almanac.
Okay, well, I calculated using the almanac.
You didn't calculate anything with an almanac either.
Well, I definitely did.
No, all you did was read an almanac.
Well, no, you can't just read an almanac, not a celestial one. It doesn't tell you the positions. It tells you...
It's already determined for you. You don't have to, like...
Is that what an almanac is? It tells you everything?
The almanac tells you the declination and the right ascension, or the declination in the SHA.
Yeah.
It doesn't tell you the position. You have to calculate the position using that information. But regardless, I use that.
That's like some of them things that they gave you as a kid when they were like, it would show you like a sky chart and it would have like two moving pieces of plastic. And
yeah.
You were like, you know what I mean?
Online. Like,
you'd be like, oh, this is the time of year. This is correct. Okay, so on May the 4th, you know, like this is what I should see. Like that's what you're describing.
Yeah, it's not that easy though. But regardless,
it is that easy. It really is.
The information really is there, right? You're just matching it with what you're seeing.
Not quite.
No? Okay.
Hold on. I'll show you a page. I'll show you today's page. Hold on.
Man, we want to talk to some new Globers that come in. I'm sure I've seen other people in here. Well, Jerry, you've been in here before, right?
Yeah, I've been in here a while.
You're a flat earther, dude. You're no Glober. Let's see.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Kosho gets his almanac. Let's see.
Try to figure out how to calculate one instead of fucking just read it.
It's
like everybody else, Kosho. Just read the goddamn almanac.
Okay, I'm going to give you today's page in our almanac.
Yeah, you do that.
And let's see if you guys can figure out what the location of the GP for, I don't know, Sirius. Good luck.
Are you?
Oh, we got Farnood in here. Farnood.
I guarantee you there's a key that's supposed to be on the side that he's keeping to himself.
Yeah, there's a little legend bottom.
Like, you know what I mean?
Just look at the little legend at the bottom. It'll tell you.
No, there's not.
It's on page 3, dude.
Isn't there an app for that, homie?
Yeah. I trained myself to learn how to read these fucking random numbers. And you guys are
But
clearly not.
more importantly, Kosho, that GP that you're talking about, does that possess a 90-degree below the GP?
Below the star, you mean? Yes.
And how do you achieve a 90-degree angle?
Dude, chill.
I guess there's dozen ways to do that. What do you ask?
You don't need triangles to triangulate anymore.
And you don't need a horizontal baseline and then a 90-degree being perfectly perpendicular to your perfectly horizontal baseline to achieve said 90-degree.
Yeah, how you gonna do that on a curved earth, man? I don't understand.
It's fairly simple.
On a curved,
It's simple. You just got to imagine things.
I don't think it's a right angle at a curve, right? Because of the curve.
You just have to imagine it being flat.
I don't know about that.
Hold on, I'm waiting for my DoorDash. Hold on.
At
Wait a
3 in the morning.
Wait,
dude.
Lyft drivers get DoorDash?
I'm not a Lyft driver. Hold on.
He's an Uber, dude. He changed. He don't drive a Prius anymore. It's a Focus.
He's gonna be here in 10
Oh,
minutes.
yeah, like he's got some dude in a Focus delivering to his Prius right now.
No, yeah, what you were asking about the angle. Do you know what a tangent is? Okay, a tangent. It's perpendicular to your vertical from that position.
Bro, you can't do that on a
Vertical tangent.
Kosho. You can't do that on a curved earth, man.
You can't have a tangent on a curved earth?
You don't have a geometric horizon.
You just
don't have the
contradict.
geometric horizon to achieve that imaginary tangent in the first place. You're
Exactly.
assuming the tangent is below your feet and then also below the GP, and that renders both those tangents on the same horizontal baseline.
Yeah, tell me how
to
you
the
how you
horizontal.
get 180 degrees on a curved baseline.
With a tangent. And yes, the horizontal is parallel
There
to
are
the
no
tangent.
parallel lines. There are no parallel lines on a triangle. So you're using triangulation now. You just said the baselines can be parallel to one another. Incorrect.
I
They have
didn't
to be
say
the
that.
same base.
I did not say that. You didn't hear what I said.
I heard what you said.
First of all, there's no triangulation, nor are there any triangles.
All right, so
There
you
is
don't
a
use triangulation.
There
with
is a tangent, and the horizontal is parallel to your tangent, just above it, where your eyes are.
horizontal, but it's not curved. It is curved.
It is curved.
You're gonna have to say yes to this.
Well, I'm painting a picture.
Your tangent is curved. Yes, you're gonna have to say yes according to your idea.
Are you putting something in live stream? Voice text?
In a minute, yes.
Man, who else we got in here?
It's like,
Ultron's a flat earther. I know West Player isn't, though. He's got VC verified. He's the only one in here with VC verified. That's it. Everybody else. Farnood.
Naffy
got
has
Farnood.
the listening pass. Naffy.
Farnood, are you there? I wonder if he can speak. I'll give him the speaking role. All right, Farnood, I just unmuted you. Are you there?
I'm just trying to listen.
Yeah, but we want to talk to new people in here, man. Kosho's been in here a while. What's going on, man?
I just joined. I just want to listen.
Listen? Why you want to just listen?
See what's going on.
Well, what's going on is we're talking about the shape of the Earth, and it appears that there isn't any curvature on this Earth, but it seems like people think it is. But anyway, you came in here and you're kind of inquisitive about it. So, what say you about the shape of the Earth? You think it's a globe? Hello.
Yeah, I think it's a globe.
All right. Why do you think it's a globe, Farnoot?
What I think.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Wow, why you sound confident?
I don't want to debate my
Dude,
decision. I just want to
Miggy, he just
listen.
literally answered all three of your questions at once, like blatantly. He was just like, you know what? I give up. I don't know.
I give up, officer. Yeah, dude. Like I'm not even debating, dude. If I was to debate, anyway. No, I'm just asking you questions, man, about what you think the shape of the Earth is, and I think that because people don't have that confidence, Coach over here, he's got confidence, but I mean, you don't have confidence that the shape of the Earth is a globe, man. I mean, maybe it's something you were taught, but that's fine. I mean, you think the Earth is a globe because that's all you know, but um, I mean, we got greater minds in here that can talk about it like it not being a globe. But it's interesting because maybe that's all you've been taught, and now you can ask some questions or maybe just listen. But yeah, it's not a globe. If it was a globe, then it would be measuring a globe. And just like we're asking Kosho here, but he's saying you could measure using an atlas. Anyway.
More specifically about measuring globe. If he's gonna just give up with that, Miggy, let's tell him how big the globe. Like what does the globe predict? He probably doesn't know any of this stuff. So, like,
Hell, what do you, Farnood? What do you think the globe predicts, or what do you know about the globe? Anyway, we haven't even.
I don't know what the globe predicts. I don't.
What, dude? Okay, so it's a globe right now in your mind. What makes you think it's a globe? Is just something you've been taught? Like, come on, give us something.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's it.
I mean, I didn't think flat earthers were a real thing.
You didn't think flat earthers were a real thing? Well,
I mean, I could see you guys take it pretty serious, passionate about the flat earth.
Well, no, listen, man. If it's a globe, then it's a globe. But if it's not a globe, if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, because there's people that think the Earth is concave, man. Not just that it's curving, in a globe shape, but there's some people that think that it's
Curving like it what?
upward, like it's curving upward. I'm not kidding. Like I'm
yeah. I think you are. Like, yes, they say that, Miggy, but nobody really believes that. Those are just trolls. It's another kind of troll.
I don't know, man. There was a guy in here saying that that's the third level of enlightenment. You start off as a glober, then you go flat, and then you actually once you go concave.
Then you go concave.
Some people were in here that can witness or testify to what I'm saying, man. They
So,
were.
like, you literally. I think that's only when you take too much acid, and then you literally turn your world inside out, man.
Well, he said that that's the third. What do you call it? Third stage of enlightenment, or he said something. He's got a mind. He knows more than anyone, and he's the most. He said he's the most woke. He said something.
Concavers are the most crazy. Like, there's nobody crazier than a concaver. I don't give them any light whatsoever. I don't talk to them. I ban them on site pretty much, honestly. And I'm like usually a fair mod. I don't care. Concaver, you slip up just a little bit, you're gone. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, he was. He's a part of the LSC crowd, man. The Lord Stephen, whatever his name, or however. Yeah, he's a part of that group.
Concavers are nuts. I mean, at least with the Globers, like, they have the crutch that they've been raised on this shit. They don't need to know why. It's just what they've been told. But And then us, we're crazy for going against that, even though they have no evidence. But concave, no. There is absolutely zero reason to fucking think such a thing whatsoever.
Well, I mean, according to them, they think it's reality. But either way, Farnoot, like, we got some people in here thinking the shape of the Earth is something. There isn't any evidence for it curving anywhere, concave or convex, which is what people that think the Earth is a globe is. So you've been raised all your life thinking the Earth is a globe and never really put any thought into it because it's a foregone conclusion that the Earth is a globe. Oh, we learned that back in second grade. Why are you guys even talking about the shape of the Earth? Didn't we already figure this out as humanity? And that's the thing. You move about your life not even thinking about it, questioning it. Everybody's talking about globe this and globe that. Oh, you know that the around the globe, people are living such and such X, Y, and Z. So even your speech is used that way. So it's ingrained in your mind so much so that now that anybody that challenges it, it becomes something like a taboo subject. We're so weird. People are weird. That thinking that the Earth is not what we know it to be, a globe. So right now you might be thinking of it being weird, and you clicked on this link and you came here, and you're hearing some people talk about some very strange things. But my friend, have you ever challenged the idea? That's what I'm saying, Farnood. Never challenged it. Hello, Farnood. Did we lose you?
Yeah.
Well, have you ever challenged the idea that the Earth is not a globe? Have you ever thought about it?
I just don't see how that would benefit me.
What do you mean? How it would benefit?
Like,
Your whole world would be different, man. Like everything you perceive, your perception, it changes your perception. You don't see it as a globe anymore. Once you realize when you go to the beach, and your whole life you've been watching a flat, level horizon, and it's even. It looks horizontal, right? So there's no curvature. So when you actually see that, your senses are telling you what it, and you don't feel motion, so you're not spinning anywhere. You're not moving. So everything your senses have been telling you all along is reality. On the other hand, the globe is telling you that the Earth is spinning, but you can't feel it. The Earth is curving, but you can't see it. You understand? Your whole perception on reality changes because now you can actually say, "Yeah, my senses tell me that when I see the Earth the way it is, it's actually how I perceive it." And you're not a spinning rock in the vacuum of space floating around through the cosmos. Those are all made up stories that you can ask people. They're gonna ask you, "How do you know that's real?" We're like, "Well, is there any evidence for that?" Well, we got a couple of people a long time ago that pondered the idea, looking up at the sky, and now came up with this wonderful story about how we're a ball of gas flying through the cosmos, going around the sun, when there isn't any evidence that a long time ago they could even know such things. It's all esoteric, man. So really what it is an old religion being taught to people now. That's all it is. It's honestly it's a globe religion. And it comes complete with priests who teach it. So there's perpetrators in this story, and the ones who are in academia are the ones perpetrating this mystery religion to you. And so all you're doing is believing it at the end of the day. There's no evidence for the case of the globe. So ever since you were a kid, and some people are shocked to know that they were hoodwinked for such a long time, but and some people can't let it go. I mean, take for example Kosho. He's been fighting this fight for years, man. This guy's been here for like more than 6 years fighting against this. That's how deep it is. It's so ingrained in your culture that you can't accept anything else. And it becomes where you'll do anything to uphold this idea. And to what end, right? Because, I mean, there's nobody that's going to pat you on the back and say, good job, gold sticker for sticking up for the globe. Nobody cares. But I mean, that's the way it is, right? People are born into every kind of religion. But here's the thing: with
And
the
you know it's religious by
with the
what
shape
evidence?
of the
What
there's
globe? What globe? What globe?
well, Farnu thinks that the Earth is a globe right now because he's brand new to the subject and he doesn't. Oh, you missed the conversation. You were out. But yeah, talking to Farnu.
No, that's cool. I'm just saying,
But
Can I just add a point on the concave Earth that you and
yeah.
Lou were talking about now? The concave Earth even has one supporting experiment called the rectilineator experiment, whereby they went along a seashore using kind of like Brian Mullen's Force the Line, using 90-degree butt joins, and they went 400 feet or 500 feet, and they determined that the water was concave, that there was a slight upward inflection on either side, and then they traveled all the way back. And so the rectilineator experiment actually was one piece of evidence that's kind of supports a concave. But with the flat Earth, we've got thousands of experiments, laser experiments, long distance experiments, showing that it's generally level. But yet on the globe side, there's not a single experiment that shows rotation, curvature. There's zero experiments on the globe side, but at least there's one on concave. Not saying I support it, but I'm just saying there's more. At least there was one scientific experiment conducted that at least supports it. Whereas with the globe Earth religion, where you have to start everything with believe. Do you believe in gravity? Do you believe we're doing this? Do you believe we're going around the sun? Because there's no way to prove it. Or
Yeah.
that model is absent of experiments.
Well, all they tell you is to believe when you look up at the sky, right? Farnu.
Don't the concavers have another idea where they dropped a couple of plumb lines in different bodies and they diverged away from each other and they
And
just
those guys are they're off in fairy tale land as much as the Globers are, I would say.
yeah, I would say that as well.
Where basically the world looks like Halo. You ever seen the game Halo?
Dude, have you watched it? They have a new TV show. I've been watching Halo.
Oh, it's sick, dude. I've seen it. I love it.
You watch it? Yeah, it's good. It's good. I'm fascinated. It's really good.
Yeah,
But I mean, sorry, go ahead.
No, we're talking to Farnud right now. Farnud, are you there?
Yeah, I'm just trying to listen.
Bro, it's a religion. I'm telling you. You've been following a religion your whole life, not knowing that it's one. You understand the implications of following a religion that you can't provide evidence for? And what I'm saying is, this thing that I'm saying is something that you can provide evidence to yourself that it's not what they're telling you it is. Which is interesting because in any other thing, it's not something we're telling you to believe. It's like, hey, go out and do this thing, figure it out. Because if you're not, I mean, people in here are talking about it as in we've already done a lot of things to provide evidence to ourselves. But new people like yourself listening to a conversation like this, it only sounds like we're just banging ideas around where nobody's really doing anything. But we've been doing this for years, bro. So you're coming into like a conversation that's already old. We got people that can't let go of it because reasons, right? They're attached to the idea that they can't imagine the earth being uh lacking of like having infinite cosmos and traveling to stars and whatnot. That's fine. I mean, it's just a belief that they have. But
Sure. You know what? You can. You don't have to imagine what Earth is. You're here with us on Earth. You can experience the Earth as the same way we do, as a level stationary plane. You don't have to imagine Earth as something other than you experience it as. That's the most amazing thing about Earth, isn't it? I mean, if you want it to be something else and you think Earth is not fascinating as it presents itself, that's on you. But I think Earth is amazing.
you still there, Farnu? What say you?
Hmm?
None of this interests you, huh?
I mean, I just rather listen.
You stumbled upon a server at like 4 a.m. in the morning, and you're just like, see what this is about. I'm bored.
I mean,
Well,
I've known the servers existed. I've came in here like maybe like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I know, man. But like, if you were here, then something must have got your interest to come here. I mean, this must not be some just late night server thing. Your mind must be at least questioning the reason.
I saw the Jubilee video.
The what?
There's a Jubilee video. It's a debate versus flat earthers
Eh,
and Globers.
I don't know
what,
about that video, but
well,
what do you?
sure, but yeah, what was the first? What really hit you? It's like you came back here to talk to us
I
or
just
listen
wanted
at
to
least.
listen to the
Well,
theory, I guess,
well,
or
you
the
brought up a
perspective.
debate. What part of the debate were you kind of like, hey, this really
I mean, the
kind
whole
of
video is kind. I mean, it's not a great video.
probably not because most people that
It
try to
was
debunk flat
edited
Earth.
pretty heavily.
Well, the
Um,
real conversations happen right here, man. You don't got to go to no debate video. It's just they're happening right here. But like, if nobody else is in here, we're just gonna be talking amongst ourselves. There really isn't gonna be any globe flat Earth talk, you know. So that's why I'm asking questions to you right now, because you could know something from the people that are in here versus us just chit chatting about Priuses and Lyft
I mean, I
drivers.
think that one Atlas guy,
The
he,
Atlas guy,
yeah,
Kosho.
he knew
Ah,
something.
no, he doesn't know it. He's okay. So Kosho believes the Earth is a globe with all his heart. Like, and you know, I mean, fine, he just believes it. But when we're asking for evidence of the curvature of the Earth, he can't present it. So just like you and him and everyone in here, when we say, okay, now it's time to measure the Earth. Oh well, we got an atlas. No, let's measure the Earth. Well, we can look at the stars. I don't want to see the stars. I want you to measure the curvature of the Earth, present it to me, show me the method, and then I can present it to someone else. Right? We got to have something that's repeatable, falsifiable, and peer. We can show other people. Other people can do it. So if it's just something you believe, however, that's different. I can't make you believe something about the sky that I can't provide evidence for. Then it's just me telling you an idea of what I think that thing up there is. Like, what good is that? Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean? It's all we're doing is talking about ideas. How can I verify the thing he's telling me in the sky is what it is? I can't go over there and check it out. I'm just gonna have to take somebody's word for it. Does that make any sense, Farnoot?
Yeah.
Right. So now we're left with either you believe me or you don't believe me. And that's not what I'm telling you about the earth. The shape of the earth can be understood to be measured because of the okay, so do you know what they claim the globe to be? The metrics of the globe, Farnoot?
No.
The radius, the diameter, the circumference.
I think
Okay.
Atlas, but no.
You have a wealth of knowledge at your fingertips, right? So I would say this for a radius of Earth, type that into Google. See what because the claim's gonna come out, right? Diameter of the Earth, type that into Google. What's the diameter of the Earth? And it's gonna spit out the number. It'll tell you what it is. Now you have some information as to the metrics as to what the size of the Earth is. Now with those metrics, you're gonna actually take because there is such a thing as an Earth curve calculator, right? Of course, McWest is one of the creators of the Earth curve calculator. You're going to use that bad boy. You're going to input the metrics of the Earth. You're going to go somewhere, maybe a beach or something. Either you can see something in the far distance yourself, right? You can do a line of sight test. You're going to see a building or something, or you can take a friend with you, and your friend can probably go miles away from where your position is, and they can shine a light, or they can do something to where you know that you can see someone at the far distance, and you're going to do a line of sight test. Now, there should be an amount of curvature from at least you're increasing your distance, so anywhere from like 5 to 10 miles away. And if you're able to see a person at that far distance, then you know that the Earth, there should be some Earth curvature presenting itself that obstructs your view from a line of sight test, from a far distance, from a person that you can see And if there is such a thing, then the Earth is blocking your view, that you can't see somebody from a far distance, then you can understand that there has to be a particular amount of curvature in between you and your friend, obviously, because the Earth is curving. It has to be if it's a globe. But you're not going to be able to find that. And people have done this before. So I'm already giving you the results, but I'm asking, and the reason why I'm doing this is because once you do it yourself, you're going to confirm what I'm saying. So all it is just we're gonna, doing the line of sight test. You'll be able to figure out if the Earth is curving at the specific rate, punching in those numbers that what I said, the metrics of the Earth, which is the radius, diameter, circumference. You're going to use that information to see if it lines up with reality. So once you go and do that, and you figure out that it's not exactly what they're saying, then that's it. It's really that. Where else are you going to go with that? Because the Earth didn't conform to the globe that it said it was. So now you're stuck with, you have to either be right or wrong about what you know the Earth to be. It's not about like I agree to disagree, that kind of idea. You're either right or you're wrong that the Earth is a globe. And from that point forward, you're going to start down a path of figuring everything out, critically thinking about the Earth being what it is, presenting itself to you, or you're going to continue to believe that it's a globe. Well, it doesn't really matter to us, Farnood. You can click out of the server and continue to think the Earth is a globe for the rest of your life, or you go and figure it out that if it actually, does that make sense?
Yep.
All right, man. So the power's in your hands. You can go do it if you want. Like obviously, you're gonna figure it out and then find out the answer for yourself and not believe anyone in here. That's because that's what I'm asking you to do. Don't just
Can I
believe
just
what.
add something?
Yeah, go ahead, Solar.
Sorry, Megs. Just in terms of if the person Fanu's a 6 foot individual or close to 6 foot, if you look at the distance to the horizon for a 6 foot individual, it's about 3.1 miles, 3.2 miles. So if you've ever seen something further than 3 miles, you need to start scratching your head, because they say at 3 miles, your geometric horizon will be evident, and then things will be disappearing behind that.
Yeah, boats
After
going
3
over
miles.
boats going over the curve and whatnot.
So instead of saying do laser experiments of 20 miles or 30 and get a friend and a laser and like, have you ever seen further than 3 miles? If you're 6 foot, you shouldn't have. Things should have started to become obscured at 3 miles, and by 5
I mean,
miles, it should
yeah, not
be.
clearly. I don't think you could see like clearly that far.
Right.
If you
Like
That's
I've
look,
what.
if you look
like
on your weather app,
checked,
it
yeah.
normally states visibility on your weather app on your phone, and the visibility is often shown to be 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers. So you can visibly see 20 kilometers, but your horizon should be at 3 miles or 5 kilometers.
Indeed. That's really that simple. I give him a way that he can actually, because like when you're putting all this information and you're actually doing the work to test the claim, right? So, but yeah, what Solar's saying is if you've always seen things like, and you don't even have to do the test to actually recognize this, because you could have already seen this in your life before. You could have seen something at a far distance, past 3 miles, and that's kind of what I'm challenging you right now. Maybe you have seen something farther than that. And you go, like he was saying, you go in the most clearest visibility day. That gives you the best sight distance. Farnood, are you there?
Yeah.
What do you think about the information, man? Like this is it should matter, man. This is your own mind. Like, we want you to actually critically think about what we're saying, because you might not get another chance. Because when you go back into the world and not care anymore, this information is gonna, I don't know. I sometimes think, how can people hear such information and go back into the world and be like, apathetic or just indifferent? Like, I don't understand. Can't understand.
And everyone can't have the same perspective.
Yeah, but don't you think it's by design though, Farnood? why you're apathetic about that information? Because maybe it was designed for
I
you to
mean, I
be.
just don't think it would benefit me to if the Earth's
Bro,
flat or a globe. It doesn't matter. My
what
life's
do you
the
mean it
same.
wouldn't benefit
Yeah,
you,
it
dude?
changes
Like
everything.
you're being lied to, homie. Like they're lying to your face and saying that the Earth is a globe with cosmos and like planets and whatever. And you're just like, oh, okay. Like, I mean, dude, seriously, like this should wake you up and like, oh crap, I'm being lied to. Like that's what it is. Like
And
it's
why? And what are they trying to hide?
so it really wakes you up to the fact that yeah, it is going to listen. A lot of people come in and be like, well, what is it going to really change anyway? I put one pants leg in, one at a like that. Don't worry about that. Like that's everybody does regular normal things, but what it's going to do is at least awaken you to the fact that this whole world that's been pulled, the wool's been pulled over your eyes. Like you're just completely believing everything, dude. Like that's isn't that crazy? Like the whole world is believing this religion because it is a religion, man.
Yeah, and the why would it matter is like if you found out that your wife was cheating on you, would you want to know that she's cheating on you? Would you not
I
want to
don't
know
think
that
this
she's
is
cheating
the
on you?
equivalent.
Well, I haven't finished the point, so just listen for a sec. If your wife was cheating on you, would you want to know if she's cheating on you? Would you not want to know if she's cheating on you? Or if you found out she was cheating on you, would you go back to ignoring the fact that you've just discovered that she's cheating on you? Which
You,
one of those three
if
suits
you
your
found out,
mindset
you would
better?
remove yourself from the situation where it's like,
So you would do something with that info. So if you discovered some
yeah, but
information,
globe or
you
flat, how does my situation change? It doesn't matter.
no. So
Yeah,
that's the
okay.
information.
I
So that's go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like it's honestly the conditioning of the globe. I think it fosters there's two types of reactions to this information. It's apathetic and indifferent. Apathetic is the road you're choosing to take right now. Indifferent is like I mean, we're dealing with these guys that are. This is what's happened. Your mind has become so lazy and it's just so dependent on whatever they do and say that you don't care anymore. It's like you do not care.
I
And
mean,
I'm
I just
telling
don't
you,
kind of want to debate it
it's not
with that
about, dude. You
understanding.
gotta listen. Your mind
I
has to
mean, you said it was about right or wrong.
exactly,
It's
but
It's
and
about
that's
about true or false.
you
True or
can't
false.
you
it's
can't
about
go
determining our true purpose. You know,
you can't go through life thinking that you're just gonna. It doesn't matter anyways. If like, dude, it does matter. Like that's what I'm saying. You need to wake up. You should care about things like this. It does change your life. It's not that it's not going to. It's not going to because you've been so conditioned to look at life that way in a very depressing. This is how they wanted you to think, so you wouldn't care
I
about.
don't think prioritizing flat Earth would change your quality of life. I
It
don't think
does
that's a.
does
Uh,
you'd be
your quality.
surprised.
Ask anybody in here who's been thinking that the Earth was a globe and they're not anymore thinking that way. Ask them that if it doesn't. Perspective is everything. It's everything, dude. Like like. I mean, just how people talk, what they mean. Like you can see through lies now. It's not you can you. It's easy to see now because you
And you're
can.
not just an accident. You know,
what?
It does change everything. Like you saying that it's not going to change everything is your idea of just wanting to stay stuck in an idea that the world that you don't care about anything. But dude, like young people, you're the way they are, like they're going through life just floating around. Like what an existence, man. Why would you want to live that way when you can know the truth?
because it's not just about flat Earth. It's about the entire system that we've been taught. Meaning, maybe we're not some insignificant specks of dust, hurling through the universe. There's just a lot more layers to it, to trying to figure out who we are.
Your prescribed apathy is just another layer of your cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, perhaps. And maybe it's just us caring for our fellow humans, on Earth, that we want them to wake up and realize this. But I feel like sometimes you have people that come in here that they don't want it. They just want to hear how everybody else is awake. But dude, you can partake in this too. Like, you don't have to be just somebody from the outside looking at us. Like, I don't know.
Taking the red pill is not for everyone. Like there's days I wish I could go back. To be honest, it's like, what have I done? What the fuck
Yeah.
have I done? It's a burden. It's a burden to know all this, and then have people around you that you care about like think you're crazy. You know what I mean? That's a huge burden. It's like, should I tell this person? It's one of my friends. Should I tell him? Is he gonna think different of me? It's difficult, man.
Well, Farnoot seems to have made his mind up already. It seems just
I mean,
fine.
I told you from the beginning. I just wanted to listen. I don't see
That's
what's
fine.
wrong with that.
No, I mean, I have a brother. I have two brothers. One's a flat earther and one's not. I mean, it's not for everyone. It's not that my other brother's stupid. He's suffering from cognitive dissonance, and a lot of people are. And that's
Yeah.
the problem we face. We have stacks and stacks of evidence, and then the other side for the globe has no evidence at all, and you still can't convince someone that what we're telling them is true, even though the evidence is abundant. It's frustrating at times.
Yeah, but what I was saying with you, Farnoot, is that you came in here to listen. Well, if there's nobody to talk to about this, then actually tell them if they challenge their mind to think about it, then we just talk amongst ourselves. So we're not going to be talking about the shape of the earth. There isn't anybody in here other than Kosho that I know of that's going to be, in you. So we're going to be talking amongst ourselves about how your day is. Like, there's no real flat earth talk until somebody actually talks about it. So you being apathetic about it is not really going to get us anywhere, is what I'm saying. If that makes any sense to you, like, that's why anybody that comes in here, I ask them the question, like, how'd you find the server?
I mean,
Introduce them like
that's
this.
cool and all, but I don't really have any points or any info. Like, I'm not
Dude,
equipped with anything right now. I don't want to.
but I think that's a lie because you've grown up in this world who's given you all the information as to like the idea or the story of the globe. So you can tell me your experience living, be like, well, ever since I was young, I was told it was a globe. And when I look up at the sky, they tell me what the sky is, of course, full of stars and black holes and, other planets. Like, you can say all those, that's your experience, right? Am I incorrect in that? Or
I mean, what do you guys think's in the sky?
no, not about what you guys think. I'm asking you.
I'm curious. You don't think there's other planets?
Okay.
Like stars?
Farnoot,
Well, that's assuming we're a planet.
1 second, guys. 1
I
second.
guess. I mean,
Farnoot. I'm asking
oh,
you to focus. I'm asking you to focus. What have you been told that is up in the sky? Your experience.
exactly what you just said.
All right. So they've been telling you that those things, right? But I don't want to spoon feed you what you should be thinking, bro. I want you to think and
No,
tell
but
me.
I'm curious, dude. So what's in the sky?
No one. Okay, you want me to be honest with you?
We don't know.
Mm-hmm.
No one knows, man. This is the interesting part. Nobody knows, and you've been fed a story, an idea that
But do
says
we
they have
just assume their colors in the sky? That's it.
assume their
Well,
colors.
yeah.
No, listen, we're not talking about colors. There is a story behind what you're looking at. Jupiter, right? What is the information about Jupiter? Mars, Venus, Saturn. Like, all these things, like, they've told you what they are, not colors. We're not talking about colors. We're talking about what the composition of the thing you're looking at is. What is the materials that make it up? That's what we're saying. They're giving you a story about it, and you are believing it.
Yeah, they
I
told
mean,
us
I'm
that
not sure if you could.
Jupiter is a gas planet in a vacuum, bro. Come on.
Yeah, it's beyond ridiculous. But and what I'm
Yeah, I'm
saying,
not sure if you could measure that. I'm pretty sure they're just theories or
well, okay,
ideas.
well, at least you know something about. See,
Yeah, there you go.
that's what we're saying. But what we're talking to you about is they're making declarations of these things as in true fact. So they're putting them in books. Kids are reading this stuff, man.
I mean, yeah, I read Gravity in a book, but it clearly said it was a theory. Like,
All
you
right,
can't prove
but
gravity.
still,
Exactly.
I doubt that, because what do people do when people challenge
I
the
mean, I
question?
believe in gravity.
I know you believe it because of what? What is the reasoning behind why you believe it?
Earth's the spear. If it
There you
wasn't,
go.
gravity would crush it.
Yeah, exactly. So everything's tied into one thing to the next, right? Earth's a sphere. There must be gravity, and it just you connect a bunch of stuff to that, right? But here's what we're saying, right? We're proposing to you the most profound information that if it's not a sphere or a globe like they're saying, then you can't have gravity like they're saying. Then you can't have distance to the planets like they're saying. So radius of the Earth is paramount. You have to have this curved Earth that's a globe in order for you to know that it's indeed with gravity and every other bells and whistles that come along with knowing the Earth's a globe. I don't want to get too far into it because I want you to focus and like realize how important this is. So it does change your mind and your worldview and how you perceive the Earth. It will, but you have to challenge yourself to actually do it. So when you start realizing, okay, if I don't have a curved Earth, I don't have gravity, I don't have Coriolis, I don't have all the other things they're telling me I have, because it's not what they're saying it is. That's why it changes your perception, man. Because you actually went to the place where it's almost like a restricted area in your mind. Because once you start going there and thinking for yourself, it's like you've opened Pandora's box in a way. Because now something's been let loose that can't be put back in. Your mind is starting to think for itself, and it's a bit scary, I know, because you've never used that muscle that way, but it's
What are you
going to.
talking about?
I'm talking about you realizing that you've been lied to, bro. Like, this is what we've been talking about. Like,
Acting like I don't have critical thinking
you
skills.
don't you sound like you just rather
Because
go
I
through life.
don't believe in flat Earth.
No, because you're not
Sounds out of
thinking.
belief.
I'm asking about you thinking about things, and you're not. You're just like, well, what does
I
it
mean,
matter?
I don't really
Oh,
prioritize flat Earth like as an important issue.
why?
Doesn't
Why?
affect anyone or anything.
It does. I'm telling
Also,
you,
I'm pretty small population of people that believe in flat Earth.
Doesn't mean they're not affected.
yeah. You're trying
You
to
don't know.
you're
There's a
equating
hidden
that.
population that doesn't
You're
talk about it. There's probably 30% of the people, but 90% are not vocal about it because the shaming and stuff. So
yep.
there's a lot more than you think.
And doesn't the censorship of it sort of make you a little bit wary?
I don't think it's really censored.
No, are you
who-
kidding me?
I
It's
mean,
absolutely censored.
with Logan Paul, there's been like a few people that have
No,
like
that's a
brought it up
mockumentary, dude.
mainstream.
Logan Paul was a mockumentary. I mean, any legitimate flat Earth
I
content
mean,
is
I don't
hidden
think
by the
there's any
algorithm.
like
No, there's
big
congressional
name
hearings where they talk
person
about
that's
it.
in like a flat Earth community.
Dude, do you think that this Discord here gets the full traffic it should, or do you think it's being suppressed? Like you could see
I
the
don't
number of
think
people
it's
joining the
There are
server.
it's the
congressional
first thing that
hearings.
comes
There are
up when you
congressional
search
hearings
up
talking
flat
about
Earth.
it.
Huh?
There are congressional hearings talking about where senators specifically bring up flat Earth to YouTube as a point of concern.
Why?
You
Why does
want to
it
know
matter?
why? Do you
Exactly.
want
It's
to
a
know
good
why?
question.
Do you know the aha moment when you figure this out and you say, "Wait a minute"? You know the story they said about the Russians. If we didn't go to the moon, the Russians would have told everyone that we faked it, right? What if they're faking it as well? And what if China's faking it? And what if they're all faking it, but they're all frenemies? Like they're all on one team and the populations of their countries are on the other team. In other words, they're not representing our best interest. They're all on one team and they're all fucking us over. And that's the moment when the light bulb goes on in your head. Holy shit. They're all on the same fucking team. They'll have us go to wars like World War II and kill each other, right? They're not going to be affected because they're at the top. And then you see them all in these poses with the hidden hand, and you realize
Yeah,
they're
I think
all
it's
sides
just
working
like
for the same team.
politics,
No, not
just
Dude,
politics.
corruption in general.
It's one
yo,
world government. There's
far
a
reach.
one world
Yeah,
government, and
this
it can be proven without a doubt.
There's implications to understanding that the Earth isn't what they told you it is. There's implications, big time. So your idea of thinking that it's not going to affect you if you know that it is or isn't is just ridiculous. It's ridiculous, man. Like it's your way
But
of
you
just
guys
not
think they're
looking.
after you because you have
No,
this
no, no,
info?
no,
Not
no,
No,
after us.
no.
not that.
You can't draw that conclusion. You
Well,
can't
they're
draw that conclusion because
saying
you
they
don't
would
know.
want to suppress the Discord.
No, you listen. Like
And
what
who
you're doing.
exactly is they?
Yeah, Farnood, you're spiraling, dude. And I know why. Because it's starting to get real. You're starting to think now, and I'm actually saying that because you haven't thought. To you, it's just like punching Google and spitting out information. That's all your life is, man. Because everything's convenient to you. So you're just taking advantage of the convenience of living life while you think that everybody figured everything out for you, and all you got to do is learn and regurgitate. That's it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about your existence here on Earth right now. It's a very sad existence because everything is done for you, and all you got to do is accept or believe that the things that you're looking into has already been figured out. So you're like, well, what difference does it make? It shouldn't matter to me anyway. Yeah, it does matter because once you figure it out, like everybody in here, everything starts making sense, and that the information you're receiving is via the people who have given it to you that are controlling the information you're receiving. So yeah, it does change everything. It does drastically, and you start to realize that you've been not only just flat Earth, but in every other thing that they've taught you has been a lie. From the wars, from everything, it's just all things. There's an agenda here, man, and it's against humanity. But fine, be it the way that you want to think and
I
apathetic.
mean, I wouldn't say you're wrong about some of the things you say. They
Well,
probably
that's
do
what I'm
lie
telling you,
in some
bro.
of our textbooks, but
That's what I am saying, but it's bigger than
the
what
way
you
you go about it, it's probably not great. It's pretty
the way I
much
go about it.
right or wrong. It's either you believe in flat Earth or you're retarded.
No, and I never said that.
No.
I said that you're not. I didn't say you were retarded. I say you're apathetic. Like it's a disease, dude. It's a disease because you spread it to other people. Why do you have to, guys? Do you don't have to, who cares? Like it's a disease. It's a mind disease because now
I mean,
everybody.
all I said is it's not like a priority for me. Like I don't wake up in the morning and think about the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but do you
No,
think any of us did? Do you think any of us did? Do you think any of us like wanted to like come to this conclusion? Like, how do you think we got here?
I don't know.
Just well, what do you think? If you had to guess.
I mean, I would assume there's probably something that like I don't know.
You know how it
I remember
starts?
I was
It
in here
starts as a
once and there was
joke.
a pilot that said like the maps he was reading like read out as like a flat Earth.
yeah, but I don't. Anecdotal information isn't what's going to convince you. You have to go
Well,
and
but that was
realize.
his reason. All right, I
Yeah,
understand what you're saying.
you're gonna have to go and realize this information for yourself. It's about testing the things that was being said in here. We're not gonna pass. Here's the thing: people hear about stories of how things are, and they just believe, and that's fine. They can believe whatever they want, but reality hits when you can actually turn it into empirical evidence. Then you're like, "Ooh, crap! It does not. It's not a globe as they claim it to be." So it's far reaching. Like you thinking it's just I don't wake up and think about flat earth. It's not about just this what I'm trying to wake your mind up to is that it's got implications. Okay? And the guys in here are telling you it's about government, it's about like everything that you've been told about like in a let's say in a more grand scheme of things, right? Like the whole entire information, the like the news and like think of everything and challenge everything. Like because if you don't, man, then it's not just flat Earth. Like, and I think that's what you're thinking of. Well, if I don't know this one thing, you're saying that everything I won't. I'll be yeah. You'll be
I
hoodwinked.
mean, I
Then
saw
it's simple as
one
that.
video of like a flat earther on mainstream news. Not necessarily suppressed.
And what did
You
you
know
think
what?
about it?
On a
How did
higher
they
level,
present it?
let
How did
me
they?
inject something real quick. On
Mm.
a higher level, the grand scheme of things, they're trying to hide the creator who created the realm, who created all of this. They don't want you to know that this whole world, our whole existence, is intelligently designed. They don't want you to, because then they become the highest authority. If you know that there is a creator or a God, whatever you want to call him, then you know these people are irrelevant. Yes, they control this world. They control it all. And they are hiding that higher level. So they want you to think that you evolved from slime, that your life is irrelevant. And then you become what's the word I'm looking for? Apathetic, and like you don't care. You become a nihilist. You don't care about anything.
Yep.
You
I
don't
mean, I
think that there's
care
a
about
point to your
things. I
life.
just don't care about flat Earth as an issue.
No,
I
no,
don't
no. It all
prioritize
ties
it.
together because you're not 100% convinced that there is a God or creator, are you?
When did I say any of that?
No, I could tell from the way you go, like you're apathetic. That
No,
I
I
mean,
think
if
there is a God.
you okay, but do you know there is 100%? If you had to bet everything you own and say yes, 100%, I bet the farm there is a God. I'll bet everything I own. Would you do it?
Yes. I mean, I
Okay,
guess.
okay.
I feel like
I
I
would
don't
do it
know.
because I know for certain that there is a creator. I know for certain.
It's a
And
weird question.
it's not weird. It's not, I mean, that's the whole fundamental essence of your whole life. I mean, if you don't think that there's a higher creator, a higher point of existence, this is not the final destination. These
And what if
assholes that
there was
run this
someone
world,
that didn't think that?
there is a group of people that are running this world. Okay, they're on one team, and then everyone else is on the other team. Everyone else, to them, is a subhuman, right? And they're keeping all this knowledge to themselves and withholding it. They're withholding lots of things from us. But this is the tip of the iceberg. Once you plant your foot on this and say, you know what? This is undeniably being suppressed. This fucking earth is motionless and it's level, right? Once you can determine that, you realize the amount of effort being put to hide that from you. The amount of effort, the billions of dollars, the cooperation between countries. There's cooperation. This is a very elaborate operation, and they're all tied together. And
Yeah,
when
it
you
gives you
realize
sneak.
that, you're like, holy shit, this is, I can't believe this. People say, no, you can never keep a lie that big. That's what it warps your mind when you realize that they are doing it. It fucking hurts your brain. It's like, holy shit. And most people can't go there.
It's the depth of the lie.
That's what I've been telling you, Farnud.
I mean, I think there's been worse lies.
Okay. All right, man. Yeah.
What do you mean? Like the
Yeah.
Jeffrey
Oh
Epstein,
no,
and
What's a
wasn't it
big
like
worse
the
lie than
fucking
where you
prince?
when
Farnud, I think you've made up your mind. To be honest, I think you made up your mind. You want to stay in blissful ignorance. That's fine. That's your prerogative, man. You choose the path of life that you choose, man. Other than that, we got people we got to wake up in here, man. Like you, fine. Just continue to believe what you believe, and hopefully you come out the other end okay. But I know the sad existence that's going to bring, though. That road that you're going to be on, where you're just going to close yourself off, and that's fine. Continue.
I think if he
Because,
made up his mind, he wouldn't be in here, though. Maybe in his
no, I
defense.
know he feels like
I
he
mean,
feels.
I just wanted to listen, but
Well, it's not
I
about
guess
that.
that's not allowed.
Every mind that comes in here, we're interested in talking to that mind because the people that come in here, we care about people. We wouldn't be. Listen,
You're more trying to convince and push.
no, I'm telling you to go and look with your own eyes. If I was gonna convince you, I would want you to believe me right now, right here, right now. I don't
I
care about
think you
that.
do want me to believe
I
you.
want
I think you
you to
really
look.
want me to believe you.
I really want you
No,
to
he
go,
wants you to find out for yourself.
dude. How thick are you, man? Are you listening to me? I'm telling you to go look for yourself.
Because we're
I
confident
want
you
you
won't find
want me to
proof of the
believe
other
me.
thing.
That's so stupid, dude. Like I'm not. If I really wanted that, I would be challenging you right now to believe what I am saying about what I'm saying. I'm telling you to go look, and then come back and then tell me if I was right or wrong. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Why
I'm
are
Yes,
you
telling you to
so
look.
mad?
I'm mad.
there's a
Why do you think
sorry.
I'm? Because you're acting like it doesn't matter, and people in here are living and breathing and dying because of this information.
You're
People,
100% right. They are dying.
yeah, because they're dying in ignorance.
Hey, Farnud,
Mm-hmm.
there's a distinctive difference between someone who tries to convince you and someone who tries to show you something in order for you to have the interest afterwards to look into it. Someone who casually tries to convince you of something, like a salesman, for example, he will never actually, he's trying to sell you something because he's trying to convince you to buy something, but he will never give you a chance of actually, he will never say, okay, don't believe what I'm saying. First of all, you should do this and that, and he would never point out the things you yourself can do in order to verify what he's trying to say. Because most of the time, the businessman wants to sell you at the end of the day maybe crap that you don't even need. That's why he's trying to convince you with many, many things to just believe what he's saying. Yes, and the difference between what we're doing here is we're pointing things out within your own reality that you're living in, that we're all living in, that you can do yourself in order to create your own picture about the situation, in order for you to create your own opinion. Because all your life, regarding everyone in here, when we went to school, when we learned things, it was always about an authority, always giving you pre-digested information, and you just blindly believed it, right? It's the same with the heliocentric model. Actually, the heliocentric model will always give you claims based on theories that you most of the time can't recreate, and that's actually trying to convince somebody and put him into a belief system.
I went to a private school, and
it
my
was just an
teacher,
example.
I believe it was his grandpa or uncle was a flat earther.
Okay.
So
Smart man.
he wasn't a flat earther himself, but he showed us the other perspective.
But you get what I'm saying, right? That's all. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, like I just chill. I let people take it at their own pace. Like I'm still working on my brother for 5 years. It's like I think him and Kosho are made from the same cloth, man. It's like whatever. And I don't like to butt heads with them, so it's like, you know what? I let him figure it out for himself.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
like the old story, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You can lead a man to the truth. You just can't make him believe it. Like you know how the ostrich buries his head in the sand? That's like the guys that don't want to know. Like, say there's a lion chasing after him, he sticks his head in the sand and thinks he's safe. It's like you can stick your head in the sand; it ain't changing nothing. I mean, I'm not listening. Plug your ears. I'm not listening. That's fine.
Meanwhile,
eventually.
Meanwhile, humanity's getting ravaged by the knowledge that they think that the Earth is, and it's this whole. I think will cause, man, but people are just it doesn't matter anyways. And you're like, dude, they're freaking lying to you, and they're like, so what? Like that's fine. Honestly,
I hate that.
Honestly, that's fine. Just continue to put your head in the sand and move forward. Move along. Like we got other people that want to actually know this information. That's the way I feel.
Your head in the sand, the lion will bite. He will eat you. You know what I mean? You're going to get eaten, and we don't have time. I mean, well, everybody is not reachable. You know what I mean? Like some people, you're not going to reach them. Move along. Who's next?
Yeah, who's next? Really? Let's see. I'm thinking. Oh, we got the wolf guy in here. Rafflecopter. Let's see. Rafflecopter. Seems sincere. Somebody give a tag. Seems sincere. What's up, Rafflecopter?
Yeah, you only need about a teaspoon of common sense to get this topic.
Yeah, I don't.
You know what it is? I think it's arrogance. I think it's arrogance in somebody thinking that they couldn't possibly be wrong, and they won't even consider the evidence. They will disregard the evidence before they give it a thorough consideration. Before you look at the evidence unbiasedly, they're too arrogant. I can't. This is too stupid for me to even look at with a reasonable, unobjective view. That's how they think. They're
I
so
didn't
convinced
say
that they're right.
anything like that. I just
No,
wanted to
not you. I'm
listen.
talking my brother. My brother is that guy. He's the more education someone has, the more arrogant and the more difficult it is to work with them. He's an engineer. He's not stupid, but he I don't know what it is. My other brother, he never went to college. Boom, he got it right away. So the more indoctrinated you are, the more difficult it is to break that bond. that conditioning that's been spoon fed and drilled into your head, it's very difficult to crack through that brainwashing.
I
And
think
that's what it is. It is brainwashing.
I think if it didn't matter either way, people would be coming to the truth. But it does matter either way. I like Farnood's an example. Like it doesn't matter either. Yeah, it does. If it didn't, you wouldn't be holding on so tightly to it and acting like you don't care either way. I think you do care. I think you don't want to know. I think that's the door you don't want to look behind. But that's fine. I don't care.
Some
Continue
people
to think.
are scared, man. They're scared because you know what? It will, once you take that red pill, there's no going back. That's a fair warning. Once you open that door and you see what's behind the
I mean, I
curtain,
gotta look at the info first.
you might not want to. You might
So
not
you're not
want
even
to.
allowed to have all the info, which is another thing that should make you
Bro, I
suspicious.
just honestly, me and Solar just told you. I walked you through it, how to look at it from a perspective of knowing if the Earth is a globe or not. I told you how to do it yourself.
I can't look at something past 20, or if I can look at something that's
You've done
past
it.
3 miles.
You know what?
hmm
I'd be willing dollars to pay right now. I bet that you've
No,
already.
I have done that. Yeah,
I know. You've seen something like this probably farther than 3 miles.
100%. Yeah,
I'm 100% sure of that.
yeah, like
But
boats, buildings.
well, whatever. But I'm saying if that was the case, then as Solar said, then it's already that's your starting point. But I'm saying if you really wanted to get down to the data points, you would actually go and figure it out. Going and taking the metrics of the globe and applying it to reality, and then seeing if it doesn't match up. And that's what I'm saying. Once you go there and you're actually doing all of the work yourself and figuring it out, it's not you're not just going to take people's word for it. You're not going to hear flat earthers telling other people like about it. You're going to be like, I've checked it out. It doesn't measure globe. Then you can realize what we're saying, and you'll be on this side, be like, dudes, I'm telling you, it's not a globe, and it's empirical evidence at that point. You can't get away from that. Although you can stay stuck in, whatever ideas you have that it's not, but you have now evidence either you're right or you're wrong that it's a globe, and that's all we're saying. And from that point forward, you start maybe flat Earth is as far as you go, but I doubt it. You'll probably still want to know what else information is out there that I've been taught that I can debunk like this, and it won't be just that.
Such as
It'll be everything else, dude. It'll be everything that's attached to it, the gravity I claim and everything. But you start with the thing that's right under your feet that you can actually know for certain if it has curvature or not, and that's where it's like you can call it a foundation, whatever, but it's.
Or try to prove that it's a globe.
Yeah, the easier one. Try and prove their claims. Everything that they present to you cannot be proven. There's no motion. It's certifiable that there's
I
no
mean, yeah,
motion to the earth.
everything's all there.
No,
Like gravity's
no
a
one has
theory.
ever proven the earth is moving.
Correct.
It's immovable. We're not moving at all. And do you feel? Here's the first common sense things. Let's say you never heard of either model, right? If someone told you that the earth is moving right now, would you believe them? If you've never heard it, you say, no, nothing's moving. Everything's perfectly still, just how it feels, right? Your common sense tells you you're not moving. And when you get in a car that's moving, you feel it. When you start bouncing around, you feel that. I mean, if you're moving at supersonic speed in multi directions, you're going to feel that shit. You know what I mean? Nothing would survive if it was moving as fast as they tell us.
Yeah, the
You know
body's
what's interesting?
the body's
There's a
a
guy that fired a baseball, right? At the same speed that the earth is rotating, right around 1,000 miles per hour. It was a baseball. And it literally vaporized. It blew through a gong. He made an air cannon. And you look at how much energy, that's just a baseball. You take something with the mass of the earth, and that's just the slowest of the motions. The rotation's the slowest speed of them all, right? And how much energy that is, 1,000 miles per hour. And it's literally, it's 1.5 times the speed of sound. That's how fast we're spinning. And that's the slowest of all the motions. And it's not linear. We're spinning, we're orbiting the sun, and it's going in a corkscrew pattern. Like when you think about that, you're like, that sounds fucking crazy. And it is. It's fucking crazy. And yet most people just assume that it's true. They assume it because that's what they were told. And you know what they say about assuming, it makes an ass out of you. If you just take what is given and you don't test it, then you're just assuming it's true.
Well, I always give it the one hope, man, that humanity will actually wake up to the fact. But you do what you can. You try. You say as much as you can, and from that point on, if they still are unable to relinquish that, then just move along. At least challenge them to go look at the information. That's it.
Oh yeah.
That
And
is it.
that's, sometimes people,
So wait, I'm
they don't
confused.
want to
You
break.
guys also like
Mm-hmm.
you believe in all the same laws of physics,
What laws of physics?
like Newton's second laws, momentum.
There's things that are observably true, and things we can verify, and then there's things that we cannot verify. So, what things are true can be empirically proven, right? Does that make sense?
Like with scientific method.
Yes, exactly. Cause and effect relationships. I mean, and if you see something in nature and you uh, want to know the cause of the effect, then you figure it out, right? But you put everything to the scientific. It's a bit rigid, I know, but there's evidence you can gain from it because of the fact that people say like, well, what standards do you give things? Like, well, isn't that like the only standard that you'd want to know if something is real or not? You'd put it through the scientific method. But some things you can't do that, like the what is question, as like what the shape of the earth is. It's not a scientific question. You can't run it through the scientific method. It's not a how why question, it's a what is. So the shape of the earth, right? It's a geometric shape. They tell you. So you're applying that knowledge of the what is question to, it's like not a scientific experiment. You're just going to do a test to see if the claim stands up to what the measurement is or not. And that's it. You take those calculations that they've given you, which is the ones I told you, radius, diameter, and circumference, and you go apply it to reality and see if it actually measures 8 inches per mile squared curvature drop rate from point A to point B. And if you don't get that from where you see something in the far distance, then voila, it's not what they told you it is once again. But the reason why I say it that way is because you got to go and do it. If you don't, like I said, there's nobody here going to arm wrestle you into the knowledge of flat Earth, man. I don't care how many times people would want to eloquently put it to you. It's not going to make sense to you. And possibly, if you do believe it while you're in here, then I think that you're coming about it the wrong way. It's not about knowing some information. Go and figure it out, because once you test it, then you're going to be able to tell everybody, nope, it's not a globe. And even if they tell you, well, yeah, man, you just don't believe it is. You'll be like, so what? Can you go and verify that it's a globe or not? And if you can, then you'd know that it's not. That's the point.
Here's the thing. Like, if we run a test, we all get the same result, right? If you don't get the same result, then it's not true, right? The thing is, the claims that the powers that shouldn't be, the claims they're making, we don't get their results. They don't have any evidence for the globe. Anytime we do test about water, right? We always come up with water being perfectly level. There's no convexity. So if you can determine that, let's say, a 1 mile section of water or a 10-mile section of water has a level flat surface, then it's safe to assume that the rest of the water adjacent to it is also flat and level, right? Because when we see these pictures, like there's a guy that took a picture of Chicago from 60 miles away across Lake Michigan, well, then it's safe to assume that there's no obstruction, there's no convexity, right? So if that section of water's flat, what makes you think the rest of it's curving? Why would the rest of it curve but not this section of water? And it becomes illogical to think that the earth is a globe. It doesn't match up with reality. You have a contradiction of reality. Anything that contradicts reality is bullshit. It's pretty simple.
Once you rule out the impossible, then even no matter how unlikely it is, the improbable, you have to entertain it as truth.
Well, reality, what you observe in reality, You can't disregard reality, what you see every day, what you feel every day. Reality is you don't feel yourself moving. Reality is you don't see the horizon curving. You don't see that. And when you put it all together, you realize you have to trust yourself. At the end of the day, you have to trust your own senses and your own, what you see, what you feel, what you observe. And then if your results are coming out contradictory to what you're told, you have to realize that someone has lied to you. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't want to come to reality. Not everyone can handle reality. But reality is what it is. It's what you're observing.
It's irregardless if you believe that it is or not, and I think that's the point we're making here. It's not about who's right and who's wrong. It's self-evident. Self-evident. So it stands alone as truth. So whether you believe that it is or isn't, it doesn't matter. It doesn't care whether you're right or wrong. It only stands out as truth. So you don't have to believe it if you don't want, but it's still going to remain truth. So, that's basically the way I see it is you either accept or reject truth. You can reject it, go about your normal life thinking that, you don't have to look at this anymore. But it's still going to be truth either way. When you leave, it'll still be truth. You come back, it'll still be truth. We'll still be talking about it.
It will take a while sometimes to soak in. You plant a seed that you don't get an oak tree overnight. Sometimes you plant that seed and it takes longer for some people for that seed to grow. Maybe, for whatever reason, it just takes longer. But eventually, um, if you have an unbiased, if you could put your preconceived notion of what you think the earth is because you've been told your whole life this is what it is, it's this water ball. If you're able to look at the evidence that we're telling you and you come up with the same result and you realize that we're not lying to you, someone else is lying to you, and you have that aha moment. And that's a difficult moment, to be honest with you. That was very difficult for me because there wasn't a group of people I could talk to. We didn't have all this. This was 6 years ago. I had no one to talk to about this. And it's a very tough pill to swallow by yourself. Like, oh no, what do I do? Who do I tell? No one's gonna believe me. It's a dark place. It can be dark. But now that we have such a huge community, this ain't the only community, but there's literally millions and millions of flat earthers. And if there's that many, it would have died a long time ago if this was just some kind of internet hoax. It would have died a long time ago. It would have played out. And that shit's old. That's played out. Why are people still? Even more people are jumping on the bandwagon. They're waking up.
I remember there was something about the ice caps melting.
That's
But
another lie. That's another lie. The ocean level. I mean, there is a shit ton of ice in Antarctica if it was to melt, but everything is in perfect balance. The way the creator built it, it's in balance. The sun is constantly moving. It's not, there's not enough thermal energy to melt that amount of ice. It keeps everything balanced. The ice, nothing overheats. If you look at how even the world temperature has been, they're like, oh, it's heating up a half a degree or whatever. Does your air conditioner in your house keep your house that evenly cooled? You're talking about cooling the whole
it
world this
wasn't that. It was that
uniformly?
there was an ice wall, like,
That's
surrounded.
just the shoreline. The ice wall is a shoreline of Antarctica. It's not the edge of the earth. That's just the shoreline of the ocean. Now, we don't know how far the ice extends. There's no way for us to know because we don't have any on the ground people to check for us. So we don't, I mean, we could speculate all we want, but we don't know for certain how far it goes. But there's lots of pictures of it, the edge of it. Actually, I got a picture from a guy that was his grandfather was down there and he has an award and he has a picture of the ice wall, right? The shoreline of Antarctica. I'll pop it in the chat. He's one of the members here. I don't know if he's still here, but he was one of the members.
good to
Yeah,
see
I
you.
mean,
Yeah, it's been a while. I haven't heard your voice in a while, man.
I've been on the crypto binge, man. I haven't been on here. I've
Oh,
been.
that's me, dude. I'm working with a company actually.
What kind of crypto are you working on? What's it? What does it do?
It's an NFT company. I've
Oh
been,
man, there's some. I mean, I don't. I mean, Ethereum is so expensive. For NFTs, I would never use it. I hate Ethereum. The gas fees, I despise
oh,
it.
dude, I need to talk to you then, because I work with the pretty smart, bright people that they work
What's
on.
the name of it? Is it like? Can I go buy some right now?
But yeah, actually, you can. And as a matter of fact, we probably have to have a conversation outside of the server.
What does your
Yeah, send me
NFT
the
do?
ticker. Send it to my DMs. The ticker. I want to check it out.
Yeah, yeah. I'll do that.
What does your NFT do?
It's not an NFT. Well, I work with a company that's it's there's a bit more to it, but yeah, it's not just an NFT. It's a company.
Yeah, it can be used.
I-
That's just one use purpose of it.
Hey, Wolf. You know what? As a matter of fact, just click on my name. It'll link you to my server. You
All
just go
right,
to
give me 1 sec. Okay, I found it. I found it.
yeah,
I had to go through like 3,000 picks.
yeah. Don't just yeah. Anybody?
This is the placard, and this is
No,
the
that's
document
yeah. Oh, you're talking about that guy.
in the live stream. See, I don't know if you wanted to see this.
Oh
This
yeah.
award. They named an island after one of the researchers who went down to Antarctica. And this is pretty much what we come up with. It kind of looks like that. You see this sheer wall of ice. It looks like a glacier going into the ocean.
Oh, that's interesting. Is that an icebreaker ship that he's on?
Oh, I imagine so. Yeah, there's a lot of pack ice down there. You'd
Yeah, it
have to
looks.
have a pretty sturdy ship to if you want to venture down there. You got to have big balls and a sturdy ship.
Yeah, I know. It's
It's like
dangerous.
you know what? Honestly, if we could go there, I wouldn't want to venture down there. Like pretty harsh and inhospitable. I have no desire to be in a place that barren.
Yeah, it's definitely inhospitable for sure.
I mean, I live in Michigan, so I'm like this time of year, I'm glad that the winter is over. To be down there, I couldn't imagine how
Bro,
awful the
cold
winters would be.
back in it. Like
Oh, I mean, we think we have it bad here, but that's absolutely brutal when it's just dark and there's wind
or
and there's not one tree. It's just barren wasteland forever. Oh man, that would be. I mean, hell. That's like the frozen hell. You have the fiery hell. That is the frozen version of hell,
it
where no
is.
man's supposed to live.
I agree. I couldn't agree with you more. Yeah.
You know
But
what was funny? You heard the Admiral Byrd stuff where they had left bread behind, and they came back years later, and it was still fresh, like the day they baked it. It was like freeze dried bread or whatever. It's like, holy shit, it's still fresh.
that's not even and you think about it being that whole idea can't be possible unless you have temperature variance, which would be change the composition of the bread. Like if the bread doesn't change its composition, it's like imagine like what people thinking about sticking their bodies in what do you call that when you freeze your body?
Oh, the cryogenic freezing, yeah, the liquid
It's,
nitrogen, yeah.
it's kind of like cryogenically freezing the molecular structure of the bread to where
Uh,
it doesn't get moldy. You know, like it's
well, there's no bacteria either in that
yeah,
cold environment, so it's like it's sterile.
it's super sterile. Like I think it'd be the perfect place to conduct like mad scientist experiments if people were to ever do it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's so sterile.
Yeah,
I don't know. That's just weird that I think about that
not
kind
even the bacteria survive. It's like it's so fucking cold. It's like
exactly.
it's no man's land. It's literally no man's land. It's they don't have to prevent people from going there, right? It's like, hey, you don't. I mean, it's pretty difficult to get there on our own. Like most people don't got money to leave their own state. Like the gas is $5 a gallon. Who's got money to pick up and go all that distance? You're gonna have to. I mean, I wouldn't want to travel by ship. The ship is like the worst option. I'd rather just fly in, right? If you gotta go through all that pack ice and shit, driving through ice, there's so many things that could go wrong. You could break a propeller. There's like, I mean, yeah, it's so many things could go bad. You get trapped in that pack ice. That shit is thick.
You're done. You're
No
done.
GPS. Your GPS is not working. Your compass doesn't work. It's pretty it's you got to be a ballsy person to venture down there.
Yep. Not for me. Anyways, I can head over there to the other server and I can tell you all about it, Wolfgang, because I think
Yeah, yeah. Let me go to the other server. I'm gonna jump out of this chat real quick. Real quick.
yeah, go to there's a voice channel called Hangout Text or Hangout Voice Channel. I'll be in there.
Hangout voice channel. All right, cool.
All right.
Hmm.
It's your money. Use it when you want it. 877 cash now. 877 cash now. Yo, Chris. Lunatic. Kosho.
Yo,
What's up, Kosho?
not much, man.
Hey, now's your chance, bro. I'm giving you a free shot at it. You got one chance right now to turn the flat earther into a glober, bro. And I want to be a glober. You know what I mean?
For real?
Make me not trust my own senses, bro.
Hey, man. Be careful what you wish for, man.
Right? And if the argument isn't convincing, maybe I might get amnesia or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I got some pretty damning stuff, so let's see what happens.
All right.
Give me about 30 seconds.
You know what they say? It's better to let 1,000 globers turn into a flat earther than to let one flat earther turn into a globe. Isn't that how the expression goes?
Yeah,
I might
how
have it
goes,
backwards.
yeah.
It's an old accolade back in law school when I was studying for the bar exam. Do you know what the bar stands for?
Just give me 45 seconds.
45 seconds. All right.
It's pretty damning stuff.
You know, when I was little, my mom used to say, what would happen if the earth stopped spinning? And I fell down on the ground and I grabbed the edge of the counter and I said, this is what would happen. We'd all have to grab onto something if the earth stopped spinning.
What'd she say?
She just laughed. She's pretty close to being a flat earther now. I've been talking to her about it for years now. She's always telling me, what difference does it make the shape of the earth? It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't affect her life at all.
Is that what she says?
Yeah.
You know that's not true.
Of course it's not true. Everything affects everything.
Okay, almost there.
Are you driving somewhere?
No,
Or are you downloading something?
I'm just finishing up this proof.
Oh, okay. Was it 80 proof? Save me a shot.
It's 151 proof.
Oh, nice. That's what I'm talking about.
Almost there.
Drunk on the blood of the saints, are we? This early in the morning?
Always.
He's drunk on the blood of the saints.
Nearly there.
You realize if I get martyred for what my mouth has stated as to be true, I bear witness to the shape of the earth. The only place we've ever known is home. And if I die for what I say, then that's my destiny.
Well, you're about to meet your maker.
Cool.
15 more seconds.
I'm dying with anticipation. I wonder if you could die from anticipation. Would that mean you could live for boredom?
Some people do. All right, enough chit chat. Here it is. Hold on. Wait, what the fuck? Holy fuck, I fucked it up. Damn it. Bear with me, dude. God damn it. I know, it does easy fix.
I'm just worried about global warming.
Yeah, you and me both.
You know what I mean? These flat earthers aren't taking global warming serious enough. They're destroying the planet. Driving down the street, smoking cigarettes and throwing the cigarette butts out the window willy-nilly, using gasoline all flagrant.
That's a recipe for disaster.
They're destroying the planet. Or lack thereof.
I fixed the issue. 20 seconds.
Good, good. Anything to help the astronauts get back safely from the space station, you know?
Dude, I was sitting here just like I'm waiting for the 151 proofs of the Bacardi Earth from Kosho.
I've never got to talk to him before.
Really? You never talked to Kosho before?
Nuh-uh.
Oh, bro, I'd love to hear a talk between you and Kosho Flatter Day.
Well, I was trying to give him, an easy KO. Since I'm one of the mentally challenged flat earthers.
He's charging up for his 151 Bacardi proofs of globe.
That's cool. The only proofs I have is water looks flat. Earth must be flat.
Anyway,
you almost done, Kosha?
I'm making some nacho cheese. I just wanted to jump in and just 20 seconds. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. How many 20 seconds are you gonna? How many 20 seconds does it take to push back? I mean, you have perms to go ahead and post in the live stream voice takes, Kosha? Or, I mean, not. I mean, do you have your shit? What is that? What's that one? My shit's all fucked up, and no, it's from Idiocracy.
Oh, hey, have you seen the movie? It's kind of like, it's not really like Idiocracy, but it has the same type of like things where like how they get stuff out of vending machines. It's a movie called Branded. Have you seen that, Hank?
No, I haven't seen Branded.
No.
Did you call me Hank?
I thought I did on accident. I'm really tired. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm sorry.
Doesn't matter. We're both Southerners. You can give it a
yeah.
It's all right.
I wasn't looking at my thing, and I'm just like kind of like half spaced out. My bad, bro. Hey,
No,
have you
you've
haven't
never
seen the
talked
movie
to
Branded
Coach
though?
before? If you never, no, I haven't seen Branded. I'm gonna have to check that out.
I tried to play it off like I didn't mean to. Like I was like, oh no, I was talking to the dog or something. My dog named Hank. You know what I mean?
No, that's okay. That's okay because hey, I could see how somebody could get me mixed up with Hank sometimes. Fine. But yeah, I'm just really. I want to like. Kosho apparently has a presentation and he's preparing.
Ooh, I like presents, especially presents that have Asians at the end of
I
them.
mean, he said, "Give me 20 seconds," and then he was like, "Give me
That's all
another
good.
20 seconds." Hey, Kosho, are you ready?
Dude, I'd give him all the time in the world. You know what I mean?
Well,
What time?
it's either that or dead air, and
Yeah.
I'll play a video. I mean, but
Well, no, it's
Kosho,
finished. It's finished, Helio.
all right, cool. Hey, you and Flatter Day Saints
No,
have at it. I'm making nacho cheese.
It's for everybody.
I'm gonna listen.
So all I've done, okay. God damn it. Hold on 1 second. Forget about it. Just pretend that 24 is a 360. I fucked up.
Sometimes I like to pretend that I see curvature on the horizon.
Come on, did he just say pretend that 24 is 360? I mean, yeah, 24.
I can do. I have a really good imagination. I can do it. I can do it.
360
I'm with him.
divided by 24 is 15. Yes, we come on, man. This ain't very hard. Come on, Kosho. You got this, man. You got this. Make me play a video, Kosho.
Don't make him put play on the play button, Kosho.
Wait, who's this? West Player. PC verified. Have you talked to West Player? Flutter Day Saints. Have you talked to this guy?
What up? What?
Yeah, West Player is VC verified.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, West Player?
Yeah, West Player is like.
Yeah, I see him. I don't know. I don't think I've ever talked to him. Is he unmuted?
Well, he's VC verified, so he should have control of his mic if he wants to talk. He or she. I don't know. I'm presuming it's a.
Yeah, it could be a girl.
I mean, mostly it's guys on the internet. Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, not too many females come on here. Except for Shanna. When Shanna comes on, I shut up and I listen to everything she says.
She's awesome.
I actually take notes.
She's cool.
No, she is cool.
You know why?
Oh.
She's from Texas.
That's right. That's why I hang my hat in Tennessee, dog. Mm-hmm.
That's because all your exes live in Texas, right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? All my exes live in Arkansas, and I still live in Arkansas. And it's just like, God damn it, I want to get out of here. No, I'm just playing.
I'm headed to Texas in one of her Lexuses.
All right, Kosho, you got that? You got that set up yet? You're going to show us?
Was he trying to present some proof or something? He does present a lot of proof on the live stream.
No, but
really nice.
I could have sworn when I was listening earlier that Kosho said, "Yeah, I want to make a presentation," and then I heard him going, "I'm ready," and then he's like, "Oh shit! Oh no, hold on, give me 20 seconds. Give me another 20 seconds. Give me another goddamn 20 seconds. This has been 5 minutes now, Kosho. You got your shit together yet or not?"
Yeah. He said 45 seconds, and they've been.
Realized it was me that he's making a presentation to.
They've already taken 7 years to never present any evidence for it.
You guys have been chit
Don't show you only got one shot at Flatter Day Saints, baby. One shot. One time only.
All right, so Kosho, show Flatter Day Saints what you got.
Or you can just tell me.
I know everybody else is going to shut up. Kosho
All right.
and Flat Earth Saints.
Yeah, okay. Well, all I've done, fairly simple. I use this website that I posted. It calculates the Havern sign function, which simply allows you to place two coordinates, like as I did, 45 south, 70 west. And it tells you the distance between that place and another location, like 45 south and 71 west, but 1 degree different. Okay. So all I've done was measure the distance between these 2 points at 45 degrees south. I multiplied that by 360, and that gave me the entire length of that latitude at 45 south. I did that for the equator at 0 south, and I did that for 45 north. So I've calculated the entire latitude for each of these three, 45, 0, 45. And what I've come up with is those distances over there, 28,000 kilometers, 40,000, 28. That tells you that 45 north is a circle inside of, 45 north is a circle inside of the equator. It's smaller than it. But 45 south is also smaller. So it can't be it can't be outside of the equator. It can't be a circle enclosing another circle and another circle on the other side. That doesn't make sense because it's smaller.
So let me ask you, first of all, where are you getting these numbers from? Did you actually go to these places and take the coordinates?
I did not, but I did post their positions on that map.
Okay, the map, let's see. It's kind of hard because the picture's so small to make them bigger. Where'd you get this? What site is this map from?
I posted it here. It's just it's a Havern sign function website. So you can put two coordinates in, and it'll tell you the distance.
Okay. Now, I don't know that much about coordinates, but correct me if I'm wrong. Is the fastest distance between two lines or between 2 points a curved line? Is that the fastest or the quickest distance between 2 points is a curved line, right?
Well, a great circle would be the correct.
Not a great circle. I'm just saying, like if I'm trying to go from here, from one place on where you're showing on the map to the other place, the fastest way to get between those two dots would be a curved line, right?
A great circle, but you could call it a curved line.
That's the fastest way to get between 2 points is a curved line?
A great circle.
I don't know what you mean by great circle.
Well, great circle. So in non-Euclidean geometry, which is to say the geometry of a sphere, the surface of a sphere.
Wait, hold on. You're complicating things to somebody who got kicked out of high school in 10th grade. So
I didn't go to high school.
Okay, well, that's cool. So you're saying a circle. So if I was going to go from point A to point B, what would a circle have to do with it at all? That would be actually.
I'm trying to tell you, in flat geometry, like Euclidean geometry, a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. But on a sphere, the surface of a sphere, there's no such thing as straight lines. So the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere is called a great circle, but it's analogous to a straight line, meaning it is the shortest point between those. It is the shortest distance between those points. It's the same thing as a straight line, but it's not necessarily called a straight line.
I wouldn't say it's the same thing as a straight line because I think it's clearly. Yeah, I think anything that's curving couldn't be a straight line. But I'm not arguing with you. Maybe a curve is the fastest way between 2 points, right?
That's what I'm saying.
But level is a straight line.
Sorry, go ahead.
So Kosho, do you apply to the thought process or the popular consensus among some people that level means curved?
Level does not mean curved, but level doesn't mean straight either. It just means equidistant from some source. So it could be equidistant from some other line, or it could be equidistant from a point. And in the case of the latter, that would create a curved level. but
A curved level.
it's not necessarily curved or flat. It's depends on what it's being referenced against.
So the great architect,
But
or
that's
the
false
people who
because
follow
level.
the great architect, what would they use when they're talking about measuring something? Would they ever say in any type of construction work or building something, can you hand me the curb? The only thing that are ever referred to as curved would be an arch, which is like a half circle, right? An arch that would be for like above a doorway or something, or for window frames. But other than that, where else would you ever use anything that's curved in any type of building or measuring anything that you're building on Earth?
I built a half pipe once, and I had to make the surface of it curved.
So, but that was, like I said, that's a half pipe, meaning you're using something that you'd call an arch, right? So where else would you use that though? Like, okay, so you used to build a half pipe, right? Something that is for entertainment purposes only. Or, I mean, you could use it for other things, but like I'm saying though, that's an arch, right? But
That's
you're building something that's either convex facing the ground or concave facing away from the ground, right?
Yeah, this
Like a half pipe, a half pipe is would be concave facing the sky, an arch would be concave facing the ground, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so how would you use that in any type of building of a anything that you're making that people use every day, like a house, a building, a railway,
Well,
a pier?
a railway is a good example. If I
Okay.
was building a railway, I would maybe make 20-foot, maybe 50-foot sections straight, and I'd attach them together.
Wait. When you say straight, you don't mean level, right?
No, just straight.
So straight, and flat. Do you consider those the same things? Are they synonymous with each other?
They can be. So when I say
No.
straight, I mean it would sit perfectly on a flat plane. Yeah.
Okay, so straight and flat are synonymous. Level is a wobbler, meaning like it could go either way. It could be curved or flat or straight or arched.
Yeah, you would need more information to determine what
Okay.
what level was. Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to clarify these definitions of words, because without clarification of the exact definition, then we could say anything. Bad means good, up means down.
That's fine.
And then there's no point in even really talking. After that, we'd be just speaking in haikus, you know?
That's fine. Haikus are fun, but you're right though. Yeah. So I made these
Haikus are fun until you're operating on somebody in the surgery room and you need to be precise about what you're talking about. You say, "Hand me a scalpel," and somebody hands you a saw or something. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
You end up sewing the person back up with a sponge inside of them.
Yeah.
But okay, so I'll throw out the word level then if we can't agree on the definition, and we'll just keep words that we can agree on a precise definition, like flat, straight, curve, arch, right?
So if I built a railway using these straight parts, and I pieced them together, and let's say I was in the salt flats of Bolivia, someplace where it was really flat, I could build this railway in, I don't know, hundreds of miles, and I wouldn't need to consider the Earth being curved at all, because the contours of the Earth would be indiscernible in between each of these rail pieces. So it's not going to come up in construction often. However,
I don't know why you'd use the word consider for anything other than when you consider something, it would be mainly on the lines of trying to be polite for somebody else's sake, you know, for this unseen thing. But you wouldn't really take considerations, you take exact measurements. But what I was going to recommend is, even if you made the railway straight and the Earth appeared to be straight, you wanted to calculate the curvature in there, you could actually bring some excavating tools and make however long the railway is, actually curved. After hundreds of millions of dollars of excavation and everything, you know, you could actually make it curved, you know, up to a certain distance. Obviously, you wouldn't be able to make it curved forever, because That would defy all logic and science. But you could make a portion of what's flat curved with excavating tools.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm just saying.
But in this situation, though, you would need excavating.
Factor in the tree.
Hey, the point is though that you wouldn't need to, and that's the reason why I brought up the longitude and latitude coordinates.
Wait, I would need to factor in the curvature.
You would not need to for the railroad.
Okay.
Yeah, but
something that's directly connected to the ground, I wouldn't need to factor in the curvature.
Something that was 50-foot segments connected. No, you would not.
So they'd have no curvature in them. How far could you go like that before you'd have to
go all
add
the way
curvature?
around the equator? If the Earth was smooth and there were no hills or mountains or oceans, and it was a big ball, you can go all the way around the equator just like that.
Well, the way trains run that I've seen is they usually try to avoid mountains at all costs, or they go through the mountain. They don't usually dig a tunnel to go down under the mountain like a roller coaster or above the mountain. You know, even when they're turning like to the right or left, they have to do all kinds of different things that I'm not even aware of, but I could just imagine to make something like that go right or left, which obviously they do turn right or left, but curving like up or down is something completely different. I might be wrong though. Maybe they've excavated huge curves on the Earth to make the train tracks curve.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, okay.
I'm messing with you.
I don't like it when you leave like that, bro.
Yeah, well.
Make me feel insecure, bro.
Hold on.
That's normally a Kosho tactic to avoid the question that was just asked to him, that if answered would elucidate the flaw in his logic. So you ask the entire point very elucidatedly, and then he says, all right, I'm back. Where were we?
All right, Flat Earth Solar, do me a favor, Flat Earth Solar. Repeat his question for me. Take your time. All right, in the meantime, if you were building this railroad and it was going around the equator and it wasn't 50-foot segments, you would be using about 2.5 million railway segments. So if you imagine a can of beer and you're building a circle around the beer and you're using...
Which way?
Just around it.
You mean like how you wrap your hand around the can, or you mean a circle like the top of the can?
Yeah, no, like when you're like wrapping your hand around it.
Okay.
Yeah, and you use 2.5 million, segments to do so. You could imagine they'd be really small, and they could probably be perfectly straight and get away with it.
And get away with it, huh?
Yeah, you could still create a circle around it.
It's interesting how I've heard other people do this too, that they refer to a shape as like a beer can or like a paper towel roll when the globe isn't shaped like that at all. It's shaped like a sphere. So there'd be curvature in every direction from wherever the tangent point from wherever you're standing.
All right, fair enough. Let's use a basketball then. Do the same thing.
Okay.
2.5 million little sticks that would fit perfectly around a basketball. They'd be very small, but they could be perfectly straight, and you could connect them, and they would make a perfect circle.
A perfect circle? You mean like pi?
I mean, like without any gaps between those sticks.
So I can't really imagine that. You asked me to imagine that. I mean, I could try to imagine. I just don't have a very good imagination, But if I practiced on my imagination long enough, I could probably be on your level, on your plane. I have to remember not to use words like level.
Level's a fine word.
Yeah, but level has a different definition to you than it does to me. Although we both agree on a definition, but then you have another definition that I don't agree on. So I'll just get the word level out of the conversation and use words like straight, flat, plane, curved, arch.
So when I type into Google, I type in the word we've been saying, and I type in level definition. It says a horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a given point. So, as I said, a level could be referencing a line, in the case that you were describing, or it could be referencing equidistance above a point, which would certainly not give you a straight line. It would give you a curved line.
Well, I don't agree with you on that. So we can agree to disagree on that. There's no point in arguing it, though. You're not going to change my mind about it. I'm not going to change your mind about it. Probably the only difference between both of us is you're getting paid some type of salary or bonus or incentive to be on here, and I'm not. And I'm not complaining about that. I don't get any money for this. I haven't got a penny. I haven't got a penny for being a flat earther. Not a penny. It's not very profitable being a flat earther. You know, it's not one of your stockbroker isn't going to say this is one of the things I am going to invest your money in is flat earth. Make flat earth videos, put them out, talk to people who believe in the globe at night. You know, you'll be a millionaire in no time, kid. That's not what happens. But the opposite couldn't necessarily not be further from the truth.
I see.
You picking up what I'm putting down, Kosho?
I see you putting it down, but I'm putting some down myself. Let me drop it in there. Hold on.
Of course you are. You're like a machine, bro. You're like the Terminator. You cannot reason with him. You cannot argue with him.
Yeah, don't worry. He's back now.
Okay. Well, guess who's back? Back again.
Two seconds.
The handlers still can't come up with the proper algorithm. They still don't get it. With all the time and resources and everything they have access to, they still can't figure out that turning point. What makes somebody who was grown up believing in the globe become a flat earther? They just cannot figure it out. It passes all socioeconomical boundaries. You can't pinpoint any race, sex, creed, color, age. There's nothing they can do. They can't figure it out.
What I really thought was interesting, in what you guys were just talking about. I mean, going back, like 10 minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
He was talking about the railroad tracks. You guys were talking about railroads and stuff.
Yeah.
And he brought up the Bolivian salt flats, right? Which is like 100 miles wide of stationary, level, flat.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going from one side of that, one side of the flats to the other, and if you were to build a railroad across that, is it? I mean, 100 miles. I mean, you're talking about what, 6,000 foot drop. I mean, it's Kosho is the rail, like if you did build that across the salt flats in your mind, would it actually be arcing, and then gravity makes up for the rest of it?
Or the excavation tools that I said. They'd go in there and excavate it.
You're the one that brought this up. Are the Bolivian salt flat or not?
Let's say again. I'm sorry. Hold on.
100 miles wide. You brought it up. You brought this up.
What? Say again.
Jesus Christ, this motherfucker.
I couldn't hear. I wasn't listening. I was making this picture.
You goddamn lie, motherfucker. You already know.
I thought you were talking to the other guy.
Bolivian salt flats.
Right. Yes. Yes.
You brought it up earlier, saying something about railroads being across the Bolivian salt flat. You brought it up.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, cool. So if you were to build a railroad across the Bolivian salt flat, would it be curved from one side to the other? Or
Right.
would it be flat?
The entirety of the railway, since it would be following the contours of the Earth, it would be curved with the contours of the Earth.
Oh, see what happened? See what happened there, Flatter Day? See what happened?
Yeah.
He's like,
Yeah.
this is the flattest place on Earth, but it's still curving.
That's why he's one of their go-to guys. You know what I mean? He's a professional, bro. Not the best, but he's not an amateur by far. not an amateur.
No. We've been known Kosho for like 5 years. So
Been knowing, huh?
we've been done.
In that 5 years, the amount of money he's gotten for this.
But I mean, it's how you can catch him on some bullshit like
I
that.
know,
He's like,
I know.
let's build a railroad across the Bolivian salt flats, and it's flat. And then when you really get him down to, he's like, well, it's actually going to be a curved railroad system across the flat.
I imagine him sitting there and everything that when he's like he's doing something else, he's just getting his orders, his instructions, whatever he's typing in.
He's
not
probably
typing
playing
in
a video game, and he doesn't give a fuck. He's just going to say whatever, the globe nonsense. He's been doing it so long, it doesn't matter. Whatever we say, he's going to say the opposite.
Yeah, for sure. It's an inverted world.
Yeah.
As above, so below. As within, so without.
But and that's why what I heard him say something about the Bolivian salt flats. Oh yeah, you build a railroad across there, because you were talking about the railroads. I mean, they cut down mountains so they can build railroads. So that but they don't build railroads uphill because I mean shit they're freaking they're carrying hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of tons of material. They either have to go straight or downhill. They can't go uphill. They can't carry that shit uphill. So they have to either go straight or they have to go downhill. And if they go downhill, they have to level out. Otherwise, they're going to be pushed off into oblivion. So they make railroad tracks all across countries everywhere. They make them as flat as possible,
and
sometimes
straight too.
Sometimes there's incline, here and there, but for the most part, they want to keep that shit, as level as possible because there's weight behind it, and they can't, they can't pull it if it's too steep, and they can't stop it if it's too steep, if they're going down. So
even turning right or arcing to the right or left, but
sure, it has to be a long turn. It has to be a long fucking turn, Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, a freaking second grader can figure that shit out. But Kosho,
I think
just like I was just saying, Kosho said, all right, so when they build, if they were to build a railroad across the Bolivian salt flat, it's going to be curved because the salt flats are curved over 100 miles. Now, the train itself won't be going uphill and then back downhill, or will it, Kojo?
No, it won't, Julio. I think you know that.
All right, because gravity knows what to do with it, right?
Well, because it's equidistant from the center, so it's not going uphill or downhill.
See?
Equidistant from the center?
Yeah,
the
because
center of what?
Flat means curve. Like however far from
level
the center.
Level means curve. Level means curve.
Level means curve. Flat means curve. I mean, it's just like
no one's been to the center. There is no center point you talk about. And we're supposed to be on a geoid, a flattened ellipsoid geoid, which means that there is no equidistant from center there is only either elongated or flattened towards different parts. So Kosho's assertion is completely baseless.
Look at that picture he posted. Equidistant, a given point, center of.
It's matching my definition I posted right above that.
That's
That
not
looks
a
like a disc.
definition of anything. It's just shit you made up. Well, it's not you made it up. I mean, other people have made it up, and they'll say the same bullshit you just said.
And is that a sphere or is that a flattened ellipsoid?
It looks like a circle.
Which is not what we're on, correct?
Well, actually, I was just showing a picture so I could.
I'm just
you showed
curious.
a picture. You say equidistant. Hey, sure, on a circle from the center, the surface is equidistant from any other given point. The given point being the center in your image there. Sure, it's equidistant from every point.
Wouldn't that just be parallel though?
Circle. No, it's
Wouldn't
not.
that just be
No, you wouldn't call that parallel.
Because parallel would be straight lines, right?
Yeah, because parallel can only be a straight line. Only.
So I don't even think there's an actual name then for this besides what they've made up, which is equidistant. And what a given point has to do with the two equidistant marks on, I have no idea why a given point would even. Why would you even put that in there?
He's grasping at straws. I don't know what the straws.
What does a given point have anything to do with the equidistant lines?
Well,
on the right and left side?
The definition I showed you is about 2 posts above the picture. It says
Yeah.
the definition of it. It's a horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a given point. This is a line, which is a line with respect to the distance above this point, this given point.
Kosho, these answers you're giving is as if you assume that the Earth is a globe when we have no evidence that that's true.
You're right. But
wait. This definition doesn't give any indication of any type of curvature whatsoever. It even says the word plane and line in the definition. So where did you even get a curve out of this definition?
We're only talking.
The very definition you're giving it proves my point.
We're only talking about the definition right now.
As opposed to thinking about the definition?
Earlier, you said you disagreed about the definition.
Yeah, level. I mean, the
definition though doesn't indicate anything except my point.
I mean,
it doesn't prove your point.
You can use definitions to clarify a point, but if there are assumptions that don't clarify the actual point you're making, then you can, if there's assumptions underlying it, that's,
that definition doesn't say anything about curve. It says plane or line in there.
That's right.
Yeah, planes are flat, so are lines.
Lines are not always flat.
Well, okay. Curved lines aren't flat or straight. Straight lines are straight, aren't they?
There they are.
Okay.
So this doesn't say a curve. This doesn't say a curved line, though. So you're just assuming that it is.
I'm just going with the definition. The definition says that the line is equidistant from some point, from a given point. This is how it would display itself.
No. How did you get that picture from that definition?
So crazy. I know, right?
What the hell's wrong with you, Coach?
Jesus.
How can you get that picture that you posted from that definition that you posted?
I'll challenge anybody in here, anyone at all.
You just did. You're challenging us right now, and we're telling you it's bullshit.
I haven't made the challenge yet, Helio. Hold on. I challenge anybody in here to draw a point and to draw a line that is equidistant from that point, and see if you can't make it straight.
Oh, this is obfuscation, man.
See if you can't make it straight. I like that.
No.
Double negative.
No, it's non sequitur to our original argument. He's just obfuscating right now.
I know he is.
So fuck that, Kosho. Don't try to pull that bullshit on me or anybody else here.
Fair enough, Helio. I thought I concluded the argument, and I was only discussing with this fella a word that he said we disagreed on. I'm just trying to find an agreement.
Okay.
It seems.
Well, hey, I mean, I actually wanted Flutter and I just heard enough of it. I wanted Flutter Saints to cut his teeth on.
I need
Because
to
I mean, you
practice.
already know. Yeah, he needs to practice. That's why I was letting him freaking roll. I'll shut up, you guys. Because Coach knows I ain't gonna fucking take no shit. I'll give a bunch of shit, but I ain't taking no shit.
Right? I eat shit
But
before I
hey,
take
to be honest, I mean, once you really kind of got his vibe, and I saw you like really like the something flipped there, Flatter Day. He's like, I see, yeah. So yeah, this is what it's like talking to Coach. He's a character.
Yeah. Kosha, do you have a YouTube channel?
I have 1,000.
Huh?
I have over 1,000 YouTube channels.
Over 1,000 YouTube channels.
That's right.
That's
Interesting.
what happens when you're paid to do this, right?
Jesus, yeah. Do you have a YouTube?
Is
Do you
that
have a YouTube
silence a
channel?
yes?
You have a YouTube channel that you want to point me in the direction of, so I could check out sometime?
I don't put out too much content.
Oh, okay. Just a bunch of icons, huh? With different names.
Sometimes I make a video. I made one regarding eclipses. So if I
Okay.
make a video, sometimes I'll upload it to YouTube so I can post it easier.
Yeah.
You just said you don't have a lot of content, but now you said you make videos sometimes.
I guess a lot could be a subject to discrepancy in the eye of the beholder. You know, right, Kosho?
Yeah, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Smoke a bowl.
Smoke a bowl?
I'm smoking a bowl.
Oh, interesting. Is it Cheerios you're smoking?
My friend left her weed over here.
Oh, cool. You know, I heard that weed can only grow on a curved surface. I don't know if that's true or not.
Is that right? That can't be true.
Yeah. You know what's funny is, though, I look at my hand and my feet, and I go, the earth has to be flat. My feet are flat, and so are my hands. So the earth has to be flat. You know what I mean?
Oh, Chep.
You need to wear some arches in your shoes.
I don't wear shoes, bro. Shoes are disgusting and deplorable to me. Ugh. Just the word shoe makes me sick. I feel like a horse and they're trying to nail those horseshoes in my feet. I will not wear shoes, sir.
Well, you must have very nice looking feet.
I don't really even care how they look. I just know I'm getting grounded on the regular. Getting this dirty electricity straight out of me, getting it replenished with the good electricity from the ground straight in me. My body's like a highly functioning machine. When I used to wear shoes, not so much. I was plagued with chronic headaches and swelling of the ankles and mood swings. I used to actually punch and destroy stuff inside my house. I get so angry. I couldn't figure out why. I haven't punched or destroyed anything since I started going barefoot.
Well, you know, I suffer from horrible headaches as well.
Try getting grounded, bro. Regardless of the shape of the earth, you can still benefit from its natural gifts. You know? If you know anything about getting grounded, a lot of people don't know about that, though. They actually equate the word grounding with a word that they heard when they were kids, and it doesn't bring up a good memory. Like, you're getting grounded. You don't want to be grounded. You know, they tell kids they're grounded. Oh, I don't want to be grounded. You know, actually, that's the best thing that they could do for the kid. If you're going to ground your kids, take their shoes from them. If they have shoes to begin with, which they shouldn't if you're a parent and you have the choice of buying them shoes or not. Now, sometimes if you're split up with your baby's mom, they might come back from her house with shoes. In that case, you quickly take them off their feet and throw them right in the trash can where they belong.
Especially if they're nice and expensive.
Regardless if they're Yeezys or you're rocking them J's, whatever they are, trash them. $1,000 pair of shoes is gonna take your grounding weight just like a $1 pair of flip flops, bro.
Fair enough.
It's gonna keep you from being grounded.
I'll go ahead. I'll try that. You know, how long do you have to not be wearing shoes? Because I've gone barefoot for, days at a time.
So I'd say in order to notice the difference, it's such a subtle difference that after once your feet get used to walking on basically any surface without having to walk lightly on it, then it's like you don't really notice the difference until you try to put shoes back on and then wear shoes. That's when you notice. Just like I haven't eaten food from a microwave for it's been about 3 years now, 3.5 years. And I didn't notice any difference until my mom tricked me a couple years ago. And I actually got laundry soap in my eye. I was doing some experiments and I got laundry soap in my eye and my eyes got swollen and they shut and I couldn't open them until the next day. And so I was hungry and I was at her house and she brought me a plate of beans and rice. She said they were from the Mexican restaurant. Well, she brought me the plate. The plate was hot and it was on tinfoil and I was like, but I couldn't see anything. And my girlfriend told me she microwaved that. I'm like, what? She's like, she microwaved your food. I don't know if she's trying to test you or what, but I was so hungry. I took a bite and I spit it right out. It tasted, the way it tasted, I can't describe any way. It was like a mixture between all I could describe it as when I smelled the fires from the Mountain Dew fires, that toxic smell. It smells like human flesh burning with burned battery acid or something. It's like the worst smell. That's how it tasted in my mouth. It tasted so toxic and so weaponized. I spit it right out.
What sort of food was it?
It was just it was beans and rice from a Mexican restaurant, but she had microwaved it and then put tinfoil on a plate so she could say, I didn't microwave it. Look, there's aluminum. How could I microwave with aluminum? My mom's really smart. I get most of my brains from her, but she was testing me to see if I would taste the difference or not. What do you call that? A placebo type of effect, but like a reverse placebo, right? And I knew right away when I tasted it. How long ago did she order it? Did she order what?
How long ago were you did y'all have it?
Oh no, this happened like a year and a half ago. But she had just got the food the night before from a Mexican restaurant.
Okay, well then why would she think that you would? Why were you supposed to be thinking it was hot then? You know what I mean? I don't understand.
Well, she said she heated it up on the stove.
Oh, okay.
in a pan,
I see.
And since I was temporarily blinded, she wanted to see if I would notice it or not. Because she was still using the microwave, and I was talking crap to her every day. She's like, I'm only heating up my milk for my coffee in the microwave, because I always forget it and it burns in the pan. But I'm like, Mom, you gotta stop using the microwave for anything. It doesn't even matter if you bless the water after you use the microwave. It's still weaponized. Stop using it. It's no joke. And
what's wrong with the microwave?
I mean, this isn't culinary advice. I mean, you could eat whatever you want, but I'm just saying, let's say you stop using one of those things for 10 or 15 years, right? And then you try to take the Megatron out of there, the catheter, or whatever it's called, the cathode.
Oh, that's right, the catheter.
Yeah, not the catheter, but you know what I'm talking about. If you try to take it out, you can die. You could actually kill yourself, shock yourself.
That's true. Yes. This is 100% true.
Yeah. So why would you think anything that toxic to a body just from touching it after that long of not using it would be good when it's in use for your body, for anything you're eating?
It's a great point, man, but it's just as good as a point as if you turned your oven on or your stove and you stuck your face onto it, your face is going to burn off. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't eat food off the stove.
I just heard myself laugh on the lunchroom.
So if the stove turned off,
we're not giving you culinary advice. I mean,
Yeah.
just
Right.
for the sake of the channel, we're not going to tell you how to cook your food. I mean, in case YouTube really gets pissed off about that.
Hey, I put warnings before everything. This is strictly for entertainment and educational purposes only. All rights
There you
reserved.
go.
Void where prohibited.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I thought I was unmuted, but then I was listening to you guys on my head on Bluetooth, and I heard myself laugh at that. That was fucking hilarious. Saying it aloud. This isn't culinary advice.
You know what I mean?
You said that you.
It's like you're gonna get in trouble if you tell people to cook food wrong.
Man, I'm just trying to mind my P's and Q's, you know?
There you go. There you go. No, that's funny. No, go ahead.
So Kosho,
It's really kind of tragic though. If you couldn't see, and your mom was trying to trick you, saying she cooked it on the stove, but she actually cooked it in the microwave, and you couldn't see or something, and she's like, "See if this bitch can figure out whether I cooked it in the microwave or on the stove."
Yeah,
and she wanted to. You couldn't tell, and she was like, "Ha! Gotcha! I cooked this shit in the microwave."
She wanted to prove me wrong, just so every time I tell her don't microwave your coffee milk.
Just because of the taste.
You gotta warn us before you fucking do that. You gotta put your speakers down.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I'll get it.
Yeah, my whole life I've basically been given tests like that though, so I'm kind of used to it. You know what I mean? I grew up in a dark room where the windows had carpet in them and nailed shut, with like card tables set up in the room with trays of chemicals on it, and then a red light in the room because my dad used to develop I basically grew up in his photo lab where he developed pictures, old school style. I still got like burns on my leg from the machine where you roll out the film to make it a print. So I'm used to like these little tests and stuff from my parents and stuff like that. That's why I gotta stay on my toes, you know what I mean?
That's a baptism in fire, as they say.
I wouldn't have it any other way, because I wouldn't be how I am if I hadn't been like that, you know? Exactly. So I'm appreciative. But so the example you were giving about the stove, it's an interesting example, although it doesn't really apply, since if you stopped using that stove for 10 or 15 years and you came back to take something out of it, it wouldn't kill you, which is my whole point.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be trying to take out the magnetron. The same way you shouldn't be trying to take out your what do you call it? The power supply in your computer. Like that when it's still plugged in and everything.
That's true, but you don't use your computer to heat up food, right? It doesn't go in your body. Although it messes with your cells, but that's an entirely different topic. Although not quite off the page or the path entirely, but sticking to something that we orally ingest, such as food, right? It is something that you might want to consider, or not. You know what I mean?
Well, to me, it's not. If you put a lot of power into something like a stove or an oven or a microwave, sure, there's components to it that could be dangerous, but those same components you're not ingesting. They're only there so you could heat up the food. They're just giving it power.
So have you ever looked at food that's been microwaved under a high power microscope?
No, I can't say I have.
Okay, so I have, and I'm not a scientist by any means. I've taken no classes. I've just, at one time in my life, I had the means to buy these fancy things. So I bought fancy cameras, expensive fancy microscopes. I bought EMF readers. I bought all types of different things. Even this was before I was a flat earther, because I felt like I was getting poisoned. You know, I just felt like something wasn't right. Something wasn't right, you know? Why would a society now that still holds so strongly onto the old school belief, where back then not just anybody could read a book? You have to, if you didn't come from a family with money in it or whatever, quite often is my understanding that you would have to go live with like a Catholic, what are they called, like the friars or whatever. Yeah, to understand, to learn and read and write. It wasn't just something that they gave to everybody, right? So in a society nowadays where it is freely given and they act like, oh, no child left behind, are they really going to give us anything other than what they give? Basically, it's like nothing, right? So It's just like it. I've always felt like that, though. I've always known that there's a higher learning and a higher understanding of things, and that's why I see people that are billionaires go on national TV, and whenever they're filmed walking around the streets, they're barefoot, pretty much. The people that really know what's up, they're barefoot. People really know what's up. They don't have microwaves in their house, dude. But I'm just saying, you can do whatever you want.
Is that true? These people walking around barefoot?
I mean, I don't know, bro. It's just something you'd have to look into, you know, if you care that much about it. But if you don't, then don't, you know.
Well, no,
I'm doing is being a messenger.
I'm just thinking of like Elon Musk, the Rothschilds, Bill Gates.
So think about Elon Musk, if he's even a real person, right? Now, out of the 4 companies, well, maybe now 5 because Twitter. Let's just say out of the 4 companies, not counting Twitter, his most important, valuable, long-term company that hardly anybody knows about or talks about, it topples all 3 of his other companies, completely topples them, makes them superfluous. And that's Boring Co. But it sounds boring to even talk about, right? But yeah, it tops SpaceX, Tesla, all these things that are either like production shows like SpaceX, or like, you know, pretending that somebody named Tesla invented something that you either took over or acquired. You know, we have names like Edison and Tesla, and these people are people who are sunset worshipers, and they believe in illuminating people. Then you can just rearrange their names in anagrams. Like Edison is die sun, like the sun dying, or Tesla backwards is all set, because that's all they're doing, you know? So I don't believe Elon is just the same as like Santa Claus. Like, yeah, dude dresses up like Santa Claus and goes to the mall. Do I believe in the actual Santa Claus? No. Do I believe that people dress up and call themselves Santa Claus? Yeah, it's apparent. So as far as that, Elon Musk is like a mascot in some sense. But Boring Co, though. If I were you, I would invest any stock that's in Tesla, SpaceX, Twitter, or Neuralink into Boring Co, because he never really talks about Boring Co. In fact, when he talks about digging tunnels, he refers to them for Tesla. He don't even mention Boring Co. But he's got the machinery that, as it excavates the stone or whatever it's digging through, it actually can reprocess it and make it into actual cement. So they're cementing it. That's how his technology is pretty advanced, according to what we've been told that people have nowadays. Not advanced, I don't think, what they used to have, but
yeah, you know,
I'm
Boring
just saying,
Co.
though.
Its headquarters is down the street from me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Damn.
And
You a legit Fed, huh, dog? You
yeah,
a legit Fed?
I moved here just to
Yeah, you a legit Fed. That's cool. I'm just a legit civilian, dog. You hear me? And legit, a lot of people would argue and say that he's not even legitimate. You know, I've never paid taxes. Well, I won a jackpot once that I had to pay taxes on, but besides that, I just don't really conform to what normal people do in society. You know, but I'm not worried about it. If I went completely bankrupt, had no family or friends, and had nothing, then I believe that my creator will put something in front of me that is suffice to what I need. And if not, he created me, he could take me out. So I'm not really worried about all these things that people worry about, like stocks and 401ks and CDs and all that stuff. It's all, none of it means anything.
You know something funny? I've gotten more money from the federal government than I've ever given to them. Probably 10 times
Well, I
over.
believe that, bro. I mean, you're employed by them, no doubt. You've signed a contract, sir, and that contract's binding you for life. If you catch a felony and you aren't allowed to go up in front of a judge and put your hands over your head so he can take a recess real quick, check you out, and let you go because you're relating to the widow's son, then you're good, dog. You know what I mean? You got to get out of jail free card. As long as you don't go creating bloodbaths in the street with people, you're good. You get a DUI, you get a possession, whatever, you're good, dog. It's not really anything. You know what I mean? And you're not in a position to be insured by anybody because what your position is right now is not, you're not liable for anything. You're not like a district attorney that has to have insurance, right? So I couldn't send anything against you as far as like a complaint against your ethics or anything like that. Because really, your ethics speak for themselves in the sentences you say, you know? I mean, it's not hard what you do. You may not even realize why you do it, although I think you do, you just don't care. You're not going to give all that up for what you get. So, of course, the federal government's giving you more financially than you've given them. But that might not even be true, because what you're giving them is hundreds and thousands of hours worth of flat earthers talking and creating algorithms for them. So, but I'm just saying, though, who am I to say anything? I'm nobody, you know what I mean? I'm just a kid from the gutter.
Yeah. I've had 7 felonies dropped in the last 5 years.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I mean, as you should, bro. That's obviously a perk that comes with your occupation, you know? And if you didn't get it, then you might want to say something. You know what I mean? Speak up. But I think they're pretty straightforward, as in, like, they don't really try to burn their people out of, you know, like some people would be making more money in that position. It's pretty much straight across the board, or it appears to be, you know?
Right. Or sometimes you just have to pay an attorney.
Yeah, well, I mean, don't you get an attorney when you're I know you don't pay to the, what is it? You don't pay to the FOP. I know that. What would you pay to? Well, it still might be the FOP. It just wouldn't be fraternity of police. It'd be like, what, Fed? No, it wouldn't be FOP. I'm going to find out the acronym for that, though. That way I can hit you with those 3 letters that you love to hear because you pay to them every month. So the money you pay every month to them, you have an attorney coming to you if you get in any jam. You know that commercial? If you're ever in a jam, here I am. You know, you got that coming, bro. You know what I mean? It's part of your care package, big dog.
FOP, huh?
Yep. Are you down with FOP?
You know
Yeah,
me.
you know. You know what I mean?
Shit, as far as we know, freaking Kosho could be sitting wearing the orange jumpsuit, just like sitting in front of a computer, and he's like, "This is how you do your penance."
Nah, I've nailed down Kosho.
I heard you. Yeah, man.
This is for the late night, early morning show. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
this is the rated R stuff. You know?
No, hey, Kosho can take it as much as we can give it, and
for sure,
he doesn't give it as much as he takes it, but that's all right, man. I mean, he's been doing it a long time.
Well, that's because if he got his feelings involved or anything like that, or pride, you know, he'd be out of a job pretty quick. You know what I mean?
No, because he's wearing the jumpsuit, sitting in front of the computer right now.
When it comes to progress, there's no room for questions. You know what I mean? National security is more important than individual will. Be happy. At last, everything is done for you. You know what I mean? The comfort you've demanded is now mandatory.
Hey, Kosho, what do you think about your first talk with Latter-day Saints?
He's all right.
Yeah, I think he's all right too. He's a trip. You ever heard any of his music?
They already have me classified in another category under their algorithms.
Have you ever heard any of his music, Kosho?
I don't think so.
Why don't you play one of your songs, Flat?
All right. Hell yeah.
Play one specially for Kosho.
No. Get the out of here. You're fired. No. Get the better solution. You keep me on the payroll as an outside consultant. And in exchange for my salary, my job will be never to tell people these things that I know. I don't even have to come into the office. I can do this job from home.
Yo, if Earth's flat, why don't you fall off the edge? I heard that Mike Collins from Apollo is dead. My girl's fat girl, let's just crawl in the bed. Don't spit if you want, just swallow instead. Swallow instead. Can you hear me, Siri? Siri? Hello, Siri. Is gravity a theory or a fact? Throw my tampons in the house where my period's at. Get my rap on when I'm pissed about the serious crap. Passing so fast through space, time bends in half. After blasting through warp speed, we get to plaid. Don't listen if you don't like when I spit these raps. Rhymes I write like lightning, I write so fast. I'm like Mike Tyson, you ain't got to fight in chat. Yo, I'm going back to basics, flat smack in the faces. You can't have gas pressure without adjacent to the vacuum of space, bitch, without a container. Like paying for a lawyer without a retainer. I ain't playing, about to let a slug out of this chamber. When you see the red dot, yo, no doubt it's a laser. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, The devil, he's so clever with words, but level don't never mean curved, it never means curved, and meta pause from the metaverse, the metaverse. Playing Call of Duty help build my immunity up. Insurance policy paying you, they usually bluff. I'm not saying they won't do it, but it's usually tough. The last few years I've seen some unusual stuff, but if I mention the shot, you say I'm off the beat. So now I'm beating off to the thoughts of shots in me. What a rotten little awful getting off scot-free. Son of a gun of a bitch I've come to be. Shaking up the game to break up the redundancy. And if it wasn't for work, they'd have no taxes. And if it wasn't for burnt, there'd be no ashes. And if it wasn't for birds, egg be no hatching. And if it wasn't for dirt, there'd be no traffic. And if it wasn't for hurts, there'd be no passion. And if it wasn't for learning, then why all the classes? If it wasn't for your purse, yo, I'd have nothing to snatch. And if I don't come in first, then I'm coming in last. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, The devil, he's so clever with words, but level don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and meta pause from the man. All these atheists must hate my guts, cause I say to their face, space is fake and stuff. NASA astronauts, everything you say is suspect, cause I suspect you make it up. Not your average FE thespian beast, faster than faggots fasting at a lesbian feast. She that loves me the least will give me nothing to eat, but he that loves me the most will give me something to smoke. This ain't how much your mother loving murder she wrote. The spin of the earth should have made your vertebrae broke. Every word that I spoke, you couldn't refute it. Water finds a true level, so you couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it. It can't be refuted. You couldn't dilute it.
Who the f do you think you are, you crazy little shit?
Security? I am Jack's smirking revenge.
I am Jack's smirking revenge. Oh,
yeah, it's from Fight Club, right?
First rule of flat Earth: we don't talk about flat Earth. You know what I mean?
Shit, I've been breaking the rules for a long time.
I'm gonna come with the next song I make. It's gonna be called Shoeless Joe Flatson. Instead of Shoeless Joe Jackson, I'm gonna be Shoeless Joe Flatson. You know what I mean? Hitting it out the park. You know what I mean? Hitting it to the top of the roof of the Astrodome. Straight up. I guess the where the pitcher pitches from would be like the center, like the North Pole. You'd have the four directions. You know how they build those baseball stadiums?
Oh, the diamonds.
Have you ever noticed how everything the elite build usually has some reference with a regular circle with like 4 points, like a cross in the middle? You know, for the four winds, the north, the south, the east, and the west.
Boxing and the wrestling rings are the squared circle, right?
Right? Yeah. You know, these are people who go to the synagogue of Satan. They worship a black cube, for crying out loud. A bloody black cube. Can you believe that?
African American.
I didn't say that, bro. I didn't indicate any race, creed, color, socioeconomical denomination. You know what I mean? Sex, gender, age. None of that sort. None of the sort. I didn't even specify I was speaking about humans. Could have been talking about animals. Or extra terrestrials.
Extraterrestrials.
Yeah. Terra firma, baby. You know what I mean? No such thing as a terrorist, just terra firma, baby. That's all I see. You know what I mean?
Man, play your Flatney Dangerfield song, man. Come
All right. Hey, Helio, that song sounds dope, huh? Shoeless Joe Flatson. You know what I mean?
That's what you got in the works now.
Yeah, Shoeless Joe Flatson. You heard of Shoeless Joe Jackson, right?
No, I haven't.
He played for the they called the White Sox back in, I think it was the 20s. They called them the Black Sox because they threw the World Series, and one of their main best players was Shoeless Joe Jackson. So I'm gonna be shoeless Joe Flatson. You know what I mean?
So he would play without shoes on.
I don't know, bro. I really should look into it a little bit. I just remember the name, Shoeless Joe Jackson. He was famous he was like around the time of Lou Gehrig. So it was like I think he was just slightly after Babe Ruth, or like coming towards the end of Babe Ruth's era. Where
I think that 20s, right? Like
I think so. It would be like Lou Gehrig, Lou Gehrig, maybe Honus Wagner, although he might have been playing. But anyway, even if that stuff did happen or didn't happen, you know what I mean? Who knows? 10 years ago, it might be written down differently than it is now. You know what I mean?
History's mysteries, right?
Right, yeah. I mean, they're just stories, basically, you know? I think they're stories, and they're more believable and more susceptible and more accepted across the board, all in the eye of the beholder and who's telling the story. If you're telling the story and you got the most best, beautiful, biggest, colorful printers, and you got the ability to put it out on every TV screen that you supply these people for free, as opposed to like them having to seek it out in like a library or something, I think the former is gonna beat the latter 9 times out of 10. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but that's the way it is, and I'm not complaining. I love this flat terror. I'll play that song right now.
That's the way it is. Some things will never change.
When I was a kid, nobody was nice. I was 6 years old. I found out there's no such thing as Alpo baby food. I mean, I don't get no respect from anyone.
Yeah, girl. I see you over there staring at me like Karen B. Why don't you come on over here before I get up and flat smack you? The very first time I saw you was snowing, standing in line to get tested for COVID. Before you know it, Jackie May started to grow on me. Ever spanning, yo, the more she would blow on me. Gave her HIV and she gave her COVID to me. Took away my breath, now I won't even breathe. Swear I'll never ever look at another girl again, unless the girl happens to be a girlfriend. Caught in a whirlwind of cartoon violence, like my boy Soul 7. Yo, I'm hard to silence, but her scarlet eyelids melt my heart away. Now it's hard to say how long we've been together. When's our anniversary? Yo, I don't know whenever. She happens to be clever and start reminding me. Put my blinders on or she'll be blinding me. All the we gotten crazy ass fights. I beat Flat Nasty's ass. Yeah, you may be right. I get no respect, and all the ladies be like, they call me Flat E, mother loving Dangerfield. You can track me, but never know the pain I feel. This ain't no Fortnite, baby. I don't play for real. Till one of our blood done stained the steel. I'm losing my mind like an acidator. Ask James from modern day. I'm a masturbator, and I'm a crash the data and give Macintosh a virus. Still walking barefoot while you rock Osiris, and I can talk all night about the cash NASA stole on the Baby Truth show with Jack the asshole. You mean Jake the asshole? I don't take Tabasco on my pineapple and Target when I eat them whole. Yo, grapefruit goes out to Karen B. When I'm high on Jeranism, she's always staring at me. Not to mention how Pharisees precariously, nefariously trying to be embarrassing me. They call me Flat Knee, mother loving Dangerfield. Have you heard the way he raps? Yeah, it's strange for real. Pittsburgh stole my mind to use my brain for steel. Call it Coriolis going down the drain for real. All the pain I feel inside of my noggin, Lithuanian baby, and it made me froggy. They say I'm crazy ass piss. The astronauts drink. I'm attacking my shrink wrapped in foil psychology. Jackie May never knows she owes me an apology. I pour my soul into this song, baby, it's all of me. They call me flat knee, mother loving Dangerfield. I get no respect, baby, this pain's for real. This ain't no Halo, I don't play no games for real. I hope none of our blood done stain the steel. They call me flat knee, mother loving Dangerfield. I get no respect, baby, this pain's for real. It's really, really real. It's really, really for real. Super real. I'm out. Super duper real. Don't forget to write. Have a safe flight.
I tell you, Johnny, I told you it's tough to be funny when you're coming off drugs, I'll tell you that.
Ironically, when I recorded that, I was just coming off of what he may or may not have suggested, you know? And when I say that, I'm talking lightly, like stuff that they sell at the herb clinic, you know? Edibles. I was coming off edibles at the time. It was just funny, you know what I mean? Funny like I'm here to amuse you, like I'm a clown, like I'm here for you to laugh at me. I'm funny, okay? I'm a funny guy. Last week, this this prick asked me to christen his kid. And I said for $7,000. Bing, bow, boom.
Hey, speaking of that, shit, Ray Liotta, man,
Yeah, gone,
holy
huh?
shit, bro. Can't
Right?
believe that, man.
Besides Goodfellas, I'd say his most remembered time on the silver screen was when he was getting his cap peeled and his brain was getting sliced and filleted right in front of him on the table, and he's just like sitting there like remember? I think that what one was that, Hannibal? Yeah, it was Hannibal. And Hannibal walking around like a cannibal, using too many napkins like Hannibal, eating cantaloupe with a cannibal. Watching Hannah Montana and Hanna-Barbera. With Harry Potter in the Saharas. Cruising around with my girlfriend Madeira, getting my Moderna. Well, I'm grooving to Prince's Purple Rain. Dude, the more I think about the movie The Neverending Story, the more it had so many flat Earth references, dude. You know what I mean?
Are you just trying to be funnable?
Huh?
Are you trying to be funnable?
Yeah, funnable. Yeah.
All that.
That rhymes with funny and Hannibal.
Right?
The movie.
Funnable. Yeah. Funnable sounds like something they'd give kids in their Lunchable. Like the dessert's a funnable. You know what I mean? And it's a funnel too, and it's shaped like a bowl.
Make a snack with that name and some money.
Right? They're having the new McDonald's toy. It's the new toy that comes in the Happy Meal, and it's the dessert.
Funnable toys. Take you
right?
to space.
Yeah. It's called Unavoidable. It's unavoidable. Dude, I think McDonald's for kids nowadays is just like a rite of passage. You know what I mean? Oh, fuck. Dude, where I'm at right now, you can literally go to the back of the apartments and throw a rock and hit McDonald's from right here, right? It's probably like about a minute and 12-second walk, right? And these, I don't know if they're high school kids or college kids that they just graduated, and they're all downstairs partying, and they're all happy, hugging each other and everything. They're outside for hours. They rented like this crazy ass Jeep Rubicon, the kind that are like trucks, and they ordered probably like about $400 worth of Grubhub McDonald's. And right here, you give like a tip, and you're charged for the Grubhub thing or DoorDash, whatever. They got so many bags of McDonald's, dude. I was just like, damn, you could kill a lot of animals with that. That's not culinary advice. That's just my opinion. If you want to go there, go ahead. You know what I mean? Avoid where prohibited. I'm part of that limited liability counseling. You know what I mean? But what I say is just for entertainment and educational purposes only. If you seek professional culinary advice, go talk to a chef somewhere. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, Jelly Bean.
Right? You know what I mean? You know, if I was
Helio knows what you mean.
Julio knows what I mean. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You feel me?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing you find more truthful than when you ask somebody a question and they start out with the word honestly. Well, honestly,
Oh,
this is
Helio
how I
does
felt.
that a lot.
You know? No, my
To be
question
honest,
was referring to the lack thereof.
I think my
to
mic.
be honest,
Yeah, to
Yeah.
be honest, or
But
honestly.
they're like, truthfully, to be honest, I literally, like, almost, kind of, metaphorically, theoretically, physiologically.
I mean, I've been speaking for 30 minutes, but to be honest now, you know, I've been lying for 30 minutes.
Oh my god. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, I hate that shit. Dude.
Dude, part of the probation down here, dog. Dude, it's crazy. Like, dude, so you could be a heroin addict, go to jail for like 30 days or 60 days or however long, right? Or be going to prison, whatever. You're incarcerated, but you're a heroin addict, and you get methadone on the street, or not methadone. Methadone, no, Suboxone. If you get Suboxone on the streets, then you can get it in jail. But this is the funny part. One person, my friend's wife's brother that just got out of, I think he was in Susanville or somewhere. He did like 4 years straight. Well, he went through county jail, which was like 6 months of county jail. Then Wasco was like a reception center for like 8 months or 9 months. And then he finally got to a main line like a month later. So we're talking like almost a year from the time they took him off the streets when he was a heroin addict. They started giving him this Suboxone in prison.
Wait.
I'm not even kidding you.
After he was clean by being in
Bro,
jail?
I'm not even kidding you. It takes that long for your prescription to go through all the medical channels that it goes through. You know what I mean? To get right there. That's what they say.
Wait.
You know what I mean? But I'm not even kidding you.
All right, so they wouldn't give him any drugs in jail.
No.
Then he went to the clinic after he got clean, and they started giving him Suboxone or methadone, whatever.
But in prison though, not on the streets. Anybody could do that on the streets. You know what I mean?
Oh, I thought you were saying that he was in prison for a while and they wouldn't give him the drug, and then he went to like a mental health or whatever.
No. Then he went from like county jail to a prison reception center to the main prison. It's like multiple processes you have to go through in the state.
All right. So how long before was he, like, when he went in?
Yeah, it was almost a year. It was like 10 and a half, 11 months.
So then they started giving him the methadone or
Suboxone? Yes.
Oh, dude, what the?
And he started getting loaded and selling them too.
He was clean. Yeah, he was clean, man. What the?
Yeah, I know. Because
that's disgusting.
Bro. So this is, and they started. It took so long because that had just came into effect, and they were like all the prisons and county jails in California were just getting used to it, right? So that was a couple years ago. So now you can seamlessly go from being on the streets, being strung out on whatever, but having a Suboxone prescription or methadone prescription. It follows you right into county jail, and it only takes like 72 hours, and then you start getting it. Sometimes even 48 hours, right? So the thing is that only started happening recently also because a lot of convicts and stuff like that who just like they get out and they go on the run or whatever, just run amok right away. You know what I mean? Not hurt anybody, but just go do their thing. You know what I mean? However they're doing it, and then basically like those people didn't really have a means to go to get the Medi-Cal or whatever. They had all the formal process steps you have to go through of jumping through hoops to get it or just waiting in offices to get it. They didn't have the wherewithal because they were like right into their high or whatever, right? So now when you parole or get out on probation, one of the first things the probation officer asks you, besides which gender you identify as, they ask you if they don't even ask you if you've ever been addicted to heroin or anything. They don't even care if you've never drinking a beer. They say, would you like to get on Suboxone or a new thing called Vivitrol? This is not medical advice whatsoever. I'm strictly speaking of an event that I saw in a movie. So anything I say, the names and faces have been changed to protect the innocent. But so Vivitrol is a shot that they give somebody every 90 days, right? And it's for alcoholics and H addicts. And what it does is not only does it take your craving away, but were you to choose to ingest alcohol or H, it would have a non-pleasurable effect on you. Like your body would go into instant withdrawal or DTs. You know what I mean? Basically, it would force that whatever. It would force it out of your body, even though it's not in it, right? So basically, yeah. And you get this every 90 days, right? As probation. Probation is also, they're highly pushing for women to go, do whatever, Panisnan or mammogram, whatever they're doing down there. And, the breast exam, and just basically letting a female, or in some cases, even a male professional PhD, put their hands in places that they shouldn't be putting on people. As far as my opinion, that's just my opinion, though.
In a
But
mammogram, it doesn't usually have the doctor actually
yeah.
touch the breast. I mean, it can, it can involve
Well,
that.
for the guys though,
huh?
For the guys though, the guys they're pushing. They're pushing.
Guys,
yeah, they're pushing.
totally get
Dude, I've been. No. Physical. They've been every month. They tell me, "Are you ready to get your physical? You want to get your physical to complete this class for probation?" I'm like, "No, there's no way. You guys would have to tie me down and kill me. Literally, take my soul out of my body before you could put anything up inside me."
Are they
You know what I mean?
fascinated with the prostate exam part of it?
Yeah, they just keep saying like, get your physical. You're already 40 years old. You're, what I mean, I'm like, the medical things that or the problems or whatever you guys believe in, I don't believe in that. You know what I mean? Because I just don't believe. I don't believe in anything. You know what I mean? I don't even believe in the air that I can't see that I'm breathing. Basically, you're not going to accuse me of anything, so I'm not getting that. Basically,
you tell him you don't participate on that religion.
yeah, straight up, man. I'm cool. I think this thing's only to go to the bathroom number 2. That's it. You know what I mean?
Exit only, right?
I don't even let my girlfriend touch the outer part, of the rump where I sit down. She doesn't even touch that part. You know what I mean? Seriously.
What?
Serious, bro.
Come on, man. Tell him, Helio. Tell him, Helio. He should try. Tell him.
No, I'm not telling
bro.
him
I'm
shit.
good, bro.
I ain't telling him nothing.
Hell no, man. Yeah, I'm cool. Yeah, but
Be him and his wife.
Evolving.
Right? Yeah.
Helio, how did we get to this point now?
I don't know. Well, he's the one.
I think it's Helio's fault.
I'm just giving you guys a basic rundown on what's going on with the kids nowadays.
It might as well be. I get blamed for everything else.
Right?
Yeah. How dare you, Helio?
I'm a bad
I'm
boy.
I'm letting you guys know what's going on the lower levels of the lower echelon of society. That's what's going on.
Yeah, if they're to put people in jail for long enough for them to get clean and then put them back on drugs, because I've taken methadone and that shit ain't no joke, bro. That shit gets you high.
True.
Really high.
Yeah. Like, I don't even consider it getting high. I consider it just like almost being dosed for like prep for a surgery or something. You know what I mean? There's nothing fun about it.
Did you ever take that and start smiling, like laughing or anything?
On that? I've only tried it like once before. I tried it like once a long ass time ago. Me and my ex-girlfriend from like years ago, we both took just one pill. We had a bottle of them. So somebody just gave us a bottle and we took one pill of the methadone. Dude, I couldn't even get out of bed for 24 hours. I was throwing up, nauseated.
Dude, I would take the methadone and drive a tractor around the farm.
Yeah, I have one of those systems where like the second I do any type of like a muscle relaxer or painkiller, it instantly shuts my body down. I get like cold sweats and I'm like, oh my God, how can I get rid of this feeling? I hate it. You know what I mean?
But that's not what well, anyway.
Well, anything that's like a painkiller, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It affects people differently. But like, like muscle relaxer, like Flexeril or something like that. That I can't do anything if I take a muscle relaxer. I can't do anything. I'm just like
He only takes the good stuff.
No, I don't even take them anymore. This was years ago.
Bro,
I know,
but
I mean, to put somebody on methadone once they're clean.
Yeah,
it's like that just sounds retarded to me.
Right? It'd be like becoming a flat earther, and then like 2 or 3 years down the line, like getting ready and being all happy and excited about going to like a global warming event in another city. You know what I mean? You talk to other people who are trying to save the environment. You know what I mean? It's like, what?
Getting ready to go to Mars.
Go to wherever. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to bring the temperature back down to net zero. You know what I mean? So we could help keep the planet sustainable.
Instead of going to Antarctica, let's have a flat Earth trip to Devon Island and take all the same pictures they took of Mars and be like, look, this looks just like Mars. It's like, how? It's like, this is like the mirror image of Mars. It's like, how amazing is that?
Right.
Julio, have you had any sleep in the last 24 hours?
Let's see. Yes, I took a nap when I got home from work yesterday. From like 4
Looking out for
till
you.
like 4 to 6, I took a couple hours. Took a nap. Yeah.
He cares about you, bro. That's why he's asking.
Yeah.
Kenzie concerned. Do I sound like I'm like out of control or something?
No.
Out of control.
I'm just asking. You know, I asked random
It's a
questions.
weekend. It's Memorial Day weekend, so I'm celebrating the troops and all that shit, all the bloody wars and shit.
You celebrating your memories?
I'd never killed anybody, but I'm celebrating all the other people that killed people in other countries and shit.
Oh.
I'm celebrating with a protest today. Today I'm celebrating Memorial Day, but also standing up and doing a silent protest in the memory of G. Floyd, who was unfortunately taken away from us due to police brutality. And that's all I'm going to say about that. But
yeah, let me. I was being sarcastic, but yeah, I know. I think a lot of the people that have served in the military and had to go through that stuff. I mean, I'm not making fun of it or anything.
Are you gonna wear shoes on protest?
No, definitely not. Yeah, no protest is worth me getting my grounding inhibited. You know, I'm messing with no grounding inhibitors, talking to me.
See my joke earlier on Flatter Day about.
No, I'm gonna look.
I said, "Are you a hobbit? Are you a hobbit?" Because and all the fucking hobbits never wore shoes.
Oh yeah. Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Hobbits
That's
look
messed
up
up.
to him.
That's messed up, dude. My lady the other day said I look like the guy from Lord of the Rings, dude.
You don't have the fur on your.
Oh no, I'm not Lord of the Rings. Castle of Thrones or something. Thrones of Castle. Game of Thrones, yeah, Game of Thrones. I don't watch it, but when she did it, I like looked it up to see who she was referencing to. It was like this midget guy.
Peter Dinklage.
Does your girlfriend always steps on your toes and you go like, ouch?
No, like I said, well, you're saying I look like the guy just because of my face, not because of how tall I am, right? And she goes, yeah, because of the face. I'm like, okay, cool. And she's like, and the other thing too. I was like, dude, what the fuck? That's messed up.
How big an old boy are you anyway?
No, I'm not very tall, bro. I'm probably only like 5.5 feet tall.
So the Hobbit joke is definitely a good one for you then.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, it is. It's a good one. I try to always give people like extra stuff. You know what I mean? That way they can pack their arsenal fully. That's why I won't go with just no mask. I'll have no shoes. So if you tell me one thing and I'm going to refute it, you're going to feel dejected.
All right. So you go to the grocery store with no shoes on?
Yeah.
He goes everywhere. No shoes
everywhere. No shoes on.
Even to public bathrooms.
Oh yeah. The only place is like a government facility or a courthouse. You know what I mean?
So
and that's only because I'm not trying to get no contempt of court. You know,
sandals or something, or
nah. In a courthouse, I will only because I don't want to get a contempt of court and be incarcerated for that. You know what I mean? But if they didn't have if they had no strings attached to me whatsoever, I would go absolutely everywhere with this, and I would be ready to go do time because I'd be knowing they're only gonna. I mean, I'm gonna push it till push comes to shove where you're gonna have to physically remove me or incarcerate me. Either way, you're taking me against my will. So I'm going to do that, yeah, because pretty much mostly I just ignore people. They'll come up to me and say, excuse me, sir, especially during the whole thing. Excuse me, do you have a... And I would just act like I don't hear them. And I'll keep walking. You know?
You don't get tired of being harassed by people?
No, it doesn't bother me whatsoever. It really bothers my chick. She goes, it makes me feel so uncomfortable, but I don't notice it really.
174.99. Place
your bag. Okay.
Is that your girl? Your wife?
8,
What?
39. Leaving at 2:99. 8:39. Leaving 2:99.
Jamesy, are you playing bingo on the computer or some shit?
Yes, I'm playing bingo.
Sounds like Kaliko.
ColecoVision. He's
It's
playing
actually my
ColecoVision.
it's my
Playing a
my
Kaliko.
girl speaking to me. She speaks to me like that.
She's going B17. I mean, no,
Right?
B17's high.
Dude, my chick prefers when we're in bed together, you know, getting intimate. She says, make the Stephen Hawking voice. She says I have to. That's the only way she can finish.
Oh, I don't even want to. No.
Yeah, when
I'm
the
just saying.
sun rises, she goes,
Let's not.
"Good
Let's not.
morning.
Oh my
It's a
god.
new day."
Yeah, I got to live with her. You know what I mean? Shit. That's all I'm saying.
I think she's probably sleeping right now. That's why you said that, because I seriously doubt that's the
I'm not
truth.
even home, bro. I'm not even home.
Yeah, I know. Because if she heard you say that, she'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah. No. She's the one who first started saying that.
No.
She could,
Oh, well, I don't want to know. If it's true.
no, she does. She has a really sick sense of humor, like me. Okay? Like you couldn't say anything that would phase her whatsoever. You know?
I'm about to have to get over here since, as Jimsy pointed out, I haven't slept much in the past day or so.
Oh, okay. All right, Doug.
Hey, I see you ran kosher.
No, Helio, you're not allowed to go yet. You have to stay for at least 2 more hours. So.
Hey, do you like that? How I ran him out of here?
That.
Did you hear Flatter Day Saints talking to Kosho earlier, Jimsy?
I actually yeah, I heard a little bit, but I took a nap.
Yeah.
So I didn't.
Yeah, it was like Kosho was in here for a while, and then everybody kind of crashed out, and
Please touch
I was
finish
listening,
and pay.
and then Flatter Day Saints jumped in. I was like, oh shit, and I asked him if he'd ever talked to Kosho before, and he's like, no, and I was like, all right, boom, Flatter Day Saints and Kosho, everybody shut up. So you talked to him for what, about 2.5 hours, I think, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Yep. But he left, huh?
Yeah, he left. He's probably passed out.
Yeah.
Because he was in here for 6 hours before you jumped in.
Dude, there was some dude the other day who was on for like 13 or 14 hours straight, and a supposed new guy, right? And he didn't say anything that would overtly get him kicked off, no buzzwords, no disrespect, right? And once I started talking to him, no, I said one thing to him, and then I started typing a couple things in the live chat, and then within 5 minutes, he said, F you, da-da-da, I think I can't remember, what's his name? The black dude, I can't remember his name. Elijah. He said something to Elijah. I'm pretty sure. And then Elijah's like, dude, what the hell? Like, you can't talk like that. Like, don't say that again. The dude said it again. He's like, say it one more time and I'm going to have to mute you. And the dude said it right away, real quick. I was like, that's weird. As soon as I started typing it, the dude's been here for like 13 hours. You know what I mean?
Hey, we got a couple of VC verifieds in here. We got Adam Ayo and Leo.
Dude, let him loose on me and let him destroy me.
Well, no, I mean they're VC verified, so they're pretty new. So I mean, I haven't ever talked to either one of these guys, Adam or Leo. You guys should have access to your microphones if you want to talk to us.
If Leo's in here, I think I know who that is. He likes that one song.
Hell yeah. All of them.
What up, Leo?
Yeah, it was good Flatter Days.
You know, just peep the halo over the head.
You got West Player too. You got.
I still need to try the borax.
You haven't tried it yet?
No, I still haven't tried it.
Hey, this isn't cleaning, any type of cleaning recommendation. If anybody has any questions for cleaning their house, I suggest going to a professional cleaner. But yeah, dude, borax is the shit, dog.
Yeah, let's not get into the borax thing.
Borax is the shit. Highly recommended, opinion and belief only.
Hey Leo, or is this kind of are you kind of new on the flat Earth kind of thing? Have you talked to people?
Yeah. I've been here for about like 2 weeks, but I've known about the subject for a long time. But just getting back into it.
Adam Mayo, man, that name sounds familiar. I mean, it's like
What's his name?
Adam Ao.
Yeah.
Oh,
We chat
Adam
sometimes.
Ao.
Yeah, I'm in here all the time.
But is this a different account or something? It seems like I've seen you before.
Yeah, you see me every once in a while, man. No,
Does
it's not.
does AO stand for augmented originality?
No, it stands for all out. Adam all out.
Oh,
That's
okay.
my moniker.
That's right, bro. All right.
Cool. Uh-oh. Who's this?
I think mine would be like PO, like partially out, or like QO, like a quarter of it out. I'm not trying to put it all out there, but I respect those that do. You know what I mean? I do respect those that do.
Yeah, I only have 2 settings, man.
That's right. Yeah, that's good, bro. Good.
Fast and faster?
Faster and faster, huh? Mine's like slower and like hesitantly slow. You know what I mean? My chick's always like, "You're driving so slow. You drive like an old man." And then other than that, she'll be like, "You're driving too fast." I'm like, "Dude, I'm not driving fast. I'm driving."
Mine is slow, super slow, and stop.
Right? Yeah. Mine's neutral and reverse.
Yeah, Helio, I've been here for a while. It'd be nice to get at least some kind of role where I can post things because like this week I wanted to post a meme. I've hit up like 3 people who post in the meme section a lot, and
I
I
got
can't
you,
tell if
bro.
they read the message. What's that?
I got you. I'll give you roles. What do you want? You want a post? I'll give you post perms. What else do you want, bro? Tell me.
I'm actually not even sure, like, what that stuff is about, what all the roles are, but it would be nice to be
Roles
able.
like Bible study, flat Earth, or globe skeptic, or lazy
Damn,
earther,
Jamesy, you
Google
just gotta
earther.
pass them all out, man. Just like, all
Yeah,
right, whatever you
bro.
want.
This is my. I'm in DMs with him. I'm in DMs with him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like he should be rolled up, man. Yeah.
Yeah, you got value. You got roles to post now.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm in no rush. I'll be here, but yeah,
I'll
I've
give
been
you
wanting to post
Cog
things.
this VIP. You're gonna have access to the Cog this VIP room. What else? Cinema? No, not cinema host. Popcorn. You can see the cinema room. Whatever. What else?
Yeah, I've been looking at your pic now, man. I remember you, man. You've been around for like off and on for
Yeah,
a
he's
couple
cool.
of years. Yeah.
Do you do Bible study or no?
Um, I used to go to church when I was younger, and then
That's a no.
up until like this year, last year, I was an atheist. But I've came
Do
around,
you
man. I see things differently now.
do
But
cryptocurrency? Do you do crypto? No crypto.
No, I don't do that. I mean, I've
Alright.
bought and sold it, but yeah, it's not really worth the interest right
You
now.
bought and sold it? Alright, you got cryptocurrency rolled in. If you bought and sold it, yeah, you got it. It's all good. Alright, let me know later in the DMs if you want something else. I didn't give you Flat Earther because Helio protested.
I didn't.
Helio might have some questions for you about that.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but yeah. I mean, are you a flat earther, Adam?
Yeah, I am, and I've been trying to get some of my friends to come around to seeing it my way. Like yesterday, I tried to have a conversation. Like one thing I'd like to post is what provoked the me Like uh, yesterday, my friend posted something that we're on a planet and life is meaningless and this and that. So of course that kind of triggered me. So I wanted to talk to him about it, and he kind of shot me down with the whole "I don't care. It doesn't whether it's flat or round. It has no effect on my life." So yeah, I don't have too many friends to go talking about it with, but the ones I do, they just don't seem to care. So at least I have you guys to talk to.
Kind of all have, we're kind of all in the same boat as far as that goes.
Yeah, I was kind of sad to hear that from him because, you know, he posts all day long all this truther stuff. And of course, he knows the government lies about everything. But for some reason, you know, he wants to believe that we're on the spinning ball and nothing, you know, nothing matters. And the last thing he said to me was like, whether it's flat or round, some quote was, if so, then so what? And I haven't thought of a rebuttal to that. I want to look up who made that quote.
Matter? What does it matter? There's a lot of reasons why it matters, you know.
Oh, I know. But yeah, if so, then so what? Well, I'm like, man, you're totally missing out if that's your mind.
Why does the globe matter? They teach it to everyone, everywhere. What does it matter?
Yeah, and then he said it doesn't matter what it is, but he would argue with me that it's not flat, right? So I'm like, well, if it doesn't matter,
he will defend the globe.
Yeah.
But he doesn't say that you're stupid for. He doesn't. This. I mean, I go through the same shit with people. It's like, I don't think you're dumb. I just don't believe in the flat Earth. And it's like, well, I don't believe in the flat Earth either. I live on the same Earth you do, and I observe it as flat. I'm standing here. I'm not moving. The sky I see moving above me. I don't know why you think it's a globe. Well, actually, I do know why you think it's a globe because they told you it, and you see it on TV all the time. But there's no physical evidence that you can find that the Earth is a globe. You know, it's pretty much the way it is.
Yeah, and
like,
then just
I just
like,
don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it.
then just like that nihilistic worldview of it, right? Like, well, what does it matter anyways? Well, it matters because of the way you think about it. Like, you think everything's meaningless and creation is meaningless, and
Yeah, well,
you know,
I mean, this idea of the globe and Big Bang evolution and stuff, or if shit, half the religious world, Christianity and Islam included, think it's a globe, and they think God made the Earth as a globe, even though the creation stories don't line up with the evolution idea, you know, or the the Big Bang theory, because they say that there was an explosion and everything came from nothing, whereas the Bible says that Earth was first. Sun, moon, and stars weren't even created till the fourth day. So, bro, if you're a Christian and you think the Earth is a globe, and that's what. See, I was a geocentrist before I was a flat earther. So it was kind of just like a transition for me. It just kind of was like, oh, okay, yes, yeah, that makes more sense. Well, because I was following what Genesis was saying, and taking a look at the world. I've never been an evolutionist or anything. I always thought the evolution theory was complete nonsense. Even when I was a teenager, I mean, that was freaking. And they started telling me that when I, over 30 years ago. I was like, no, that's not how God did it.
Yeah, it wasn't much of a struggle for me coming to terms with it being flat. And, of course, I did my research thoroughly. I wanted to cover every area. But, when they taught me this stuff in school, just something didn't sit well with me. I'm like, that kind of sounds like bullshit. That doesn't make any sense, I was a pretty smart kid. And yeah, I still remember those feelings of like when they told me about it. I was just like, I don't think that's right. Sounds like a bunch of hooey. But, how the indoctrination in the school goes. They're like, no, this is it. And, we'll teach it to you. Don't bother ever looking back into it. But I got plenty of time to do that now.
Well, it's like I went to church with my biology teacher in high school, and I was like, no, man, this is not what the Bible says. And I was Catholic, you know. That's not how God created everything. He's like freaking evolution shit on the chalkboard or like posters and stuff. He's like, man, you just have to learn it and pass the class. And I did. I never bought it. It's just like, well, you're just too dumb to figure it out. No, I completely understand why you guys think that, but you just think it and you believe it because you want it to be true. But there's no proof for it. Just like there's no proof for the globe, you know. No, it's been a step by step process for me. So you know, some people might say, well, what's it going to take for you to go back to the globe? What globe? There's nothing to go back to. Finally figured out at least this much about Earth. I mean, it's going to take for you to see the Earth for what it is. Open your freaking eyes, bro. There's no globe to go back to.
Yeah, another thing my friend said in our conversation yesterday was something somebody else I'm having a conversation with has said, well, it's just a theory. Like, mine's just a theory and yours is just a theory. And I'm like, no, I'm going to have to disagree with you right there. If something is testable, measurable, verifiable to be of specific dimensions, then that's not a theory. If I tell you your tabletop is flat, you know, there's no theory about that. It's just what it is, right? Like, yours is the theory that all this stuff is happening. All these concepts built on other concepts to fill the holes. Like, this is just observable reality. So, yeah, don't call it a theory.
Yeah, all right. Look over there. Are you seeing the same thing I'm seeing? Yeah, it's called Earth. It's like, are you seeing the same Earth that I'm seeing? Not in your mind. If it's a globe, you know, I guess we're seeing different Earths. We're actually physically seeing the Earth the same way, but in your mind, you think you're like when you watch the sunset. Like here's something I always tell people, you know, if they're new to the topic. All right, so when you see the sunset, it rises in the east, sets in the west. So if you're facing west and you're watching the sunset, that means in your idea that you're standing on the earth and Earth is moving away from the sun, and that's why the sun is moving toward the horizon because it's going over the curve and you're rolling backwards away from it. And most people never think of it that way. And so it's just kind of like something like, oh, well, yeah, that's what's happening. It's like, who told you that? Because if you're standing on the earth and you don't feel like you're moving, but you're watching the sun move away from you, how do you know that you're moving away from the sun? Because it certainly looks to me that I'm standing right next to you that the sun is moving away from me. And you. Why are you going to tell yourself that the reason I see the sunset is because I'm rolling backwards away from the sun and around the ball? I'm standing on top of a ball and it's spinning away from the sun. That takes more of a belief than just taking the sun, you know, sunset for what it is. The sun is moving across the sky until you can't see it anymore.
Just bring them down to earth.
Hey, I just posted some roles in the VC text.
Yeah, Jamesy, I gave Adam a flat Earth roll. I mean,
I posted roles there if anybody wants to check them out.
You giving out some rolls?
They're gluten free.
I gave him flat earth beginner because he has to learn the argument so he can talk to his friends about it and bring them here, bro. Just be cool about it.
Invite them to the server. Don't push it to them. Don't be too pushy about the topic. Just talk to them about flat. I mean, those you don't have to say flat, but level, motionless, containment, gas pressure.
Yeah,
You
don't
bring
be
those
weird.
things up,
Don't be
and
weird like Flat Earth Day Saints.
I've
Especially gas
definitely
pressure.
been trying.
If you bring up
What
the
up?
gas pressure and level, that works for a lot of people. That's what I found out when I speak to people. I don't necessarily have to say flat Earth, but if I bring gas pressure and things like that, they start thinking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've definitely been trying. There's this guy I work with, my dispatcher. He's a really smart guy, kind of eccentric. He's an ex Army pilot, and we talk about it here and there till like attention builds up, and we're like, okay, let's not talk about this at work. But man, I keep trying to get him in here because he would be somebody good for y'all to talk to.
Are you a cop? Are you a cop, Adam?
No, truck driver.
Truck driver. Oh, dispatch. I heard dispatcher. I was like, oh shit, got a cop.
Oh, we have a new person in the server. We have Cure123. Welcome to the server. How are you? You've been unmuted. Cure123.
Cure 1, 2, 3.
Cancer cure 1, 2, 3.
Oh, you got the number after your name.
I got something for Hightower too. Oh, if Cure doesn't.
Cancer cure 1, 2, 3. Huh? Interesting.
Their mic was up for a second, but then they went on mute.
Yeah, that's a really catchy name. You know, they got the CC in it. You know what I mean?
I mean, you
Yeah,
don't have to speak or to us if you don't want to, but if you can say hi, I can give you VC verified, and later on you can ask questions if you like to. But if you don't speak, I cannot give you the VC verified because voice is required to have a VC verified role. But you can get it now and get that out of the way.
3, 2, 1. A ruck knack. 3, 2, 1. A ruck knack.
Oh, I like that. 3, 2, 1.
A ruck knack. 3, 2, 1. A ruck knack. I just inverted it.
Are you thinking backwards?
I'm just inverting their stuff. You know what I mean?
Damn, just say hi. Anyways.
All right. Hightower. You still there?
I'll mute you back if you want to speak later on and ask any questions about Flat Earth. Just let us know. I'll give you like a listening pass or something.
Whoa, that's so benevolent of you.
Or not Hightower. Who was the guy earlier who was the truck driver? With his friend. I thought it was Hightower, but I guess not. His friend that he talks to at work?
Oh, there was Adam. Adam A0.
Oh, okay. You still there, Adam?
Give me a minute. I'm in the store, really.
Oh, okay.
Adam, you look like ODD.
No, he's not ODD. He's talking.
He looks like him. No, I said he looks like him. Oh, I get it. Yeah, he couldn't be ODD if he's talking, right?
He couldn't be talking if he was ODD.
He'd be comatose.
Do you know? Like I think Sir Isaac Newton said, nature abhors a vacuum.
Did you hear him say it?
Well, it's been said that he said it, right? Nature
Yeah.
abhors the vacuum.
I mean,
Isn't that
regardless of who said it,
hearsay?
bro.
Isn't that hearsay? If you go to court with hearsay, you know what happens?
Well,
You know what
I
Newton
would
written
add to
down?
that so does my dog.
Well, the thing is, bro. The thing is, bro.
I
It
like
doesn't
that.
matter who. It don't matter who said something. You should be. If you're saying something that's true, you should be able to repeat the truth, and it should come out as is. As you know, what I mean, it should be verifiable in itself.
Yeah.
Find these truths to be self-evident. Don't matter who said it. You know, you could
They
say
both
Ronald
did
McDonald
it.
said something.
Newton wrote down that the model that he was presenting was so full of glory, like so full of splendor, that the only way it could have been made is by a god, and this can't be denied.
Right. What he said.
So it gets interesting when atheists try to roll it out, and they're like, Newton's wrong about the model, but he's also right about the model. I go, that would be a contradiction in your logic. If you're invoking somebody else as your intellectual firepower, but you're completely leaving out the cause, that would prove that you are outside of science at that point. You're just looking for an excuse, just dropping excuses. Like a yeah, but.
Better to drop an excuse than drop a dime, right?
To drop a
Not
manhole
funny.
cover.
Not funny.
My friend made me these really bomb smoothies, dude. God. So good.
I was just in the store heating up some salmon.
Oh, really? What you heating it up on?
What I heated
On
up
a
on?
flat table.
Yeah, like a barbecue or
Raw.
Just a microwave. I just hit up the store to use a microwave. But
oh shit.
you guys can try this. Just drop this recipe real quick. You take salmon and put honey on it, and then like a nut flour blend. So it's like a honey crusted salmon. I eat it a couple times a week. It's really good.
Hey, when you use the contraption that you're talking about heating your food up with, you're nullifying any nutrients in your food. In fact, you're going from the nullification to the ground zero to like a negative factor. You know what I mean? Even stuff that's really good for you, like salmon and stuff. If you could check out those water molecules in that bad boy after you got done hitting it in that thing, you'd be like, damn, these things look. You know the difference between like, huh?
Another day. We actually talked about this some other day. I posted a link about it too, saying the
Oh, the water
microwave.
experiment?
The safest ways to heat food are steaming or microwaving them.
The safest way to heat food is microwaving it?
The
That what
two
you said?
safest ways. I mean, I originally cooked it in a air fryer, but
I guess it would be the safest way if you were like made of metal or something. Or, you know what I mean? Then it would be safe. Or if you're like a statue, it would be the safest way. But being a human being, I beg to differ. But, you know, this isn't culinary advice, Dom. You know what I mean?
yeah.
I just eat it raw.
Yeah, that's actually the best way to eat it, bro. I've been eating potatoes raw lately. I've been slicing sweet potatoes and eating them like chips raw because once you cook a potato, you can't. Yeah, you can't. No, seriously, you can't. Once you heat up a potato, you can't hook up two prongs to it and get an electrical charge. You can only do that with a raw potato. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I ate some sweet potatoes last night. I tried one like it because I heard you say it.
Yeah, bro, you're getting the actual electricity that's in there.
Well, the potato you have to wash it, no? Right? You have to like kind of like put it in water or something to.
I mean, you don't have to do anything. You know, you could put it in water. You know what I mean, especially if there's any like chemical sprayed on it or anything like that. But just if there was just dirt on it, you could eat it like that. I mean, you could eat it like however you want to eat it, but yeah, it's good to wash it off. You know, if all I had is tap water, though, I'd go for just using my shirt to wipe it off and eat it like that, as opposed to putting tap water on it. But I'm weird like that.
Yeah, I think about that too. I'm really health conscious. I'm a competitive bodybuilder as well, so.
Oh, that's cool. I'm not even health
Yeah,
conscious. I'm just trying not to step on nothing that's gonna hurt me.
When I think about food, I think about meat. Yeah, man.
I'm not one of those real big guys. I do classic physique, so I'm only like 200 pounds. I'm not 250 or whatever.
You do bodybuilding for you get paid to do it?
No, it actually cost me a lot of money to do it.
Oh
But
wow.
I've been trying to go pro. I've been nationally qualified, so I'm at I can win the local regional shows. Like I was the Virginia state champ for classic physique, and I go to the national shows, and if I can do well there, then I'll get a pro card. But those shows are really tough, man. I'm up against the best in the nation. They got the best coaches in the nation. I do this stuff myself because I don't really trust some of these coaches, man. They'll have you eating processed foods, and I just do single ingredient foods. That's the name of the game, right? Like, some coaches have you eating cereal and shit like that. I'm not going to eat oils.
Hey, you know how you could if you don't do it already, how you could increase your red blood cells in your body, which you need for regenerating muscle tissue, is go barefoot as much as possible, whenever possible. You'd be surprised what it does to your muscles.
Yeah, my mom's big into that. You should see her feet, man. It's terrible. But yeah, I grew up like it. I was real outdoorsy kid, man. I never sat around, and I was always outside doing something. And
You should
I
see
think that
what it does for your blood cells, bro.
Huh?
What it does for your blood cells, regardless of how your feet look or whatever. Like that's a moot point almost. But what it does for your blood cells, man,
Yeah, it's
it's amazing, bro.
Bro, imagine you at the championship and they say, "Hey, you almost made it. Everything looks good except your feet." You almost made it.
Yeah.
It makes your feet wider, bro. Your feet will get a lot wider.
How about like raw liver, raw eggs, stuff like that, raw meat? Have you tried that?
Yeah, I used to get up and I'd mix raw eggs with orange juice. It actually tastes pretty good to chug it down, but it's not as bioavailable if you cook it. But the other thing with eggs is you have to change the way you cook it like every 3 months or so, because you can start to develop a food allergy. So like if you're always scrambling them, after a couple of months, try like sunny side up or something like that.
What do you do with the eggshells, bro?
What's that?
The eggshells are the most important part of the egg, I think.
The eggshell?
No, I'm not kidding. You should definitely ingest those. Grind them up into a powder. Those are the building blocks of life, bro.
I never heard of that, but I know that like polycosanol, which is like the coatings on like apples and fruits, right? That kind of gives it a structure. That stuff is really helpful and can promote healing and good health, like kind of like a miracle cure.
Yep.
They got a product called Nanosoma that I like. It's a spray, like 5
Usually,
sprays a
the
day.
stuff that's like more bitter and more not as pleasing is better for you. You know, the more like strong it is, and just like unbearable almost, it's usually really good for you. Not in all cases, but quite often when it comes to like roots and herbs and stuff. It's like you have to give a little to get a little. You know what I mean? It's a perfect balance. You don't always get healthy from like the sweetest, most tasty things. You know what I mean? It wouldn't balance out. You have to have that balance. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just like with the animal meats, if you can.
Garlic. Garlic is a repellent. It's a repellent for mercury.
I didn't know that.
It
You were
repels
gonna say
mercury.
something about you were gonna say something about animal meats.
Yeah, just like eat head to tail, right? Like the marrow, the liver, all of that. It's important. I don't do it.
You know
Like I
you know
should.
the orca, one of the biggest predators in the ocean in the world. kills other other animals, and it eats the liver. It kills the white sharks and eats the liver.
Yeah, they know what's up.
The orca. They
That's
know
where all the
what's up,
nutrients are.
and it doesn't
Yeah,
cook it.
you learn a lot from nature. And here we all trying to pervert everything.
It doesn't cook the liver.
It's kind of a shame. I said I eat like single ingredient foods. There's almost, you go to the grocery store, almost everything has processed oils in it, which like
Those
degrade you on a
oils are
cellular level.
horrible. Don't eat
Yeah,
anything with those oils.
it's almost everything in the store has two ingredients. One of them is, whatever it is, and then the other is some processed oil, canola oil.
Soybean oil.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm kind of, to avoid it, yeah, you just gotta, like, you want a good ingredient, it's gonna be one thing, potato or beef or really.
All that stuff is it's a preservative. All that stuff that they put in it to make it last on the shelf longer.
Even like peanut butter. It'll say a natural peanut butter, but then it's got palm oil in it. So
you're better off just eating peanuts. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Or almonds.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't really eat.
The garlics are repellent, bro.
I just eat for nutrition, Get my.
Oh, you don't eat for fun?
No, not really. I mean,
that's kind of like how I feel about air. I don't really breathe air for enjoyment. I breathe it to live.
There's some high quality air out there. Air in a can.
Yeah, there is. Super good air. The air that I can just walk outside and breathe. I love that stuff.
I've been doing this a really long time, and you get used to it, right? Like, I have no desire to go to a fast food joint and eat anything that they offer or anything along those lines, right? Like, I'd much rather buy it or grow it myself and cook it myself. Like, my wife, she's the total opposite. For me, like, it's so far removed that it's just not a thing anymore.
That's how my chick is too, bro. Steady drink soda, hamburgers, just Lunchables.
And then she hits me with that. Well, I don't got time. And I'm
Why
like,
is it called ham? Why is it called hamburgers? If there's no ham?
Right. It should be called ham bourgeois. Ham bourgeois.
Ham bourgeois.
You know what I mean? Because the bourgeois came out with it.
Be right back. Where's the Cure 123? You're here. You're still here. Come on, open your mic. Ask questions about the flat Earth. Flat Earth days. He will answer your questions.
Good morning, sir. Glad to see you here.
Or lady. The image looks like a girl.
Or lady.
So
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, ma'am. If this is a whatever pronoun you prefer, if you'd like to state it before we start speaking.
Call me ma'am.
I identify just as a flat earther myself.
I identify as a dinosaur.
Yeah, right. I was a bumblebee last week, though.
Cure 123, I think, is having mic issues. You should buy a new mic, Cure 123.
Well, he's got
or
the
disconnect
CC in
it
the name.
and just use the mic and the cell phone.
You got the CC in the name.
Oh, reconnected. Okay, let me unmute you again. Let's see. Try it again. Yeah, the mic is not working. I think she's been trying, or he I don't know, she's been trying, but we can only hear like static.
Yeah, I think that person may have gotten all they needed for the moment. You know what I mean? Because they just dipped out.
Yeah, they heard what they wanted to hear here. We've been
Right.
talking everything but flat Earth in here.
I know, right? They might come back with a different name and a different numerical value after the name. I wouldn't mind seeing a name with an 846 at the end of it. That'd be pretty cool, you know? Or a 5-25-20. That'd be cool. You ever, Jimsy, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
Oh, how you doing?
I'm here. I'm doing alright. How about yourself?
Oh, never been better. Every day, every moment I'm alive is the best moment, better than the last, you know? No
Sure,
regrets, bro. No regrets. No regrets. No sorrows about anything.
Sure.
I used to be that type of person, bro. I used to always be like, oh, I should be doing this in my life, or I should be doing that. I'm not living up to where I should be, you know? No way. Never live like that again, bro. You know what I mean?
No way. Yes way.
I way. No habla
Sí,
spreken
way.
Sie Dutch.
Sí,
No
way.
habla spreken Sie Dutch.
Sí, way.
Parlez-vous espagnol?
No way.
Merci bueno.
Spanglish.
Habla francés?
No.
Hey, can you imagine? Can you imagine living on a curved surface like a ball, and then everybody around you is telling you, no, the ball is flat, like it's measurably flat, and you're like, no, it's a ball. You could see that the horizon curved. You know what I mean? And everybody's telling you, no, it's it's flat. It's flat. I swear it's flat. You know? Imagine growing up in a society like that. It's enough to drive a simple man mad.
Like a contrarian mindset.
Right? In a vortex world, huh? In a vortex world. So Jimsy, this broad the other day, you know, I'm talking about flat earth to her, this and that, you know, showing her there ain't no curvature. Well, I mean, she had curvature, don't get me wrong, you know, but she asked me what I do for a living, you know what I mean? What I do for a living, I said, I breathe in oxygen, you know what I mean? Sometimes I drink water, and when I'm hungry, I grab a bite to eat here and there. You know, how do you stay alive? You know what I mean? You know, I almost said it ain't on your looks, but I would have been a liar if I would have said that. I felt like saying it, though.
All right. Oh, Pure 123 joined again, but then dropped out again. Maybe got a mic. Let's see.
Probably waiting for my phone to
Vanished.
die or something, you know what I mean?
But it won't die because
Nah, I got a plug right here. I can keep plugging my phone in. You know what I mean? Jim, do you ever seen the reactions of fans when the new Star Wars preview's coming out, like at something like Comic-Con or something? I mean, it's like a religious experience. I mean,
Reactions.
they show more emotion than people at like huge like church religious rallies. You know what I mean? Where they're coming up to get saved or whatever. They show more reaction at the Star Wars premiere. I mean, they lose their mind, dude. You know?
When they first hear the lightsaber sound.
Oh yeah, they're like, oh, oh, like dang, dog. Right? I don't even show that much emotion when I'm having like really good sex, like really good sex. I'm not even like that at all. I'm just like whatever. Nothing really gets nothing in life really gets me like that happy, you know.
I saw like a little girl. She was being visited by a rapper, and she was jumping and like her face was like yelling
Oh
like,
man,
oh, what the
yeah,
fuck?
sad, huh?
It's just a freaking rapper.
Right? Man.
She was like jumping and like having a panic attack or something.
Crazy, dude. Hey, people lose their mind over singers more than actors. I've noticed, even unless you're an actor in Star Wars. If you're an actor in Star Wars, then you know that's a whole different category. You know what I mean? I bet you if video games could become actual characters, like in real life, people would lose their shit over that too. You know what I mean?
I saw like I speak Spanish and I saw like people watching what was it the Dragon Ball movie, Dragon
Oh
Ball
my
Z,
god! Yeah.
bro. For everything that happened, they were going like, and they were going crazy just by the new scene. Something happened in the new scene, and they were like,
Yeah, true. Crazy, bro. Hey, when I first heard that name Dragon Ball Z, the first thing I thought in my mind is, dude, that's really like I thought it was a perverted joke that somebody had made like a meme of or something. And my chick's like, no, that's an actual thing. Like kids are going crazy over that stuff. My kids go crazy over. They love that stuff. I'm like, dude, if I had kids, I would never let them play with anything like that. You know, if I had kids, though, dude, there'd be nothing but books. That's it. You know what I mean? Books and like we'd have, just the regular old school light bulbs. If we didn't have that, we'd have a fire burning and candles. You know.
you don't have children yet?
I don't, bro. I've tried so many times with so many different women too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know.
There's something about these. There's something about these days that bro. I know, like from many sides of my family and my wife's family, like a generation before us, people used to have like lots of children. We're talking over 10. Like
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
many children, and now it's difficult to have one.
Dude, I'm saying. I always tell everybody, like, look around at the little kids that are around nowadays. That when they get to be our age, there's not going to be that anymore like that. You know, that's the way I see it, dude. Because you were absolutely right about what you just said. You know.
But
I
like,
mean,
there's like my dad's generation, my mom's generation, and then my grandfather's generation. Like I had like from my father's side, I had like over 10 aunts and uncles, right? From my mom's
yeah.
side, we had like 15 aunts and uncles. My wife, her grandparents and grandfather, they had both sides. They had like over 10, 14 children, bro. Are we talking? We're talking a generation ago, like last generation. They were having like dozens of children.
Yeah.
People.
I know, bro. But think about it though. In the last 100 years or less, they've come out with clinics where you can get rid of that. They've come out with, condoms and, IEDs and vasectomies and, you know what I mean? Everything that,
and fast food.
Yep. Like everything. Yeah. Just everything, everything that, like, like your antenna right next to your junk in your pocket all the time. All these things,
Yeah. I bet.
Synthetic
Yeah,
clothing.
that's definitely
Synthetic clothing, rubber on your soles, dude. Hair dye.
Yeah,
But,
wear all that rubber on your feet and then on your head as well. Those hats. I wear
Right.
hat a lot of the time, so but
I
I'm
do
pretty sure
too.
there's something
I
to
just
that.
take the metal thing off the top. You know the button on the top
Yeah.
of the hat. Just take that off so you don't have any metal up there, because that's a conductor of
Hmm.
electricity. And the way it's shaped, it's like a round like button, like M&M shaped, you know, with like a dome on the top a little bit, and then the bottom is like 4 or 6 claws that are like inwards. You know what I mean? And they're super pointy, so they're like terminated points of metal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like little tiny antennas, and they're pointed towards like right where your cowlick is in your hair. You know, we all have like a cowlick where your hair swirls around. It's like right there. It's like the exact pinnacle of where it should be if your intentions are other than uh I guess you'd say
To mess with
you know,
the flow of electricity.
yeah, everything's a spiral, you know. Sound, when you throw a pebble on water, it makes like a spiral, you know. Everything's a spiral kind of.
A vortex.
Just like the vortex that we see in the sky. You see the luminaries revolving
Mm-hmm.
like in a
Yeah, yeah,
vortex.
yeah,
And we
yeah,
can see that like if you from a magnet, if you put a magnet on a magnifier and you put gas like in a chamber, you see
yeah.
the magnet kind of like creates a vortex. And the
Whoa,
vortex is
bro!
on
You just
everything.
made
Like
me
you
think of
can see the
something,
vortex being expressed on nature and almost everything.
dude. You just made me think of something. I just realized something. I've been trying to figure out how they on Earth figure out where you know what like star maps are, where they align things with the stars.
Yeah,
Okay, so have you also heard of ley lines?
ley lines. You mean
Yeah, ley
like
line.
electricity lines?
No, like ley, like Ley, ley lines. They're called ley lines, and they're supposed to be in different parts of the world where a very strong like energy force or electrical, conductivity or whatever is it's an actual line like going across the plane, right? So there's ley
Yeah.
line, and I'm not sure if those match up with the star maps or not. If
L
they're
Ley.
yeah, Ley, and then that's one word, and then the next word is lines, ley
Okay.
lines.
Oh, I see. I've seen like cities being constructed on ley lines, right? Like,
Yeah. So they do that for especially like bigger cities where they have a lot of like old esoteric stuff in them. They line stuff
yeah,
up perfectly. Like for instance, I can go to the cemetery in the city of Santa Barbara, and the cemetery is like elevated like about 15 feet above the normal sidewalk and ground. But you can't really tell by the way it's constructed. Well, if you go to the cross in the very middle of the cemetery and you look at the Macy's Tower, the Macy's Tower has a square cut out of it with like 4 giant bells, and then with like really long thin strings like or chains that are hanging from the bell. And then if you look at the Mesa Hill, it lines up perfectly with the square of the Macy's Tower, and the palm trees that are perfectly lined up on the hill line up perfectly with like the trunks of the tree line up perfectly with the chain, and where the palm fronds come out is exactly where the bottom of the bell starts, and then the cliff is exactly where the bottom of the square that's cut into the tower is. It's like so perfectly lined up, and you can only see it from the cross in the cemetery, right? So there's other places like that. Like there's actually a street called Islay, Isley. Wait, is Islay? Is it Islay? Maybe it has a an E, but like ley line. And when you get to the very top of that street, it's a hill, and at the very top you can only turn right or left. There's no straight. Well, if you turn around right there and look at the line in the middle of the road, how it has like 2 orange lines on each side. Well, the very middle of the line, if you look at it right there, if you get down low to the road and look at it, it lines up perfectly with the Arlington Tower, which is like the tallest tower in Santa Barbara, and it has like it looks like basically like an upside down needle, you know, and it
bro,
lines
I
up
just I
perfectly with
just
it.
found I just found like a bunch of different ones, and they call them. There's maps that say the lay of the land,
Yeah,
and
exactly,
this
bro.
is
Yeah.
ley lines in Croatia, ley lines and ancient sacred sites.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, There's a bunch. There's so many.
Well, you made me think of something when you were talking right now. I just realized, what if the way they find these ley lines and these star maps to line them up is they watch where where lightning strikes, right? Lightning only doesn't strike the ground; it's striking something that's coming up from the ground and it's meeting it in midair, right?
Hmm.
So if you wanted to like cheat and not wait for lightning or whatever, or actually you could either create or generate lightning that's like mostly organic, and then you could just completely create inorganic lightning. I mean, I guess technically everything has organic in it because everything's from this contained earth that we live in. Like, we don't get anything from anywhere else. It all comes from here. So I don't think there's anything we could do to, like, pollute it or destroy it, because everything comes from it. But like the created lightning that's generated from whatever they're using to generate it, that would be a way for them to find where ley lines or star maps are, because they would be able to pinpoint it accurately by where it's coming up from the ground. They could use, like, even with the modern day photography, even older photography, with where I don't know how you do the shutter speed or whatever, or get it where like you could slow everything down, like extremely slow, like to the 1,000th or something like that, or maybe more. It's not the type of photography I do, but they could be able to exactly pinpoint it where it comes from the ground,
Yeah, the ley lines being a grid essentially, and the grid collect the static charge the Earth discharges, and it up into the sky and tells you exactly what's above. Kind of like when you want to pinpoint a spot on the ground, you can do like a water drop to, if you want to drop a pencil into a beer bottle or something, right? You would use a drop of water to figure out exactly where it falls, but in reverse, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? So it's shooting up.
Yeah.
That's how
So
you star map.
Yeah, that's where they find it, where it comes up from the ground. I bet you it just doesn't come up any random place, Because if you really spend some time looking up lightning in slow motion, pictures of lightning where it comes up from the ground, there's not that much information on it, bro. There's way, way more information on lightning that comes from the sky or from the clouds, allegedly. I mean, if they're lying to us about how the lightning comes from, because we know it doesn't come from a cloud. That's ridiculous. Have you ever seen electricity come from a cloud of steam from boiling water? Or like when you're in a sauna or anything, like clouds of steam like that? No, you could even create clouds on the ground with cloud generating machines quite easily, and you're not going to see any. You could never create an experiment where lightning or any type of electricity is going to shoot out of it. It's ridiculous. So we're being lied to about where lightning comes from. Then how much more would they just omit actually, the other part of the lightning, which comes from the ground? I mean, there's stuff on it, but there's not as much stuff as, the lightning that we normally think of, which isn't even what it is.
The only thing is, the lightning comes from the ground, but it doesn't go all the way up. It stops somewhere around cloud level.
No, it meets it meets the one coming from the sky. It meets it, One would never strike the other surface. Like, one wouldn't come from the ground and just strike the firmament, and vice versa. One wouldn't come from the firmament to strike the ground. It would meet. I don't know if it's right in the middle, smack in the middle, or not, or if we can't perceive that through the film that we see it, but it's clear that one comes up and meets it,
Yeah, we were talking the other day, something similar to this, and it's, lightning follows a path or something, and that path may be already predetermined in the way. I don't know how that plays
it's
in.
predetermined. Yeah, it's not just random, dog.
If you watch John Levy, he'll point out that a lot of those ley lines and structures built upon them have probably been there a lot longer than we think they have.
Oh, of course, bro. We could never know how long something's been there or not. You know what I mean? All we can judge on is the timeline of our life and what we bear witness to, what we've experienced. You know what I mean? I mean, you can believe anything you want from history books or from stories passed down and everything, if that's what you choose to do. It's not proof of anything though. But yeah, like the only proof we have is what we can ascertain or see in our lifetime, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, he's pretty good at pointing out though, that this is the official story. They're telling us about these structures or these places, and here's the leaps of logic. Like, your shit don't add up, right? So.
Right. You know, it's funny though. There's really no official story for anything. Like, if you look at different sources, they all say slightly different things for the same subject that's supposed to be like a mainstream subject. You know.
And then a lot of people are citing stuff they're getting from Wiki. I've never used it, but can anybody sign in the Wiki and modify what the page says?
It's the same when anybody could, purchase the company that's putting out books for the curriculum for students ages kindergarten through master's degree. Whoever's putting out these books basically could be the same. It's like basically the same thing, It just takes a little bit longer, or it's a little bit quicker with a wiki, but. I think for everything that you get quicker or easier, you give up something for that too. Like if something takes longer for you to find out and you have to do more research into it, you're going to get a lot more out of it. It's just the balance of things, But if you're getting it super easy, cheap, fast, for free, instantly, it's not going to be beneficial to you as it would be the other way, You probably know that with steroids and stuff like that. You probably see people do steroids.
Yeah, well, I was about to relate it to bodybuilding. I've been deeply researching it, almost on a daily basis for over a decade. And I still learn stuff every day. Yeah. Like yesterday, I listened to a hugely insightful podcast about a subject I've already been over 10 times, but still learning stuff from it. And it's just being thorough, like you said.
Hey, bro, if you're not learning something new from it all the time that's truth, then you're getting fed a lie every time. You know what I mean? But if you know your body and you know everything you're hearing about the way that bodybuilding is good and true, you'll be able to determine that. You know what I mean? It'll be putting out a truthful vibration, like a frequency that resonates with your circadian rhythm.
Yeah, and then I listen to all the gurus and the top coaches, right? And then some of them say different things or have different approaches, but I take the consensus of what they're saying. When they're all pretty much saying the same thing about it, then that's the information that I find that I can apply to myself, right? Like, yeah, they might disagree with this or that, but they're all pretty much saying this one thing. So I should take something away from that and see if it works for me.
If that's what you choose to do.
Well, yeah, because, I don't want to pay for a coach. I want to do this stuff on my own.
Yeah.
And then, like, why pay for a coach when all the coaches are on a podcast every week spilling everything they know about it, right? Like, all you got to do is sit there and listen and then figure out how to apply it.
Well, can I ask you something?
What's that?
Can I ask you something? So,
yeah,
the people that you surround yourself with the majority of the time you're spent has to do with which is bodybuilding, correct?
One of my hobbies. I also make music.
Okay. I was just saying because like you said you've been doing it for like the past 10 years or something.
Yeah, I haven't missed a workout in over 10 years, I think, if not longer.
So when, for instance, like when you're working out and stuff, you're either you're in your own gym or you're surrounded in a gym by people who are like-minded with the same type of goal as and you mean the same type of whatever pinnacle you're trying to hit.
Yeah, pretty much everybody in there just trying to be better than they used to be.
You mean physically better?
No, there's a huge takeaways that bodybuilding, fitness in general, that you could use to build your character and man, I'm really glad that I got into it because it's taught me a lot about myself through testing myself. And man, it's a special thing. It really helps you grow as a person besides just your muscles.
Isn't there a trend of bodybuilders dying and having like a lot of issues?
The
Well,
ones who took
everybody's dying, bro.
they've always been dying. It's just more out in the open now. More people are talking about it, but most of the ones that have recently passed, like Cedric McMillan, he was an Army sergeant, triple vaxxed. He spent a week in the hospital right after his first injection, and then got the other ones, and he never got right after that first, issue that he had, and it killed him.
The liposomes will do it to you.
Man. And I thought astronauts had it bad drinking their own pee. You know what I mean?
Shit, I'm not an astronaut. I've been drinking my piss for 8 years.
Oh, God. So, Dying to Live, you just came in and changed your name from something cure 123 to Dying to Live, but you didn't change your name. And even if you had, I still would know it was you. But interesting theory that you just said. Not medical advice by any means. Strictly for educational and entertainment purposes only.
But it sounded like you had a question that you didn't get to.
No, you didn't hear what he said.
No, you said, let me ask you a question, but you never.
Ask you a question. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were referring to the gentleman or whatever gender who just got on the. Okay. Yeah, my bad, bro. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's definitely not a gentleman.
Yeah, right. I'm just trying to, go with the most common pronoun and just work my way down from there. Not trying to offend anybody or, indicate anything, mean a certain type of way.
I identify as the temple of God. Thank you.
Well, I'd say you're welcome, but I couldn't understand what you said.
I was asking you a question. What does microwaving do to the food?
Oh, I thought you said something completely different, bro. My bad.
Oh, it's okay.
He said he identifies as the temple of God.
Yeah, but after that,
Yeah.
that was my question. My question was, what does microwave do to the food? You said you know, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know. Okay.
Okay, bro. Yeah, I don't know. All right.
No problem.
Yeah, it's okay. Actually,
Back to the drawing board.
No, it doesn't do anything to the food.
Day one
I never
starts
said anything
today.
like that. Huh?
Day one starts today.
Day one?
Wait, what do you mean it doesn't do anything to food? When I put my food in the microwave, it makes it hot.
Yeah, it is different.
Exactly. Yeah, it makes it hot.
Different.
It makes it hot. Exactly. It makes it hot, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you were trying to explain to the bodybuilder that you shouldn't microwave your food, yet you don't know why. So it doesn't work.
No, I
that
didn't
way.
say he shouldn't. I said I don't, because I don't prefer the way it tastes.
Oh,
that's
so
just for
it's just
entertainment
the
and educational purposes only.
It's just the taste.
Yeah, it's just the taste, bro.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Some
I
people
just thought
might.
there was some reason. That's why I asked.
Some people might be thinking that maybe it's radiating their food, but it's not an ionizing radiation. It's just exciting the molecules, just like heating it over any type of source of heat, right? So.
Well, not any source of heat. There's so many different types of source of heat, bro.
I'd say fire is the most natural. Cook a nice steak over a fire. It'll be good.
I'll say the sun is the most natural.
Yeah, the sun, I'd have to say.
Then after that, fire.
Yeah.
Wait, the sun? Can you cook food with the sun, bro?
If you had a big enough magnifying glass, you could.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
get
see,
a
that's not gonna
magnifying
work, dude.
glass and you can heat up a chamber and it definitely cook it for you.
Yeah, but I'm gonna have to buy the magnifying glass. I'd rather just rub two sticks together than promote the B system.
You
But
might
then
be
you
able to
have
make
to
one
get
out of crystal.
you have to get some sticks from the ground, and the sticks' lives matter.
Oh come on, dude. Sticks aren't people,
Or you can
bro.
go completely natural and not eat anything that has to be cooked. You know, if it makes you sick because you have to cook it, don't eat it.
No, I was thinking though, if I raise the cow, I eat it while it's still warm, would that kill me?
I don't know, bro. I would never do anything like that. I don't
Well,
recommend anybody do that, but I don't not recommend it either.
I did get some milk directly from the cow myself, and it was warm, and
Oh, it
I
sounds
drink
good.
it, and it didn't kill me.
That sounds good, buddy.
Yeah, that reminds me of the almond palmer.
Didn't kill the cow either,
Lukewarm
did it,
almond.
Jimsy?
I didn't have to kill it. No, I gave him milk without killing it.
Wow. Who would have thought we could just drink the milk? Holy shit.
I want to be one of those people that gets all their energy and nutrients from the sunlight, whether they're like the Denisovians or something like that. That's probably wrong, but supposedly there's these group of people that don't eat. They just go out in the sunlight and can sustain their
Breatharians.
life.
They're called breatharians.
Yeah, that's the
Oh
way
no!
to
Oh
Yeah,
no!
yeah, they're all dying too, bro. I wouldn't trust them.
I don't even know who they are. I'm just saying that's what they're called.
Dietarians.
Yeah, if you go on
Breatharians.
a diet, you're probably gonna die.
They're called breatharians. Like breathe Aryan. Hey, dying to live. If you have any like maybe like a weekly diet that you'd recommend for me, maybe you could post it to me. I appreciate it.
Raw liver once a week.
No. You guys were talking about liver earlier. I had a question about that. Why would you eat the part of the animal that removes the toxins from the animal's body?
Cause it's yummy.
Sounds disgusting.
Bro, why would you eat? Why would you eat or not drink anything? That's completely a personal
Well, I don't want
choice.
to die.
What?
I eat to
Why?
live.
Hey! Why is there anything at all?
something happen. I said that's the most nutrient dense part of the animal.
Hey, ask that question to orcas. They kill the white sharks and eat the liver and leave the rest.
Yeah, but all the orcas are dying, bro. They're stupid too.
Yeah,
Orcas
they're pretty
are
dumb.
dying. Yeah,
They're
dumb
pretty
as fuck.
dumb, dude. You know what I mean? God, those natural things doing what they're naturally supposed to do. They're so dumb.
Orcas are dumb. Yeah,
Any
I
animal or
gotta.
insect, that's like saying any animal or insect is dumb. They're just doing what they're programmed to do naturally.
No, I get that, but I'm just saying, like, Elijah and Enoch never died, so orcas are fucking stupid.
I don't even know what you meant right now. Were you referring to the Bible?
I'm just talking about two gentlemen that never died.
Oh, I don't
Wait,
know.
they never died? And where are they? Do they have like a YouTube channel?
Apparently, they're still here.
Where are they? Can
I've
you
never
link
heard
me
anything like that.
the can you link me like give me a link or something so I can look?
I mean,
Put the
these
link in the
people,
D.
bro, dude, if you've been around for 6,000 or 7,000 years, these people are not in the limelight, bro. They're probably in some fucking cave somewhere.
In a cave?
You're talking about a movie?
They should be like at the highest mountain.
You're talking about Underworld, huh?
Mountain.
You're talking about the movie Underworld, the movie.
Why will they be the oldest and be living in a cave? Tell me why. I'm muting myself for now.
If I was a lad who'd been living in a cave for a long time, would I be Bin Laden?
What's up, good show?
That's your boy, huh?
Everybody's my boy, bro.
Unless they don't unless their pronoun isn't boy, then they're not your
Unless they're
boy.
immortal. If they're immortal, they're a waste of my time.
You know what I mean? What if they're gender fluid or something like that? Then they're
Only
not your boy.
immortals are a waste of my time.
Immortal?
Yeah, I wouldn't be talking to you right now if you were immortal.
Interesting theory. You play a lot of D&D video games and stuff like that?
No, I don't play games.
I was going to say if you ever want to play chess, I know how to play chess pretty well. I think with the pawn, once it gets to the knight square, the queen.
There's too many people dying to play chess, man.
Dying to play?
Like I said, there's too many dying, comma. There's too many people dying, comma, to play chess.
Interesting. I was going to say there's not enough people living. There's not enough people living to not play chess. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I'd rather talk about the truth, right, and maybe save someone's life than play a game.
Sounds good. That's noble, bro. That's really noble of you.
Well, thanks.
I wish more people would be like you. You know what I mean? Care about everybody more. You know, the world would be a better place.
I've heard you talk before.
Most of the stuff I say, I just get off Google real quick, you know?
Well, the bodybuilder, whatever, he seemed nice, but I was like, am I the only person laying in bed 20 hours a day? It seems like all these other people are slaves and they work out and this shit. It's crazy.
You lay in bed 20 hours a day?
Yes.
So what about your feet? They're not touching the ground?
My
name is Adam.
A chair right now.
Huh?
I said my feet are touching a chair right now.
My name is Adam, but why do you lay in bed all day? Are you disabled?
No. I just don't want to die.
Don't want to die.
Yeah, so when you work out, what you're doing is you're tearing down your muscles, right? So then your body focuses its attention on regenerating said muscles. So instead of tearing down my muscles, what I've done is I've redirected my body to focus on healing its organs instead of things that don't matter, like muscles.
Hey, do you ever fast, bro?
That's not even true. And then working out, exercise actually is good for you. The whole tearing the muscle and then it regrows.
When you work out, you're not tearing your muscle.
They say it's micro tears and then it heals back. But if that was true, you'd be a huge callus, right? Like if I've been doing it for 10 years, your muscles wouldn't grow. It would just be scar tissue. Like it doesn't make sense.
Okay, so people's muscles don't grow when they work out. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying it doesn't happen through micro tears because then it would just be scar tissue. You can't grow scar tissue.
Okay,
you can't do anything.
Sir, you're a bodybuilder. If it's not what we've been told, you should know.
I know. I'm telling you, it's
so
through stretching the
how are your
muscles
muscles getting bigger?
Hypertrophy.
What's that?
There's two ways. I can't remember one of the terms, but you stretch the muscle fascia, and then you grow the muscle cell itself. Just like fat cells can grow, like you don't burn fat. Fat cells are always there. They just get bigger or smaller. Same thing with the muscle cells. They either take in nutrients and get bigger, or they deplete nutrients and get smaller. But there's no micro tearing going on. I mean, maybe to a certain degree, but it doesn't add up. But hypertrophy is for bodybuilding. Strength gains, it happens in a different fashion.
So you're saying the muscle building comes from the rest phase, correct?
Yeah, recovery phase, that's when you grow. It doesn't happen in the gym while you're working out. Your cells uptake nutrients and grow. The more you stimulate through exercise, the more you eat, the more they grow. Like you can exercise all day long, but if you don't have the proper nutrition, nothing's going to happen. And to say that you don't work out because you want to protect your organs is the wrong way to go about it, because it actually improves all the processes in your body, especially organ health.
Hey, bro. So you lay in bed for 20 hours. You don't ever get grounded?
What's grounded?
Get your feet grounded.
I don't know what that is.
Grounding your body, you know? Your body's an electrical unit. All houses and places of residence are grounded. Grounding, you know?
I mean, I got grounded when I was a kid. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, buddy.
Do you know how to ground a house?
Are you talking about go and walk out on the dirt barefoot? Is that what you're talking about?
It's one way to do it.
Oh,
Probably the best
why
way
don't
to do
you
it.
say that?
I didn't know that I had to, but so yeah, going and walking out on the dirt or sand. Sand is the best thing you can walk on.
Yeah, I ground from time to time. Not very often.
You can actually run aground from outside to the inside and to your bed. That way you can lay in bed and be grounded.
Yep.
But I don't really believe that you lay in bed all day. That's
No,
pretty
I do.
ridiculous.
I'm not lying to you.
It's not really something that you need to lie about. I believe you. I definitely believe that you lay in bed 20 hours a day. And if you're lying to me about it, it's not gonna it's like no skin off my back, you know what I mean? I knew somebody who told me that if I slept more often and laid in bed more, I could grow a couple inches.
It's true.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if anything is true until I try it myself, really. You know? I imagine you must have really comfortable comforters, nice feeling sheets and blankets and a good bunch of pillows that you appreciate. You probably change the pillow casings on them quite often, I imagine, or you have somebody there to help you.
Yeah, I don't own
Actually,
anything that I wouldn't leave behind tomorrow.
I'm jealous, bro. The way, you know what I mean? It sounds fun, except for the lack of grounding. I have to be grounded way more.
I'm albino. The sun is detrimental to my health.
Oh, okay. I hear you. What's your hair like? Is your hair like curly or is it like straight?
Yeah, it's a little in between.
Okay. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I use hydrogen peroxide as shampoo.
You do?
Yeah, I only use hydrogen peroxide as shampoo.
You should try borax, bro.
What's borax?
Hydrogen would make your hair lighter. Like I used to do that when I was young to get that Kurt Cobain kind of look, that bleach look.
Wait, you said you only use hydrogen peroxide?
Yeah, only 3% though, solution.
Oh, okay. That's like the stuff that you could buy at like the drugstore or whatever for like 99 cents a bottle?
Yeah, like rain is like 1%, and the stuff that
Yeah,
you can get from the
okay,
store is like
okay.
3%.
Okay, yeah. Sometimes I'll like gargle with that stuff every once in a while.
No,
Let it
don't do
foam
that.
up
It's
in my mouth.
horrible. It destroys your mouth microbiome.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, I don't brush my
Yeah,
teeth.
it's been a long time. I only brush my teeth usually with borax or Dr. Bronner's fluoride-free toothpaste, but I use very little. I usually just use borax.
Yeah, I mean, I don't use
That's all I really
anything.
need. That's cool. Well, that probably works better for you. My teeth need borax though. The borax actually it came with the instruction booklet when I was born. So
You were born with borax?
with the borax as one of the top ingredients for my instructions on Better Living. That was for me though. Your birth certificate instructions might have said something different. I'm hardwired basically. the software I was hardwired with basically it calls for borax. You know.
Have
So
you ever looked into hyperventilation neuroplasticity?
Nope, I haven't. I've heard of it, but
Yeah, you can use it to your advantage to rewire your brain to be more efficient.
what is it exactly?
Hyperventilation neuroplasticity. Well,
Yeah.
hyperventilation is just like when there's not enough oxygen in your brain, you start breathing rapidly and really deeply, like
Yeah.
that's hyperventilation. And then
Yeah.
neuroplasticity is just it's basically like teaching your brain how to be more efficient is the best way I can put it. But you can look up neuroplasticity for a more in-depth definition.
Yeah. Okay. I'll look it up. Yeah, at one point I was thinking about trying this cryogenics that my friend owns a place called to do the cryogenics, but then I was thinking about it, I'm like, nah, it's not natural enough for me. Like they're using a lot of electricity and whatever they're using to make the room that super cold like that. I was thinking the electromagnetic frequency they're putting out, although it could be counteracted by the cold, I'm not sure how that temperature would counteract with it. It's just to me, it's like too much inorganic for my body. Like the reward doesn't outweigh the consequences or the risk, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Regardless of what like any studies or peer reviewed things on it says, to me, it doesn't mean anything. You know, none of that stuff means
I
nothing,
get
bro.
the whole nature route, bro. I mean, anybody can cause themselves to hyperventilate just by holding their breath long enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm sure. What you said sounded organic. I have no reason to believe it's not. I'll look into it though for sure.
Yeah, you
I
can
can't
even
really look
use.
into stuff when I'm on this thing because if I switch over after like 1 minute, my thing will it'll like go off of the Discord and I'll have to like go through. You know what I mean? Go
Yeah, I
through
mean,
all
a
the
lot of
motion.
people have heard of neurogenesis. I'm sure you've heard of that, right?
I've heard of it before. Yeah, I don't have any idea really what it is though.
Yeah, so neurogenesis is just the formation of new brain cells. So you can use things like
Okay.
lion's mane mushrooms, which are completely legal, by the way, and those will lead to neurogenesis. But the thing is you don't want to only create new brain cells, because if you create new brain cells and you don't rewire them through neuroplasticity, they're not going to know what to do. So you want to do both neurogenesis protocols and neuroplasticity protocols if you can.
I know fasting. If you fast, it'll reset your brain. I know that. You ever mess around with fasting?
The most hardcore fast I ever did was a 7-day urine fast.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, it was basically 1 gallon to 2 gallons of urine every day for 7 days straight, no food or water.
Yeah, I don't know about any of that.
What's the lady's name who talks about that? Amanda, or I think it
I don't
starts with.
know, bro. I know the astronauts do that.
I'm gonna look it up. I just listened to a podcast about it.
Oh, yeah. I have no idea about that.
It was kind of wild because I didn't feel hungry or thirsty the entire time.
Really?
Yeah, no food or water, just piss.
Damn, that's crazy. You must have been pissed off by the time the 7 days were over, huh?
Oh, dude, when I broke the fast, you know how they say, oh, you're supposed to break a fast with like oranges and shit like that? Dude, I was eating
Yeah.
like powdered donuts and fucking chicken and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're
Dude,
just
I
craving
ate
that.
like a fucking king when I got done with that fast, bro.
You almost nullified the fast, don't you think, or no?
I
Probably
was
not.
literally thinking that I was never gonna stop. Like when I was on like day 4 or 5, I was like, what's the point in eating or drinking anymore? You know what I
Dude,
mean?
you really feel that? I heard it like increases your senses and everything.
Oh yeah, you become like hypersensitive. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, what about as far as like pain for anything? Do you feel pain less or more?
A A lot less.
A lot less, okay. But yet you're hypersensitive, so it's like the best of both worlds.
Correct.
Wow, that's interesting.
The
Every
last
good
time
thing
I
comes
felt
from
pain, it
above.
was because I was a stupid person and I freaking bit my nail too short and it got infected.
Yeah.
But it's all good. I didn't need antibiotics. I just cured myself.
Yeah. For sure. I always look at these, like, I'll see people on the news who've just gone through certain incidences that are unnatural and they're supposedly dying. And I'll see, like, the fake paramedics, like, giving them chest compressions. I'm like, oh, man, that's so funny. Like, if somebody who drowned, you'd want to hook them up to an IV saline solution, like ASAP, right?
Well, I
I
mean,
just posted.
after a cop shoots you, they'll always call the ambulance. Don't worry.
I just posted a link. Ward's right. It was a Dr. Amanda Voyer or something. She talks about urine fasting, the benefits of drinking your own urine. She says essentially it's just like a nutrient-rich blood plasma. Only 2% of it is urea, which is the more toxic part, and the rest is actually really good for you. And it's also structured water. I'm sure you know that. Living water. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of credibility to what she says about it. And she's been doing it for a long time and looks and feels great.
Yeah, I mean, the Flat Earth book talks about it too.
Yeah, I'm probably
Most
just,
interesting
I'm not
thing
caught
was
up on that stuff.
she said something that the ancient Indians or something used to believe that if you did it for so many years, like every year you have some supernatural ability, and then about 7 years in, you're pretty much like a Superman. Like you have supernatural abilities. And I mean,
You
who
said
knows?
that's what the Indians are saying? 7 years?
Like, yeah, like not Native Americans, but actual Indians or
Yeah, I
Hindus
know.
or something.
Eastern Indians. Yeah.
Yeah, something
It's just
about
funny that you said
7
that because
years
the
in.
Bible also says 7 years.
Tell you, Jesus.
Okay, who are you?
Jesus.
What's up, Jesus? Nice to meet you, Brody.
No, you're Jesus, aren't you?
That's what you said.
That's what you told me this morning, PD.
Flatty's in the house.
What up?
Dude, Flatty's
What
been up
up?
with me all night, dude.
He has a tendency to do that from time and again.
How did you get back on after you banned your account?
Hey, Dying to Live. That's an interesting icon you have, though.
Thank you.
What made you choose that?
I just typed in crying blood.
Oh, gosh. Like a horn toad, huh?
Kind of like Ebola. Ever heard of it?
I've heard of the word you just said, yeah, and I understand the definition.
Yeah, I can cure that.
I don't think it's in. I mean, I can also cure Santa Claus too, but sometimes things don't need to be cured. You know what I mean? Unless you're talking about procuring, in which case I'm very good at that.
Well, I mean, the mortality rate on Ebola is not that great.
Yeah, again, you're
I think it's less
speaking
than
words in which
5%.
the sentences you're saying now, I understand the definition of each word, but as far as like the structure of the sentence as a whole, a meaning, it's just, fantasy stuff to me. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's okay. It's fantasy to them too until they start bleeding out their eyes.
Yeah, probably not. You know what I mean? But I'm sure there's things on Earth that can make that happen to people. What it's called,
Definitely
though,
there
I
is,
don't know.
buddy. There definitely is.
What those things are called? I have no idea. You know what I mean? No idea.
Hospitals, that's what they're called.
Well, that's what you say. I don't know. I just know that, you know what I mean? As for me in my house, I serve the Creator.
Yeah, I hear you, kid.
That's all I know. But this is not medical advice, strictly entertainment and educational purposes only. They say laughter is the best medicine, though, right?
I would say truth is better.
Yeah, because it's easy to laugh at stuff that's not true. It's almost like hypnotic, you know?
Yeah, and the stuff that is true, they'll ban you for it.
To whom much is given, much is expected, yo. So if you don't give much, don't expect much. And we be cool, you know what I mean?
Give it all you got, bro.
What you got on my 40, homie?
There's a lot of people living to die, right? But not a lot of people dying to live.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't even know if people really die or not. I've never died, so I can't say for sure. You know what I mean?
Well, the birds fly in heaven.
It's funny, when I grew up in the 80s, all you'd hear about is kids getting their sneakers taken at movie theaters, and in LA, kids getting jacked for their brand new Air Jordans and whatnots. And you know what I
I
mean?
know, dude. My 13-year-old, he collects sneakers or whatever.
Yeah.
And I asked him, I said, if a guy comes up and plays ball with you, right, and he doesn't have any shoes on because his mom can't afford it, would you give him a pair of your brand new sneakers? My 13-year-old said he would. So
That's cool.
anyways, that day's coming up soon, so we'll see if he's good on it.
Where I'm from, I would take that as an insult, though. Somebody tries to give me a pair of shoes, homie, I ain't having it. You know what I mean? You ain't gonna inhibit my grounding whatsoever.
Yeah, but if the dude asks for it, dude, what are you gonna do?
I would say you're better off without shoes, homie. If he doesn't have shoes on, he's probably not going to ask for any because he knows he's rocking it the right way.
No, but if
Honestly,
he
for the
asks
rubber
you're
sole,
not gonna have shoes on, so he's not gonna ask you.
oh yeah, well, the rubber sole, I think, in my opinion, this is not medical advice, is one of the most destructive tools mankind's ever created. But
You
you know,
talking
that's
about the
just my
Beatles
opinion.
album? You talking about the Beatles
No,
album?
the rubber sole of a shoe.
Yeah,
One of the most
Rubber
destructive.
Soul, the Beatles album, right?
No, the shoe, the thing that people wear on their bottom of their feet, the rubber sole.
Oh,
You know?
that Rubber Soul. My bad.
Yeah, no, it's all right. Yeah. But yeah, I would say, in my opinion, it's one of the most destructive, um, least obvious tools that mankind's ever either purposely or arbitrarily created to the demise of mankind. I would definitely say that's up there. It's in the top 5.
You ever seen those shoes that got like fleece inside of them?
Yeah, I've seen all types. I've tried to order shoes that are just pure leather, like moccasins on the internet.
Yeah.
Good luck on that, bro. Good
It's hard
luck.
to find, huh?
You're not going to find anything that doesn't have something synthetic in it.
Yeah, you got to
You know
raise
that?
the cow and kill it and harvest the hide and all that.
Or you just go barefoot. You know what I mean?
I mean, I kind of want to kill a cow though. They piss me
Well,
off, dude.
I don't recommend killing anything unless it's like a spider or something.
Yeah, they piss me off too, especially when they go.
Cows piss me off, dude. Yeah, I know. I just want to shoot the motherfucker in the head, dude.
Well, I don't recommend
And
that,
then
but
when
if
the
that's what,
cowbells start going off, yeah, that's how I feel.
Yeah, but I can make more cows, dude. If I kill it and eat it, what's the big deal?
it's not a big deal to
Make
me.
more cows.
You do what you do, bro.
Oh yeah, I can make
Hey, how
infinite cows, dude.
about getting a shoe that is designed to be grounded? There's gotta be some type of metal or some type of material that you can make the shoe with, and it will be grounded.
Yeah, there are. I've seen some.
Wait,
like
if you use
people
an
that
animal skin, that'll work, right?
Yeah, like leather. Yeah, like leather. If it's just pure leather, yeah, that's what the Indians used to do, allegedly.
Okay.
allegedly, but
I'm gonna look
Yeah,
into
I
that.
mean,
prove
I don't know. I wasn't there. You know what I mean?
You just gotta be careful with where you walk, though.
What when you're wearing leather, just moccasins or
Yeah.
barefoot?
Both, right?
Both.
I mean, I look at the ground a lot more now that I'm barefoot when I walk than I ever did before.
I mean,
But I'm
my
only looking basically.
philosophy is that no matter what type of shoes or non-shoes you wear, you always have to watch your steps.
Yeah, that's probably the best advice right there. I mean, for sure.
Now, a lot of people walking dogs around and not picking up the shit.
When I walk barefoot, I don't worry about any stepping in. Like as far as like any if something can't like bite me like a snake is like the number one thing I look out for when I'm walking, like through the woods or like on trails and stuff is snakes. That's pretty much all I'm really looking out for. You know, or a snake hole that I could possibly sink my foot into and like twist my ankle. But as far as like walking over like thorn bushes, I can walk over rose bushes without the thorns piercing my feet. I can walk on like beds of broken seashells or like the rocks on the train tracks or whatever, or any rocks on trails, and it doesn't affect my feet at all. I'm just pretty much watching out for snakes.
Are you like a hobbit? I know it's an
I don't
old
know what
joke.
that
It's
is.
an old joke.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, like I don't consider myself that. I mean, people have called me
We
that
already
before.
used we already used that joke today because you're short. You walk barefoot and you look like a hobbit. So yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. No, you can use it as many times as you want. You know what I mean? It's fine. It's often a good way to reference people. You know what I mean?
Do you have like an EMF harmonizer or something to protect you from your devices? A pendant or a tensor ring or anything?
No. In my room, I have an assortment of like little chembusters and organite pyramids that I made, and I have a lot of shungite in the room and a lot of like terminated crystals. I have a lot of like black tourmaline, like big pieces of black tourmaline. I have a couple actual bricks.
Are you wearing a tinfoil hat right now?
No, I don't like to be around aluminum at all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it might as well be though. That term, I never really liked that term. I don't know why.
I never got it.
Something to look into. That's actually like the brand name is EMF harmonizer. It's like this holographic kind of thing that you can put on your phone or your laptop.
Oh, yeah. No, I know. I've seen all those. I've seen like so many different kinds. I have friends who actually make stuff like that. I've helped people design stuff like that. But me personally, I believe that just being grounded is so much more powerful than because those little things, they really don't block that much EMF, bro. You know, when you go to get a chest x-ray or something, how they block like the whole part with that lead thing. Unless you have something like that, I mean, that stuff, what you call harmonizes like signals, but you're getting bombarded from every direction in whether you know it or not in any type of urban setting, basically. You don't know where the Wi-Fi signal is coming from. And that thing's not going to be all encompassing around your body, around your cells. You know what I mean? So the things that like cover your phone and everything, they can only cover the area that they're covering physically. They can't stretch out and cover more area like an invisible like force field. Do you see what I'm saying? So in a way, those things are like almost, I want to say superfluous, but they're not quite superfluous, but they're like trying to like stop a dam with like a wine cork, basically. You know what I mean? Or in a sense, squirting a squirt gun in the ocean.
Some people go as far to get this blanket. It's not a very big blanket for what it costs, like $400 or something, but I think it's made of silver. And some people sleep with that at night.
That would do an excellent job. Excellent job. Like that? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Something that's costing to get something like that, you have to pay money up in the hundreds to have something that's protecting your whole body. And even like my room is painted. I have 1 gallon of it's called 5G paint, and it was $399 for 1 gallon of this black paint. So I primered the wall with white primer. Then I painted the walls, and I had a little bit left. I had to add some paint to it to cover the ceiling, right? And then I hit it with the regular coat of paint after it was dry, and it does block the signal. But the thing is, it doesn't block it like completely. And then there's also a lot of windows in the room, right? So I took the tape that construction workers use. It's like aluminum tape. I guess you could like wrap pipes or whatever. And I covered my windows with aluminum tape. Boom, boom. And it still doesn't completely block the signal, even with all the shungite and everything I have in there.
become a monk and move to the Tibetan mountains and stuff.
Shit, if I had enough money, but yeah, I don't have no money to move like that.
You have no
I don't need to
possessions,
go up
right?
there.
You just go and say, I want to be a monk, and then
I
that's your
mean, I
life.
don't need to go. I don't need to go to Tibet to do that, though. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, if you want to get away and be out in nature, right? Like, you're not going to do it
Well,
in Santa Barbara.
I mean, I'll do it wherever my means I could do it. You know, I don't have the means to just go off and do something like that. So I just try to like make best of everything I have around me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, those guys, they got it made. They ain't got to worry about none of this stuff that we concern ourselves with.
The grass is always greener on the other side. You know what I mean? I think wherever we're at in life is where we're supposed to be. Unless every day, every moment of your life, you're told inside you're like, I got to get out of this situation. You know what I mean? Like you're somewhere against your will, then nah. But if you're somewhere where you feel it's right, then it's probably where you're supposed to be in life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I have that thought a lot. Like I was saying, I have a lot of time on my hands to look into whatever I want to look into. And I'm glad that I had that to have the understanding that I have now about everything. Yeah, it's just been a lot of growth over the years for me. And I don't think it would have happened in like my old environments. So it's like, you know, all the changes seem to have been for the better. And then I'm kind of excited for what comes next, right? Because everything feels like it's been leading up to something. And, you know, I don't have all this understanding of everything for no reason. There's a reason for it. I might have my day I really be tested.
Bro, anytime you're gaining wisdom and true understanding that's the truth, there's a definite absolute reason why you're gaining it and you're understanding it. And I think if you do what is right in your heart, as far as your intentions being good, you know, and and you stick to what you know the truth about the flat earth and everything else, I think flat earth will just if your intentions are good, it'll lead you in the right path and direction. You know? That's just my opinion.
No, it's a good way to put it. Same thing I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels kind of serendipitous in a way, right? Like, it's just so odd that I'm going against the grain in pretty much every direction, and somehow I know it's for the better, and that there's a reason for it.
Yeah.
Come on, guys, let's do this. Can anybody do some research about grounded shoes? I need to buy some, so I can walk barefoot. I need grounded shoes.
Go on Etsy, bro.
Really? Etsy?
Yeah, you'd be surprised, bro. Etsy has, out of any website, I'd say they have the most stuff as far as like grounding, EMF blocking, 5G blocking, you know what I mean? Shielding, all that stuff. They have the most stuff.
No, I don't want any. I don't want children. I want grounded shoes.
Yeah, no, I'm saying as far as anything is when it comes to that type of nature, that type of thing, specifically Etsy. As far as I know, I might be wrong though. Is like probably the best website you could just go on really quickly and scroll through to find what you need. There's a lot on there, bro.
Doesn't it take like 2 months to receive stuff from there?
I guess it just depends where you live, and also it depends on where you're buying. Because Etsy's like eBay, where like you're getting it from people all around the world in different places. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's like that because all Etsy is basically a place where you sell stuff that's not made in a factory by a machine completely. You know, I guess it'd be like kosher stuff that's not edible. Well, I mean, I guess it could be edible, but it's just the stuff that people make. You know,
It's a
basically.
marketplace for not too mainstream stuff. Maybe can find some grounded shoes over there. Well, I'll see.
Yeah, you can.
If anybody's anyone doing research at the moment, find some website that sells. I'm gonna look on Etsy, but if anybody finds some like electrician grade grounded shoes, because I'm pretty sure there's something out there for people that are like, I don't know, electricians that need to be grounded. I think Roger sent me a link for something like that a long time ago, but I'm gonna have to ask him.
Oh wow, Etsy's changed a lot since I last went on there. Oh my god, I just typed that in and I'm horrified by what I'm seeing. Jesus. Oh, I didn't type it in. I didn't put it in right. Whoops, I misspelled it. Oh my god.
You
Okay, that's
spelled it
good.
in Spanish. That's why.
No, I didn't spell it right, and it showed me like shoes with wings on them, like kids' shoes. Let's see.
Well, you're gonna fly with the shoes?
Right. So yeah, you know what? There's a lot of shoes on there that they say is, grounding shoes, earthing shoes. There's ways to test it out too, but I don't think there's a 100% accurate way to fully know, like with a man-made device. Like I spent $165 on the EMF reader that I have, and there's ones that range from like $40 all the way up to like $6,000. Basically, anything like over like $8,000, you have to have some type of certification to get, and that stuff comes with like big ass suitcases with like all kinds of antennas and. You know what I mean? But with the EMF reader I have, it has a couple different channels that it reads off of. But the one that is the most common that I use is the.
I can't wear these shoes. I need some shoes that are made for that I can wear daily. Like there's gotta be some company out there that makes shoes for electricians and they're grounded or something.
Yeah, I'm sure there's got to be.
I thought that all rubber shoes were grounded. That's the benefit of it.
What? What did you say?
I said I thought that all rubber-soled shoes are grounded.
No,
it's the opposite of grounding. You're isolated from the ground.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, I got.
Come on, flat earthers! Come on, flat earthers! Find me a electrician's clothing company that makes.
You know what, bro?
High quality grounded shoes.
As far as in this country, what's a trip is how little that field, as far as like EMF, that field of workers, how narrow and compartmentalized it is. I've really looked into it because I've gone as far as to like look into things for people that I know who've been on like electronic monitors for a long time, like the ankle bracelets and stuff, to try to help them get off of it so they wouldn't do damage to their neurocells. And it's shocking how little the courts and all the people that put like electronic tracking things on people, how little they know about the capabilities of what these things do. Like the MIMO, they put massive input, massive output of these certain devices, and the EMF and RMF that it puts out. Like on the reader that I have, it has an XYZ access. You can split them, do one or all three or two. And I usually do the second setting, which measures things in millimeter volts per meter. And then once it goes up past I think it's 10,000, it hits the MVM, which is millimeter volts per meter. So it jumps from the millimeter volts per meter to meter volts per meter, which is a meter and a millimeter is quite a. I mean, really, in the long terms of things, it's not that big of a distance, but when it comes to like the human body, and if you're just stationary, it's a big difference whether something's a millimeter or a meter of a volt per meter. So we're talking about a really slippery slope when it comes to this stuff, because their guidelines for the what's legal or what's damaging to a human body were basically set in 1996 by the FCC. Right? They haven't changed it or upgraded it since 1996. I mean, I don't know anything about technology or anything. As far as I know, technology's gotten worse since 1969. I might be wrong though, but the 1996 guidelines that FCC has, in my opinion, only they're not. I don't think they're thorough enough to, That's just my opinion though. And the way that these things jump around so much, you'd never be able to go there and accurately pinpoint it one definitive number for a set amount of time, because it jumps up and down so much. That's why I said this is such a tricky, slippery slope. It's such an elusive thing. It really is.
So actually, the companies that make shoes for electricians, they make it fully isolated to prevent grounding.
Yep. Super isolated, bro. You'll be like a bird on a wire. You know what I mean?
Wow. I want the opposite of that. I want
I
to
know,
be grounded.
exactly. Yeah, exactly, bro. Yeah. So I guess the kind you're looking for made for an electrician, I guess you wouldn't be able to find that so openly just on the main website or any web, because people think, well, if I'm an electrician, I want to be fully insulated from the ground, you know? Therefore, I don't risk harm to my body, because if you're working with high power components like that around that many volts of electricity where you could potentially be shocked, then by all means, the isolated and insulated soles would be your best bet. But you're just talking about you're talking about an electrician who wouldn't necessarily be working with like live cables.
Say lockout, tag out. You know what that is?
I mean, I'm not gonna work with electricity, but I just want shoes to be grounded. That's it.
Yeah, like high grade shoes though that you could get around, like, you know, go over whatever terrain, basically, right?
Yeah.
I totally understand what you mean. Basically, you probably have to make something. You know what I mean? As far as that goes, you know, and why nobody's made a market for that could be one of two reasons, or many, you know. But it's like you're not going to make a market for, if everybody doesn't believe in Santa Claus, you're not going to make a market for a place for a sleigh to land, or vice versa. Do you know what I mean? Everybody believes in Santa Claus, they're going to have those sleigh landing things there.
That's what NASA does. SpaceX.
Yeah. You ever heard of a WWND? What would NASA do? I mean, sometimes I see these NASA fanboys. They'll have like a upside down cross with a lanyard that says WWND. What would NASA do? You know what I mean, I just try to do the opposite of that, and I'm usually all right.
Yeah, lie and take your money.
Allegedly, you know what I mean? I don't know. If I got invited to one of their parties or get-togethers, I'd probably respectfully decline at this time or any time.
I mean, they definitely do certain things that are beneficial and, you know, high tech, cutting edge science, but the overall message that they're putting out.
I'm sure they do stuff that's beneficial to them. Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. They do stuff that's beneficial to them all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but like, I don't know who designed the first turbocharger, but I'm sure glad they did. I mean, it might have been NASA or some rocket engineer with them.
For your car?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, you ever heard the phrase, you don't need to be a rocket scientist to do this. Or, you know, it doesn't take a rocket scientist. I used to always hear that when I was younger. You don't have to be a rocket scientist. I'm like, yeah, exactly. You don't have to be to do this. You know what I mean? It's a double entendre, bro.
I mean, it's
Like
not like you guys are rocket scientists to
right?
be able to figure it out.
It's like when they say the sky's the limit. No, literally, dog. The sky's the limit, homie. You know what I mean?
It is.
Or take everything with a grain of salt. Do it.
There's nothing complicated about a turbocharger. Pretty basic, but
There's nothing complicated about NASA, I don't think. They're pretty much what you see is at face value. That's it. There's nothing underneath.
I like that reply that Dying to Live replied to me.
Oh,
I'm
in
asking
the live
for
chat?
the grounded. I'm asking for the grounded shoes. Anyone, and he said they are called feet, no charge.
Oh wow, good looking
You
out.
like that one?
He threw you a gem right there, Gemsy.
Good,
No charge,
good
bro.
reply. Good reply. Yeah, no charge.
So Gemsy, you've actually gone out and tried to do the barefoot thing, huh?
I mean, I've done it. I've walked barefoot on the beach many times, but I have to work and get stuff done, and I don't want to and I live in the city, so
yeah, for sure. Yeah. I wonder if I was thinking if I had a construction job like where I worked around like nails and stuff like that, or I'd probably just by law I'd probably have to wear some type of boot to even be on any construction site. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, if I had to, I would. You know, if like especially to feed my children, I would wear boots if you know what I mean, if that was my only source of income. You know, but like other than that. You know, but you know what? Some people they have to go in, like they have to do stuff where they have to wear shoes. So you know what I mean? I would just say get grounded when you can. We have the
Yeah.
chance.
Me
Mhm.
right here. I have to wear shoes. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I have a theory, but I can't prove it. But this is what I think is that instead of just walking, like I believe you can increase your grounding in this shorter amount of time you have by running on the beach and running right where the water is, so your feet are like splashing on the water, like just the part where it's coming in and out, you know, not deep, and you're actually creating the piezoelectric in your body, like a piezoelectrical flow through your body by the basically it's like
Bro,
like when
you know that water moving against the sand and those waves.
yeah
You know how much electricity that's
yeah a lot, bro. Yeah.
yeah.
You're hitting those the silicone crystals like that. Yeah, you're creating that piezoelectrical for your body. It's so good for your body, dude.
So you're talking about walking barefoot? What about walking naked?
No, I'm talking about running barefoot on the beach,
Right,
like
right.
right
So
where the
you're
water.
talking
Yeah.
about your feet getting used to the like the area, right? Your outside terrain, right?
Well, I wouldn't say running on the beach would be getting your feet used to anything really. Like you want to get your feet used to stuff, you got to go on like really hard and like jagged
Right,
terrain.
walking out in the woods.
Yeah. Like the
Right.
best thing you can do for your feet is run on the rocks part of the train track, not on the wood part, but the rock part. Just start running on that. You know what I mean? And then get a smooth jogging.
Ouch.
Right, you're
Yeah,
telling me, ouch, bro. I remember walking those fucking tracks, man. That shit, the rocks, man. That ain't no fucking
bro.
walk in the park.
I think
Yeah, I
we've
mean
been
after
conditioned. I think we've been
yeah,
conditioned that our feet are weak.
weak. They're super weak, bro. Oh my
I've
god.
I've worn shoes, man. Walking all along those rocks, man. My feet was hurting by the time I got home, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying is how much it takes after like a couple months you won't notice it as much. And if you do it for like a year straight, it's like nothing, bro. You know what I mean? Like you basically run on
I'm
almost
done.
any surface.
I'm done with shoes. I want to be strong. Dying
Yeah.
to live. I'm
What
dying to
was
live with
Right?
my.
difficult was that
I'm
like
dying to live barefoot.
I was drinking at night, man, like over like at this one side of town, and I missed the bus. I missed the trolley, and I was like, "Fuck!" I walked from the trolley. I took the trolley tracks, walking on the rocks, took all the way to where my house was, man.
How can you
Oh,
be a flat earther and wear shoes? You have to put your feet on the flat earth.
right. You wear barefoot and walking on those tracks in the rocks.
I run on them sometimes.
Dude, do they put train tracks on hills?
Oh my god.
I don't think I ever saw that.
Yeah,
It seems
I
like
think
if you go to the train tracks and
actually
you see
in
too far, it might
Ecuador
not be a
there's
globe.
in Ecuador there's a train that goes really high up the mountains, and it's funny because they said that to make that train and that rail to go up there they have to make a pact with the devil, and
Oh
they
my
call that
god.
region. Yeah, they call that region like they call it like a giant. It has like different names. They call it the nose of the giant, the face, the mouth.
Damn.
Is that whole mountain is described like a body.
I bet you the train car too, the train cars where they're connected are shorter lengths in increments than like a normal train.
To go to the region, to go to that area, you have to be actually approved by the natives to go over there.
Oh yeah,
You
okay.
can
I see.
not just anyone can go.
Yeah, it's probably got some good ley lines right there.
They have to know your intentions.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. There should be more places like that.
My brother is a conductor. He drives the train. But yeah, they definitely
That's
use
fair.
dynamite to blow out the side of the mountain or whatever they got to make it nice and level because, I mean,
No
trains
doubt.
just weigh so much. It would be so hard to get a train up the hill.
I'm
And
sure
Actually,
the
this
federal
train,
blade.
this train that I'm talking about in Ecuador, it goes up the hill, like very high up.
Right, they're not like roller coasters though.
Let me see if I
I wanted
find
to
it again. I
comment
wasn't interested.
So
about
pretty
the
much
beach.
anybody can go to a train track and like use a laser and see if the horizon's not where it's supposed to be, right?
You checking for the horizon on a train track?
No, I'm saying I'm looking for the flattest place on Earth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. Well, what about like the Suez Canal or something like that?
Yeah, but train tracks are local, bro.
Yeah, that's
Bro,
true.
this look this train, I was looking for it and I'm just doing a search and I put tren, which is train in Spanish,
Mm.
Yeah.
and Ecuador, which is the country Ecuador, and in the search whatever search algorithm, the next search is it says Tren Ecuador Nariz del Diablo, which is the devil's nose.
Is Ecuador by the equator?
I think so. Yeah,
Hence,
it is
hence,
actually.
hence the name, huh?
Very
Ecuador
interesting.
equator. Yeah.
But I remember listening to this story that one of the people from there was telling, and they said that to make the train before they build it, they had to make a pact with a deal with the devil.
Yeah. Yeah. If people say stuff like that and they're a major conglomerate corporation with CEOs and board of chair members, whatever, and they say stuff like that, I wouldn't be too hasty to not believe them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when rock stars say that shit, Bob
So
Dylan or whatever says stuff like
I
that.
imagine that the train was made by the big people, like the big
Yeah.
corporations, and the
Yeah.
person
Yeah.
telling the
Yeah.
story, which is someone from that region, from that area, he said,
Yeah.
"Yeah, we made a whatever a deal with the devil to allow this thing to be built
Yeah.
or whatever."
Yeah.
And
No
this
doubt.
train that goes up the hill, like this guy was asking, a train that goes up the hill.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure there was a huge blood sacrifice too. A lot of workers. Man, any type of industry like that seems to be a lot of death.
Or a large Crip sacrifice. It could be the Crips or the Bloods. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Actually, there's a bunch of videos about this train. Wow, there's a bunch of videos about it. They call it the nose of the devil. La nariz del diablo.
Interesting, because the nose is the very center of our face too, pretty much.
There's a bunch of videos about it. So yeah. Look, this is funny. There's a video. I'm just scrolling down, and they have this like a train, and they're doing the experiment at the equator, at the line of the equator, and they're talking about it. Let me just share it. I'm not watching it, but I mean, I'm imagining they're trying to say, "Hey, this is the equator, and at this side of the world is gonna spin this way, and the other side is gonna spin the other way." Look at this. I just found this randomly while scrolling down. The Coriolis effect explains how water will drain counterclockwise, clockwise, or straight down, depending where you are on Earth. This video shot at the middle of the world demonstrates just that. From right at the equator in Quito, Ecuador. Note that there are no cuts, edits, or other tricks of the camera. This is show. Oh my goodness, yeah. Yeah. This is glow proof, guys. We're done.
Yeah.
We're done. I just killed the server, guys.
What, by talking about the train?
Trains
Bro,
go up
no,
mountains. Who would have fucking thought?
look at the video that I posted. I just posted the video.
Where they're gonna have to prove that Ecuador is the middle of the earth. If Ecuador is not the middle, then everything else they're saying isn't true.
Bro, I think I'm gonna be banned
Banned in the USA.
I really
For
think that
bringing proof of the globe. I'm a flat earther that proves the globe. Wow. I mean, I just shared a video, so there you go, guys.
dude, I'm pretty sure
Use your
train
own
tracks are
judgment.
proof of flat Earth.
I'm muting for now. You guys watch the video and let me know what you think about it.
Yeah, be right back.
I wonder if they account for curvature when they're laying the train tracks.
Guys, you gotta watch this video, guys. You gotta watch it. This is science. Come on, guys. Can't be
Science doesn't
biased.
prove
Come on, watch
anything,
the
dude.
video.
Get real.
Oh no.
So she's just walking to a different cardinal direction from the center of the Earth, supposedly, and it goes a different direction down the drain.
Yeah. Therefore, the ground we're standing on it's curving and spinning because of the the
The
water
flow of the water,
that is
right?
going down. Plus, the bucket, the drain is made out of gold, pure gold, 24 carats gold.
That must
Yeah,
mean something.
that's not conducive at all. It's got nothing to do with the electric charge.
Just kidding. I just said that it's gold color, but I don't know if it's made out of gold. I'm just
That's
saying.
gold plated.
Probably brass.
Or it's brass. Brass, yeah. It
All
will
right,
be
Get Big is
way
here
too
now. He can
expensive.
Get Big can explain the phenomenon that is happening here, right?
Man, it's all about the way you are pouring the water.
That simple.
Yeah,
The tilt of the container.
yeah.
Me here, I'm thinking I was proving the globe, and Get Big just shows up.
Yeah, I posted, Jamesy, when you buy a 700,000 euro CNC machine, they use precision water levelers to install the axis of the machine level. It's funny why do they use these useless instruments? How these globers they call them the water leveler.
Are you saying they want to be precise just because for fun?
Yeah, you can see the axis in the second picture. Have you seen it, James?
Second
It's
picture.
inside the machine. You see a long spiral screw, and um, next to it there are two railway tracks, but those are linear bearings.
Oh
Those
yeah.
need to be, yeah, those two lines, railways, they need to be precisely level. So, yeah, and they use 4 water levelers. Um, you know, they are very high precision.
So how long is this leveler? If you make it long enough, is it gonna start curving?
No, put all the way along it. You will see that the level is
Is it me roboting or is it him? I think
sorry.
it's me.
It's get me get Jimsy.
All
Oh,
right,
I'm
bro. You're
roboting.
roboting. Yeah.
Sorry. Be right back.
All right. Yeah, that level must be curving somewhere.
Right.
Yeah, should be better now. Can you hear
It
me
is.
well now? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah, I can hear you better.
Hey, Enoch, nice to hear you.
What's up, Jimsy? How you doing?
Get me.
Good, good.
Get me get. Damn it! I always get you guys mixed up, bruh. Like I know the difference between you two, but it's like just the accent sounds so similar. But I know the difference. I can tell the difference.
That's
Similar
funny.
accent
Yeah.
between me and Get Big. Come on, bro.
No.
Come
Okay,
on, man.
Hey, let me defend myself real quick, Jimsy. Look, before you start talking shit, the fact that when I first hear you guys both start talking, like at the same, like I can't. It's at the same time when I first met you guys, I really couldn't tell. I was like, "Is that Get Get? Is that Jimsy?" I was like, "What the fuck?" And then when I started listening to you guys more often, I was like, "Man, Get has this more slow talk when he speaks
Yeah.
to you, so you can understand."
Yeah,
And I
he's
was
slow speaking and you're slow catching up.
right.
Yeah.
So like I'm like, okay, I can tell the difference now. So I can tell, yeah.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah.
Good job, good job. Well done. You got it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So, a straight line over the surface of a ball, tangent to the surface of a ball, you will never be able to have parallel down vectors.
Because it's on the surface of a ball.
No, because the down vector on a ball Earth is divergent from the center of the ball. So each radius would coincide with a down vector to that location where the radius is pointing. But on flat Earth, the down vector will always be parallel. So my down vector is parallel with Enoch's down vector in USA, with James's down vector, and everyone else. So
Yeah, I get your point. That's I heard you saying this before, and I get it. Yeah, it's
yeah,
because on the ball it wouldn't be like that. On the ball it would be different
yeah,
vector, but
yeah.
in the
It will
level,
be
the,
divergent. Yeah,
yeah, and that's I mean this point is very powerful,
yeah.
very powerful.
And
Like yeah.
this thing, we can actually measure it very precisely. Like there is no joke, there is no optical phenomena involved. I mean, unless you are using optical encoders for measuring, you know. But optical encoders, they are the most precise measuring devices. They use a laser and diode, which is also the sensor, but they don't use them like over long distances, you know. Uh, that sensor is shining a laser beam onto a band strip, which is the sensor is always like 1-2 centimeters away from that band strip, you know, from the ruler. So that distance doesn't change. You have no refraction involved in this thing, in this kind of measurement. Not even magnetic or electric forces affect it. So yeah,
Yeah, there's no magnetic force affecting this straight level.
yeah, and those rail tracks of the machine, they are super straight. So from one end to the other, uh, you have a perfect straightness, like less than 1 micron. So it makes no sense what they are saying, you know.
Have you told this to like like Globers or anti-flat earthers like Kosho? Have you told this to anyone of them? Like, what do they say? Do they just start like saying glub 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 glub? That's it, or what do they say to rebuttal what you're saying? There's because I can't imagine a rebuttal at the moment. Hmm? It's anyone there?
Yeah.
I'm here,
Could
bro.
you sum up what he was saying again? I kind of drifted off in another thought.
So he shared some images that it's from a very precise equipment that is used for I don't know exactly what, but in the build of the machine. There's some levels, some straight levels that are part of the machine, and he says that it has multiple of these attached, and it has multiple water levels to make sure that the machine is very straight and level to be able to do the job that they're required that they construct the machine to do. And it's a very CMC. He says CMC machine that it's a very
Yeah.
big machine to build parts.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about. I've ran those machines. They also have levels on the bottom of them. Adjustable feet. They definitely got to be as level as possible because there's very tight tolerances, like he's saying. He's saying down to 1 micron. I've never worked on anything like that. But go ahead.
Like I'm saying, that's a very powerful point about the build of that machine and the levels, and to keep it straight, and how will that work on a globe? Like, doesn't.
I think it's similar to that video they have about the giant sheets of glass. They're 300 feet long or something like that, and pretty much, the molten material has to lay perfect flat level over a distance like that. Um, or else they couldn't make it. Kind of like if you put water in the salt flats, like if there was any curve to it, the middle would be poking out of the water or something like that.
Yeah. And Gabby Gate has brought this point up. I probably heard him 3 times talking about this, or probably more, but I think it's a powerful one.
Have you seen that video about the glass manufacturing?
No.
Maybe it's on DITRH or something.
Background noise. FE bass. He fell asleep or something. I muted Flatter Days because he's hot mic and then he's talking in the background. We just to keep his privacy. He's speaking with someone, so we don't want to hear that for privacy.
Hello?
Yellow.
Hey, sorry about that. I didn't realize how loud the TV is right here. I'm at my friend's house.
How dare you?
Yeah, right. Hey, did you see what I posted right now?
Bro, I'm trying to concentrate on groceries.
Did he
Okay.
ask you to take your shoes off at the door?
Oh, did my friend?
Yeah.
Nah. He wears shoes. I just don't wear shoes in his house.
Yeah, me neither.
Right?
I mean, like Asian culture, that's a big thing. My mom never liked it too, but my mother-in-law, she's Asian. Laotian.
Look at the thing I just posted. When you guys were talking about parallel, I realized that the symbol of the two L's is a pair of L's, and it's actually creating the example for parallel. See? You get it? No?
I, I cannot find that video about the glass manufacturing.
And all of this Flat Earth content is brought to you by our sponsor. We recently linked a deal with Spacies. Make sure you get yourself some Galaxy fries. They got Saturn's chicken rings. Check it out.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacies. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacies. It's good food in space.
That shit's dope, dog.
Directly from space? Wow, I want some.
Yeah, we're currently working on a DoorDash for space version. Maybe call it Space Dash. It's coming soon.
Do you have like a partnership with Elon? Just call it Elon Dash. Elon Dash.
Elon Dash, that's good. I like that.
Hey, Jimsy, did you see that thing I posted?
The LL?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were talking about parallel, and then for some reason, when you were talking, I just see the word in my mind, and then I was like, oh, okay, it's a diagram too. It's giving you an example in the name. Trip, huh?
Yeah, that's a good one.
The hell is Flat Nasty Federation?
Oh, that's me. Brought to you in part by the Flat Nasty Federation. LL's 33?
I don't know which system, but yeah, I've heard it. I've heard it referred
Is it really?
as 33. Yeah.
I guess if you turn the L's sideways, they'd be like two C's, huh?
That too.
Yeah. You know the 322?
Skull and crossbones.
Yeah, yeah. So if you do the 320, wait, hold on, I'll show an example. I just posted, I posted the example. See how it looks like it?
Wow. Yeah, I see that.
Weird, huh?
Yeah, wow. Yeah, the symbology is everywhere.
Right?
The numbers are everywhere. It's a whole nother language. I didn't know that one, though. That's a good one.
Yeah. All right, I'm just gonna post this right here. So think about where you see the dome and the pyramid and stuff, you know what I mean?
Flat a day, you there? Flat a day.
Yeah. Yeah, what up?
What's up? What are you up to?
How you doing, bro?
Good,
Huh?
man. I'm
Good. Good. Yeah, I was just typing up something right now on in my photo editor.
Cool.
Yeah, what are you up to?
Just driving down the highway, you'd call it. Motorway.
Yeah. The highway, huh?
My way or
You're
the
going to
highway,
work?
dude.
Are you going to work?
I just dropped off a customer's car to them. And I'm
Oh,
on my
cool.
way back home.
That's right. Is that what you do?
Yeah, I just started a business doing window tinting for cars.
Okay. That's dope.
Yeah.
You get pretty good money?
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Cool.
The material costs are pretty low, and so it's just time, so it doesn't take too
Yeah,
long, so the markup's pretty good.
that's right.
It's
Where
alright.
exactly is it again?
What or where?
Yeah, where?
Where? It's in Wales, in the UK.
Okay. That's right.
Yeah.
Cool. That's
So
right.
if you want me to do your car, man, you have to fly it
Yeah,
over.
right.
Yeah.
That'd be dope.
Fly me
Hell yeah.
over to LA. Or
Right?
bro.
Oh.
Yeah.
That'd be cool if I had it like that.
Yeah. Fly me over, I'll do for free. But you got to pay for the flight and the accommodation and food and everything.
Right?
Man.
Right. You're roboting.
But if it goes quiet,
What? Did you see that thing I posted? Oh, cool. Yeah, I messed this thing up. I'm gonna repost it.
No.
Get the f out of here. You're fired.
No. Get the better solution. You keep me on the payroll as an outside consultant. And in exchange for my salary, my job will
Yeah.
tell people these things that I know. I don't even have to come into the office. I can do this job from home.
Well, that's right.
Yep. Yo, if Earth's flat, why don't you fall off the edge? I heard that Mike Collins from Apollo is dead. My girl's fat girl, let's just crawl in the bed. Don't spit if you want, just swallow instead. Swallow instead. Can you hear me, Siri? Swallow instead. Hello, Siri. Is gravity a theory or a fact? Throw my tampons in the house where my period's at. Get my rap on when I'm pissed about the serious crap. Passing so fast through space, time bends in half. After blasting through warp speed, we get to plaid. Don't listen if you don't like when I spit these raps. Rhymes I write like lightning, I write so fast. I'm like Mike Tyson, you ain't got to fight in chat. Yo, I'm going back to basics, flat smack in the faces. You can't have gas pressure without adjacent to the vacuum of space, bitch, without a container. Like paying for a lawyer without a retainer. I ain't playing about to let a slug out of this chamber. When you see the red dot, yo, no doubt it's a laser. Helio flatty dude. Shot up for later, shot Helio up for later. Flatty dude.
Flatty dude.
I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, clever with words, but level don't never mean curved, it never means curved. And meta from the metaverse, excuse me, the metaverse. Playing Call of Duty help build my immunity up. Insurance policy paying you, they usually bluff. I'm not saying they won't do it, but it's usually tough. The last few years I've seen some unusual stuff, but if I mention the shot, you say I'm off the beat. So now I'm beating off to the thoughts of shots in me. What a rotten little awful getting off scot-free. Son of a gun of a bitch I've come to be. Shaking up the game to break up the redundancy. And if it wasn't for work, they'd have no taxes. And if it wasn't for burnt, there'd be no ashes. And if it wasn't for birds, egg be no hatching. And if it wasn't for dirt, there'd be no trap. And if it wasn't for hurts, there'd be no passion. And if it wasn't for learning, then why all the classes? If it wasn't for your purse, yo, I'd have nothing to snatch. And if I don't come in first, then I'm coming in last. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level don't ever mean curved, it never means curved. And meta pause from the man. All these atheists must hate my guts, cause I say to their face, space is fake and stuff. NASA astronauts, everything you say is suspect, cause I suspect you make it up. Not your average FE thespian beast, faster than faggots fasting at a lesbian feast. She that loves me the least will give me nothing to eat, but he that loves me the most will give me something to smoke. This ain't how much your mother loving murder she wrote. The spin of the earth should have made your vertebrae broke. Every word that I spoke you couldn't refute it. Water finds a true level, so you couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it. It can't be refuted. You couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it.
Who the f do you think you are, you crazy little shit? Security?
I am Jack's smirking revenge.
Flatty, I always feel like I'm actually living that movie, like every day almost.
Couldn't dilute.
10.
I always feel like I'm living in Fight Club. Oh, Flatty, you ever heard of the White Sox, the Chicago White Sox? They used to be called the Black Sox.
Days, right.
You're roboting hard. You're roboting, dog, hard.
Hang on.
You sound better now.
Yeah, what did you say about seen what?
You ever heard like the old, like, I think it was like the 1918 or 1928 White Sox team was called the Black Sox because they cheated and they threw the World Series?
No, I knew that.
Yeah, there's a movie called Eight Men Out. Anyways, their most famous player, his name was Shoeless Joe Jackson. So I think about making my next song called Shoeless Joe Flatson.
I like it. I've heard of that dude. Yeah, that sounds good.
Have you ever heard of Shoeless Joe Jackson?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect name. Shoeless Joe Flatson.
What'd you say? It's baseball.
Yeah, baseball. Baseball. It's a man game. Something that heterosexual men watch and cheer at while they barbecue.
Baseball's gay.
Some people really get into it.
Of baseball knowledge is what's the fucking film? League of Their Own.
Oh yeah,
playing with Madonna and that.
Yeah.
And Field of Dreams.
Right.
If you build it,
It's got the ball in it.
No, The Natural is the best baseball movie.
The Natural. The Natural. I remember what was that one with Charlie Sheen, where he played for the Indians? A long time ago.
Yeah, those movies are
Young
funny.
Guns.
No, not Young Guns.
He played with the Indians and that.
Young Guns.
Oh wait, Bull Durham. It's Bull Durham. Baseball film as well.
Yeah, that's another.
Kevin
That's
Costner.
another really good one.
Field of Dreams.
Feel My Dreams.
Yeah, boring. That was a boring movie.
Oh, the movie I was thinking about was called Major League.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the second one. I like Hot Shots, even though it's not baseball. It's one of my favorites.
Hot Shots.
Movies usually aren't good until they make like the 8th or 9th one, like part 9. Then you know it's really good.
Yeah. Fast and the Furious 753 is going to be good.
The last one will be like Fast and Furious 665.
Or like boring.
Boring Co. by Elon.
3959.
Hey, Flatty, did you know that if you add up the numbers 1 through 36, it equals 666?
I do now.
Like 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 all the way up to 36? Trippy, huh?
Why wouldn't it be 33? Just kidding.
Right? Yeah, I don't know. It's literally 36 when you add it
Or
up.
69.
69?
Goose Strong Wine. Right,
69, dudes.
That was Bill S. Preston Esquire and Ted Theodore Logan's favorite number, huh? Together with Wild Stallions.
If she were president, she'd be Abraham Lincoln.
I wonder if the F in John F. Kennedy stood for flat, bro. That's
Yeah,
actually
KFC.
that's an experiment in gas pressure next to a container without a solid container barrier. You know, as it penetrated through his head, he introduced one environment to another.
It refracted through it.
He needed that barrier, that solid container in his skull. Without it, you know what I mean? All the pressure releases.
So driving past KFC, the F in KFC stands for flat.
Kentucky Flat Chicken. They should have like a store that's cheap food, but it's like from Whole Foods, but Whole Foods that's like out of date food. And call it like half foods or quarter food. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you guys thought that top ramen was good, wait till you try some of this bottom ramen. Whoo, man. You know what I mean? Fire, bro. I've been getting into eating like raw sweet potatoes lately. Don't cook them when you eat them. Just eat them raw like that.
I'm about to go Dr. Roboto.
Don't be docking my tour.
-17th to the negative doctor.
The things I look for when I'm looking for a woman in a relationship, usually like kindness, compassion, 10 to the negative 17th tour. I really like that woman. Karen, if you're listening, I'm pretty much single at this point. Want to make a song about dedicated to Karen B. Basically, me telling her that it's in her best interest to take my last name when we get married, because she's anaphylactic, which means she's allergic to bee stings. So her last name could actually kill her. So I'd be doing her a double favor. You feel me though?
I do.
I think you need to work on your release.
Where's Jacqueline?
She's at home right now.
Jacqueline.
She's at home. She's at home cleaning out her tampon drawer. Mm-hmm. She's all pissed because she just found out she's not getting her other $36,000 check from the what do you call it? California CO, whatever. I can't remember the name of it. Relief fund. She got one check. She got a check and she invested the money in the stock market. I said, that's the dumbest thing you could ever do. This isn't financial advice.
To go in soup. Gravy.
I always thought the best investment would be to buy like nickels, like the new nickels and pennies, and just stockpile them. You know?
Garbage pail Kit Kats.
Tickets from Chuck E. Cheese, actually. She said to invest the money in cryptocurrency, and I thought that was like Crips that wear really expensive jewelry on their feet. They'll be like platinum toe rings with diamonds on them while they're crip walking.
I thought it was crip hose.
Crip hoe currency?
What about the Bloods currency?
Right? In the future, rappers won't even have names anymore. You just scan their their barcode, and it'll just tell you the number that they are.
Straight out of low cash. A motherfucker named Gusto. I fuck your girl cause the bitch is a big hoe. I fuck your sister, I fuck your cat. But I wouldn't fuck your mama cause the bitch is too fat.
Straight out of low cash. Crazy motherfucker named Dead Mike. Remember that? That shit was funny, dog.
Catch your
Little
bags,
Nas X
easy going on a long hike.
Dude, hey, Little Nas X pretty much like just pretty much just like ruined the rap game as far as like worldly rap. You know what I mean? Global rap,
Yeah.
if you could call it that.
Flat world rap.
Have you seen that video, the Little Nas X?
I haven't, no, man.
Well,
I'm out of touch with the modern day new type of musics.
So it's like this. It starts out as him in a prison, right? He's in a prison, like old school Alcatraz style, and he's in a pink jumpsuit with no sleeves or whatever. And then there's a shower scene, and he's in the shower with a bunch of African American men, you know, like himself, and they have no clothes on, so they're just blurred out. You can't see like the details, but you can. And they're twerking in the shower. There are like 10 of them behind, dude.
Drop it that soap. Drop it that soap.
Bro,
Drop it like it's soap.
Oh God, bro. Oh wow.
I'm in the shower with the homies. Drop it like it's soap. Drop it like it's soap. Drop it like it's soap.
Right? Pretty crazy. Because basically rap started out against like all that type of stuff, basically. You know what I mean? What happened to Eazy-E? Eazy-E got red dye number 5 poisoning from Kool-Aid.
Fauci killed him with his first fucking drug.
Doesn't Fauci sound like some type of like sushi, modern day sushi mixed with like some type of like what they call Pilates or something, some weird stuff that like a rich woman from Orange County would do?
Yeah.
Taking her Pilates with her Fauci. You can even create a pasta dish called Faucini Alfredo.
Fausti cheese.
Mm-hmm. So what you think, Flatty? You think Rose 777 will ever go on a date with me, bro?
Who's that, man? Jim's
You never heard
wife.
of Rose 777?
Jim 777's wife.
Oh, I don't think so. He wishes. Yeah. Her and her friend Kelsey, bro. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that they like me, but at the same time, I'm not saying that they don't like me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
Do the math, you know? Yeah, pretty much when it comes to flat Earth chicks, I'm pretty much a flat Earth chick magnet, bro. Mm-hmm.
Dude, I'm a mad chick magnet.
I'm a mad flat Earth chick magnet.
Silent Bob was the mad chick magnet, wasn't he?
We should test that theory.
Dude, my chick's baby's dad, he's looking at like 80 years right now, bro. I can't believe they have him in Terminal Island, bro. Crazy, bro. This is a dude who's like only done like a month in jail in his whole life for like stealing a bike like 20 years ago or something, you know what I mean? Trying to break him off.
Why would anybody buy a pair of shoes that was that expensive?
Isn't that ridiculous? Tony Atlas. Does Tony Atlas wish to come in at this time?
Hey, Klaus.
What's up?
What's up?
Klaus is in the house.
Oh, the main monkey's in the house.
Down.
Good afternoon.
What's
Where's
up,
the
dude?
girl?
Good afternoon, Mod Monkey.
It's noon? Oh, shit.
What monkey activities you been doing today, Mod Monkey?
I've been checking out, you know, a little bit of YouTube for various things.
Ah. The life of a monkey, eh?
Right?
Yeah, you know, trying to keep up with my Tolkien knowledge and trying to keep up with some game news. But yeah, that's what I've done today.
Rumor has it that you have the key for Monday.
Monkey, monkey.
The key for Monday?
Yes, you possess it.
The monkey.
Well, I can clearly say to you, it's not a key in the original sense. You know, it's not some metal thingy-majig that you put into a hole and turn around.
That's gross, dude.
The main question, though, is were you born from an egg on a mountaintop?
No, this monkey was not born from an egg on a mountaintop. That is the golden monkey, or Sun Wukong.
I thought you were.
A mischievous monkey.
No, it would be somewhere, in the great grandparents line.
That's your ancestors.
Yeah, it would be my spiritual ancestor.
No, not ancestor. Ancestor.
No, Anne is not my sister.
Hey, what would be the counterpart to the word incest? Would it be outcest or uncest?
Don't even get me started.
I think your dog has it correct.
Sorry, guys.
Don't be sorry. It was very informative.
What's up, dog?
That's what he says.
Yes, that too.
Yeah, and you too, dog. You too.
You got a big old dog, dude. That's a big ass dog, huh?
It's a Labrador.
Yeah.
It's Chip.
Compared to my little dogs are so small, bro. They don't make no like that.
His brother's a teeny weeny Chihuahua cross, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
My dog
Chalky.
goes meow.
The mama dog I got is a Solo Quinichi, or a Mexican hairless. Solo Quintichli, I think you pronounce it. Solo Quintichli? I never pronounce it right. It's spelled with an X.
They just pretend quit.
I think we need take your pet along with you to Discord day.
I think we ought to have flat Earth fights.
Right?
One of my dogs made an appearance on some of the video calls.
Yeah, it would be great because, if someone takes a hamster, they are, if they have a hamster wheel, which would be logical, they are a hamster, so they need a hamster wheel. They are very familiar with curvature. So, if the hamster would explain curvature to the Globers, maybe they would get it. And it would be wrapped in a nice hamster.
That would be a gerbil, dude.
Yeah, or a guinea pig or whatever.
Any kid that would get a guinea pig in his skinny rig is freaking crazy.
I'm working on a new invention. It's a instant coffee maker for your truck. It's called Keurig.
For a who?
It's a coffee maker for diesel trucks. It's called Keurig.
All right.
Forget it. It wasn't that way.
You could actually make a for junkies, you could make a dispensary machine that would be called Procure Rig, because it would help them procure their rig.
I think that's called a tow truck. Isn't it? Why does it feel like the day's over already?
Well, we're living in the end of days, bro. Starting now.
Man, I've been living in the end of days for 40 years.
I was gonna say, what are you talking about? The end is here, and it's not near; it's here.
The end is now. Today's the first day of the rest of your life.
You're in the end, dude. You're always in the end, because in the end, you'll be ended. So, anyway. California weather. Gotta love this California weather. It's like
where you live
60,
in Cali?
60 degree, right in the middle. Right in
Smack
the
in the middle? Oh, okay.
Right smack in the Bay Area.
I guess
It's
it
like
would be the kind of the middle-ish.
2 days ago it was 100 degrees.
Middle.
And yesterday it was like 55. I was like, it's so weird.
Do you live up by where that fire that took place the same day as the San Jose Home Depot fire?
No, too far north from that.
No, there's another fire that took place the same day in San Francisco, like somewhere around there, but right by the. It was like a little fisherman community. It wasn't like Hunter's Point or anything like that. It was like I can't remember the name of it. There are all kinds of obscure little towns right there. My aunt lives in Antioch, and then I have an aunt who lives in Lafayette right there.
No, she doesn't.
Yeah.
Antioch. Where does she live in Antioch? Because that's where I live.
Candlestick Drive.
Oh, yeah, I know where that is.
Yeah.
I live on San Jose.
Okay. Is it near there?
Not really, but Candlestick's up on the hill, but
Yeah.
I know where it's at, though.
Yeah.
I live on, well, I won't say exactly, but I live on San Jose Drive.
Yeah. My aunt who lives there, she was telling me like last year, I guess she was going to the doctor and they told her that she was like missing a valve in her heart or something that she had never known, right? And so they said she has to get this operation. They're going to make a new valve in her heart and she'll be better or whatever. They give her the operation and then she's recovering, in the wherever they recover in the hospital in the bed. Less than 24 hours after that, she has a heart attack. So I'm talking to my other aunt. She's telling me about this. I'm like, cha-ching. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a fat check right there. And she's like, what do you mean? I'm like, dude, you know what I mean? Sue him. And she's just like, oh, no, it wasn't there. They had nothing to do. They had nothing to do with this. I'm like, wow, okay.
Gullible, aren't they?
Yeah, pretty much.
What cracks me up is when you tell somebody the truth. You hear somebody talking about, oh, this, and that. And then you're like, hey, did you know this and that? And they'll be like, no. Who told you that? Like you try to help them, and they're like, no, I don't trust people like you. Like, okay.
They want to know where you're, like, they want to, like, the DNA from the source and everything.
Yeah.
They want their fingerprints and everything, their iris scan. I want to know everything about your source.
Why she did it.
Right? It's like, bro, even if I came down from the firmament and told you, right? Even if I came back from the dead, you still wouldn't believe me,
I never thought it would get this way. Never ever thought. Not like this.
You don't realize how important gravity is until you start getting sucked up to the sky, huh?
Yep. There's a hole in the dome, if you want to call it that.
I think there's multiple portals. Don't they have one for each like north, south, east, west wind?
Heard that, who knows? $16,931. Yeah, right.
Oh, for their shoes?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty sick. There was other pairs. One pair was $109,000, but when I tried to click on it, it wouldn't let me click on it. Imagine paying $100,000 for a pair of shoes.
Sit down.
Although it would be a lot easier to be a millionaire than to fake being a millionaire. Imagine all the paperwork you'd have to fake being a millionaire. It would be just easier to be a millionaire, you know what I mean?
It's easier to be broke, less taxes.
Oh, here we go. Shoeless Joe Jackson.
I guess that changed. I guess that changes what based means, huh?
I think Ted Williams was the last person to hit 400. Like that really matters, huh?
No, it really doesn't matter. Not to me, anyway. I could care less whether somebody with a stick hit a ball. You know, there's too many balls and twigs around here.
Right.
But then again, they always throw the hole in there too. You know, you got golf and all those.
You know what golf stands for?
No.
Gentlemen only, ladies forbidden.
Really?
Yeah, weirdo.
Is that what it really means?
That's what it really means. Gentlemen only, ladies forbidden.
Then why do they call a Volkswagen a golf then?
Right?
Because
it's a
chicks love them.
Yeah. Right?
That's creepy. There's something wrong with language, bro.
Right?
Like torture. Think about what that word means. I know, it makes you go, huh? Wait a minute. So we know what Tor means, right?
Yep.
Torture.
Tour.
Yeah. It's like couture. Mexican hairless dog? What is that Mexican? It's called a Quetzalcoatl.
Zolo
No,
Quintichli.
it's quo. When something starts with a Z, it's pronounced quo.
No, but it starts with an X.
That's what I mean.
Oh, if it starts with an X,
Like
it's
Quetzalcoatl. Like Quetzalcoatl is pronounced like with a Q. Quet.
Okay.
So it's quolio. Quoliets.
Yeah, it's a really hard one.
Something like that. Anyway, I'm sure somebody with the Spanish dialect can probably do a little better than I just did. But
Haarloze hond.
These dogs supposedly they were they led the virgin sacrifices at the Aztec pyramids to the what do you call it? The other side or something like that. They're supposed to be guide dogs. That's what they're allegedly. That's what the myth has.
What is it about evil people and virgins, dude? I don't get that.
I don't know. Right? Richard Brandt, Virgin Galactic.
Vagina in space. Funny.
Right? Kicking a virgin up there.
Well, why not? I mean, why not everything else is based on phallic symbols and vaginas?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, you really think about it. It's kind of creepy if you ask me.
No, it's just the easiest way to distract humans.
Right.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, you stop thinking. You're in that base mindset. Oh, sex. And then you stop thinking. Because if you look past that, then you can think about what they actually do and present. But if you are stuck with that sexual image, then boom, you're out of the picture. Your intellect has gone out of the door. Stage
What's
level.
the opposite of intellect? Outellect?
Right.
Well, you started it.
I always think like how can I be retarded if I was never retarded to begin with? You know?
Yeah, you got to be retarded first.
Well, it depends, you know. If you're from Tartaria, then you might be tarded.
Right.
That's different. That's tarted. Tarded.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I know.
The only thing that matters is if it is with an R, you're a globie. If it is without an R, you're a flatty.
Or maybe they just mean the tar is dead.
Can people stop spelling Glover, please? It's only
I
got
actually
one
spell
B,
it
dude.
gobstopper. Spell it like
It's not
gobstopper.
globber. It's Glover. Globber is not a word. You're getting slobber and globe mixed up.
Gobstopper.
They slobber all over the globe.
Not a globber. They're not called
Talking about
globbers.
Faxman.
Yeah.
Faxman is a slobbering glober.
Yeah, you're right. He is. Matter of fact, I friended him. And he asked me why I friended him. I said, "You wanted friends, didn't you?" And he goes, "Yeah." People are funny. People are funny and people are stupid too. Well, I say ignorant, not stupid. I don't want to speak the wrong words.
Yeah, you should never ignore ants.
I don't want to have to pass out butter reports again.
Don't ignore your uncle either, but especially your aunt.
Just gonna say this thing about the slap is so dumb. Of course, he copied it from an old movie. Duh. The world's always been a stage.
Oh, the slap. Yeah.
Like, how many people do you know, if somebody insulted your wife, especially on national television, live, at an event like that, would you slap the guy? No.
If that's what my handlers wanted me to do, I'd have to.
No.
If you had the choice, would you knock him out? Would you sit
I'd
by
knock
your
him out.
wife? Or would you do a bitch slap?
I'd wait until after the show is what I'd do. That would be the
I'd do
logical
exactly what my handlers told me to do. You know what I mean? If I wanted to make it home.
Yeah, I
You know what I mean?
guess so.
Straight up.
I guess I'd do whatever I was told.
You gotta stick to the script.
Whatever you told, bro.
Yeah,
Stick
once
to
you
the
sign
script.
your name in blood, you're kind of fucked, you know.
Right?
Maybe he should have left him hanging there on stage, waiting for that slap. Just,
Hang in there,
waiting.
buddy.
Hey, Will, weren't you supposed to come on stage? Will, where are you, man? I don't know what to do now.
Hey, 20 years from now, he'll probably go up and give him a French kiss or something. You know what I mean?
20 years we won't be around in 20 years.
3 years from now, probably.
I was gonna say maybe a year and a half.
Yeah,
I don't know.
16 months.
I don't know. Every morning I wake up and I hear people talking about, "Oh, did you hear about this? Did you hear about that? Did you? Oh, this is gonna happen." I'm like, dude, you guys have been saying that for like the last 5 years, and nothing's really happened.
Yeah.
You know, like in a sense, I kind of think it's dumb because most of it's fear porn, but it's funny how people that claim that they don't watch TV anymore and claim that they don't believe in, all this jargon, they literally fall into every one of those little holes every time something comes out. It's like, "Oh, did you hear about this?" Oh, it's like, dude, no, I didn't hear about that, and I don't want to hear about that.
It's because they are listening to guys like Alex Jones and all the other pre-programmed idiots.
Oh my goodness. I'll admit I did watch Alex Jones for a short period of time, but it only took me one of those crazy monologues to like switch the channel off. It was like, well, wow, okay.
Oh, I liked the insane rants, but at some point he crossed a, let's say,
yeah, he crossed the line,
line,
right?
a humanitarian line where I had to say, well, okay, man, now you're in with the wrong crowd.
And make sure you get some of that colloidal silver or whatever they call it.
I do have that.
It's the purest form, he says. It's only $89 a bottle.
Right?
People are so dumb, dude. They are.
Well,
you can sell somebody a paper bag with some dust in it and tell them that it's some magic formula, and they'll believe it.
What was the humanitarian line across? Humonkey.
There was something in the Middle East which has been raging since the 60s. And I don't want to go into it too much, but he picked the wrong side from my perspective.
Are you talking about hormones? They've been raging since the 60s.
Raging, those raging ones. Quit moaning. You know how you make a hormone, right? You refuse to pay her.
Yeah.
If I need hormones, I put on Nirvana hormoning. With the best song ever, D7. But, you know, whatever.
Best song ever. What is the best song, supposedly?
I'll put a link to it in the live chat for you.
Gee, I was kidding.
Put a D in the link. I mean, a link in the D.
I'll M your D. Get it? M the D. M the
Yeah.
D.
Wonder where Matthew's at with his PhD and his master's and undergraduate.
His what's that say? Hormonig? What?
Matthew got exchanged for a Kosho.
He did.
Does that mean
They got to
never mind?
They always got to rotate the stock. You know what I mean? They got to rotate it. You know.
Yeah, you know, in the Bible, in Revelation, it talks about the 4 and 20 elders rotating around the seat where the king sits.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about, what does that stand for? And then I realized that there's like 50 things that have 24 things rotating around it. There's like so many things in the world that are like that. It's like, wait a minute. I thought this was like a standalone. Nope. It's old school.
Hey, you know what? You know what I tripped out on? Remember the Bumgarner jump?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that.
So, I've tried to read a lot of different documents on who set the highest record from jumping from the farthest up. It seems like that's the record allegedly, right? But he's 24. They say 24.2 miles up, but imagine if the top is 24 miles, right? It would fit perfectly with like the day, the way 24 hours in a day and everything. If like the numbers are all accurate down to that point too, that'd be a trip. It was just something to
You
think
have to
about.
ask yourself is when he jumps out of it, why does it wiggle?
So either he didn't jump out of it and it's like green screen or whatever in a studio, or if he did jump out of it, was it connected to something like maybe possibly like scaffolding or something like that? Because that's a possibility too.
Maybe. Or maybe a track.
Yeah, a track. Like a magnetic track.
Magnetic.
You ever seen the planes that they fly in circles? Like imagine if you had a ball and chain and you're swinging that chain, right? They have the plane flying in circles like that with this giant cable. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah,
those little things that you have as a kid with a propeller on it on your ceiling lamp with a string attached to the ceiling.
No, this company's. I'll try to show you right now.
And free energy is real, guys. Sure it is. It's free. Everything's free if you think about it. If you want free energy, you find a creek. That's all you need is an old washing machine and running water. That's it. You got unlimited energy. All you got to do is worry about the bearing going out. Pathetic. Wow. Just realized what that word means. That's creepy. Empathetic. Wow. Never even thought about that. Oh, you learn something new every day, don't you?
Multiple things.
You know what I find fascinating is I can just sit here and not talk to anybody, not read anything, and just think, and I can actually learn. Is that fascinating? How is that possible? That just by rethinking all the thoughts in my mind, I could actually become more intelligent. That blows my mind, literally.
And metaphorically.
You believe in fours.
Metathreically. Or metatuically.
Metatriptylic. Like amitriptyline.
Nice.
Who tripped the lean? Somebody tripped it. Words mean things.
So many things. I like it when I could turn the word, invert the word or the letter, or flip the letter on its side and create a symbol with it. Because I think every letter is a symbol.
Why does it got to be a symbol? Balls suck. Suck balls. Never ever thought that my language would be used to speak about sex every which way. It's like literally every word, everything is based. Like even wed. The word wed means sex, means to wet. I thee wed.
If you reverse it, it's
the reason why you
do.
have to consummate the marriage, because you're wedding. You're actually wetting. You're marking your territory.
Would that be like
So
wetting? How they say like I'm wetting my palate, like how's it spelled? WHETTING?
Yes, it's the same exaggeration. Yes, wet. And the word is used in lots of things. Just look up the word wet in the etymological. It'll blow your mind. So Wednesday doesn't have anything to do with whoever the hell you're talking about. It doesn't have nothing to do with that. Baloney. Wednesday means wet day. Or hump day, get it? That's why they call it hump day. Duh. It's all about sex, dude. It's creepy and gross, but it's true.
What about Flatterday?
I don't know. Never heard of it. I don't know what I was watching or listening to. Somebody was, I don't remember what it was. Something about the days of the week and how we should have 13 months because of the way, a week is 7 days long, but yet months are all 31, 30, 29, and 28 days long.
Right.
It's like, and it was, I don't know, just kind of interesting. Like, why do they call it October when it's the 10th month and October means 8?
Right.
Makes no sense. Absolutely
November,
senseless.
nueve.
Mm-hmm.
September,
But November is, what month of the year is November? 11? What number is 11? What is it? Deca something?
That's once. 11's once.
So, well, how would you say it then?
I think at December, which is the 10th, and then January would be the 11th, and February would be the 12th. But it doesn't start right at the 1st. I think the year starts on the 22nd of March.
Yeah, it's the actual spring. Spring forward and fall back, yeah.
Because that's right when Aries
and the
starts.
reason why you do that is basically because the sun is on a dial. And when it starts at 12 or 1 or 0, whatever you want to call it, you notice that 12 o'clock is the end of it. It's not the beginning. Like you would think that the top hour would be 1, not 0. Right? Like why doesn't the clock start with 1? Because it hasn't began, right? The first day wasn't over until after it was said the day's over, right?
Yeah.
Get it? It's really interesting. at how all this stuff fits together. And all you do is when you dig down that rabbit hole is you just find out that everything that you thought you knew is bullshit. Everything is. They lied to you about the calendar. They lied to you about the sun cycle. They lie to you about the shape of the earth. They lied about everything, dude. Everything.
Mm-hmm.
And when they tell you that some
Everything.
superstar just killed somebody or somebody just, it's all bullshit, man. It is. It's just there to confuse you. Just shut the
Mm-hmm.
damn thing off, dude. Like back in the day, we used to watch movies, and the movies were always, seemed like there was always some hint about how TV was going to rot your brain. Well, they were right.
Mm-hmm.
My great grandmother
Yeah.
was right. The TV's rotting people's brains. It literally is true. It's fascinating. How did she know that? She didn't.
It's
Somebody,
decaying. I think it's
somebody
decaying.
knows everything. Yes. But you have to decay
I think
first, right?
I think
That's why you
electricity
got special K.
decays the human body.
Yeah. You know what decay means, right?
What does it
Look that
mean?
one up. I don't know. Look it up. Decay. I'm sure it means something important.
Yeah.
Like, you know, they
Decay.
send you to
They've
school.
been
They send
decaying
you
us
to
for
school,
decades, bro.
teach you about spelling, and you know, sports is all about scoring. You know, it's just ridiculous. Everything is about getting laid, and you know all that stuff, stupid stuff. That it's not stupid stuff. Don't get me wrong. I mean,
They take away the main point of people having sex is to procreate, to have kids. You know.
yeah, but now it's all about
So they
just
make it
having
about
fun.
everything except that. You know what I mean?
Yep,
Everything
exactly.
but that.
If nature says, you know, one man, one woman makes, you know, another human, right? Well, then of course, you know, the deceiver will come along and say, oh no, that's not true. You can have the best of both worlds. You can have sex with whoever you want and still not go to hell. See, but that's not true, is it? We all know that deep in our hearts. We all know what's
For the
right and
most,
wrong.
for the most part, they don't even need to throw the hell part in. People are just already, you know what I mean?
Well, they're creating their own hell right here on the earth.
Helio hell.
Yep. They're creating their own hell. Just remember that. You'll have nobody to
Maybe
blame but
it's
yourself.
maybe it's heliocentric.
Right?
Maybe. Yeah.
What
Maybe
if we were meant to
Helio.
be on a lunar what do we call it? Where
What if we
heliocentric?
found out? What if we
We're
found
supposed to
out
be
that
lunar
God
centric,
created this place and then put someone else in charge?
like Charles.
No, like Satan.
I know Charles. Get it?
Yeah, I get it,
Charles
Chuck.
in charge.
Yeah, Chucky. I get it. Charles in Charge. That was a dumb show.
What was Satan's
Every chick
name?
watched it.
What is it? Setiniel or something like that? Setiniel?
Saturnial.
Setiniel.
Whenever you turn a sat, what's a sat?
A set, like
You
when the
sit.
sun's setting.
You sit. Yes, right. The sun. So it means sun. What's the other part of the word?
Setting the sun.
Mm-hmm. So what does it mean?
Oh, set Neil.
Just like raw.
Setting
Raw
Neil.
is everything. Food. You eat food raw. Why do you eat it raw?
Because I don't want to go to war with
Why is
myself.
food that's not cooked called raw food? It doesn't make sense.
Because it does the opposite of wage war against you.
Your wages. Slavery. Work is slavery. When God changed things, he made you a slave. You were changed. You fell. You are the fallen. There is no fallen. You're it.
After eating the food, right?
The Bible talks about how evil ones fell. Well, how do you know you're not one of them? How do you know you're not an Anunnaki? You know what I mean? The Anunnaki might be you.
Why would you label them as evil ones?
I don't know.
Well, that's the whole.
I'm not necessarily saying evil. I'm just saying, it seems kind of weird how we read things and we think that they're talking about someone else, but how do you know they're not talking about you and me? How do you know we're not the fallen ones?
Yeah, but
and that story's about us.
Yeah,
That would change the whole thing, wouldn't it?
yeah, but why put it in a negative connotation? That's my.
Because we're about to be deceived so well that even the most elite people will be fooled by it. How in the hell is the devil going to do that?
No. That's the whole point. Why?
I can tell you how.
No.
By convincing you that you live
Why
in.
would you see that as a negative? Why would you see that as an evil? Why would you see it as a bad thing? You need your mistakes to learn. That's the only thing you can learn from. You cannot learn from perfection. You need to learn from mistakes. So
Right, the mistake.
why label it
So
in a
evil's a
negative connotation?
necessity. That's a hard pill to swallow, isn't it?
No, you're right though, bro. Like if you sat down to play
I know.
poker,
That's
every
the
single
part
hand.
that sucks is that I'm right. It's terrifying.
No, it's not. It makes it easier because now you got purpose. You got to learn. If you don't have that purpose, then you.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, you're right. You don't have hope without purpose, right? Absolutely right. I don't know. I kind of feel like I've always known the answer to that. Like, I've been asked that question a million times, and I've always kind of just known. I am. I am the fallen. I came here. I fell. But why did I fall? I fell because I needed to learn. I had questions, wanted to know the answers. And here I am. I'm learning all about them. And when I get back and I remember all the things that I spoke and talked about before I came here, it'll all make sense, right? It'll all make sense.
Tripod, if you rearrange if you turn Nephilim into an anagram, you have the word fallen one.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you do when you learn to walk?
Fight gravity. Balance. Get it? Balance. Words mean things, dude. And where's gospel whenever you need him? Usually he comes in here and argues with me about the meanings of things.
How does your ear do the whole balance thing?
It's all about fluid dynamic.
Yeah, it tries to find a level.
Get it? Fluid.
Right?
Well, you got to flatten that curve, right?
Yeah. I used to think that I wouldn't see this day coming until pigs fly, right? And then I got the swine flu, dog. You know what I mean?
Yep. You got flown by the swine. Yep. Funny, right? Wait, what was that? What was that? What was that virus, or what was that thing that they called started with a B, bullet, belays or some stupid thing. It was like in the 70s, 69, 70. Anyway, I can't. Malaria or bulimia or something. What's it called?
Bulimia is an eating disorder, I think. Allegedly.
Yeah, I know. No, that's not the one I'm thinking of. You know what I'm talking about, right? No.
It rings a little bell. It's not ringing a total bell.
I know what he's doing. He's panning.
Oh, somebody just put something right there.
Yeah. Why do they call it botulism? Botanical. Bot means B-O-T. That's another thing that's funny. Why do they call it a robot when a bot is literally a plant, right? It doesn't make any sense. Because botany is study of flowers and plants, right? Botany. So botulism is what? Eating flowers? opposites. Like, there are words that don't have opposites. You would think that everything has an opposite, right? Everything plus, minus, A, Z, you know, there's always an end. Alpha, omega, there's always a beginning and an end, right? Well, why do we have words that don't?
There are opposites. Everything has an opposite.
And why do they call it reckless when you're reckless? That makes no sense. It's wreckful, right? If you wreck all the time, then you're wreckful. You're full of wreck. You're not reckless. You're not free of it.
No,
right?
reckless comes from
Erection,
not reckoning.
Oh.
Get
or
to
rectified, huh?
Get to the point. Because is from pull, which is what? Pull? What does it mean to pull?
To lope.
To choose. That one will make you think, huh? Now think of all the words that have pole in them. Polish. Come on now. Bring it.
Police. The police.
The police. Political.
Polygamy.
Yeah.
Polyurethane.
Yep. Pole meaning what? Single,
Prophylactic.
right? One means one erection. That's what it means. Erection one. So what do they call it? Apollo? Polo? Come on now. Because they are pulling the wool over our eyes. Think about it. They're pulling. Apollo.
I think that was more a play on the god Apollo and his fellows.
We're gonna pull over the wool over your eyes. Yeah.
Well, at least they were honest because the rocket used stage 1,
There's
stage
another word.
2, and stage 3.
Do you know what that word means? Honest.
It depends. Like, you know, from...
Yeah, but you don't want to look that one up.
No, like, half of your English words comes from Dutch and is bastardized by British. So, yeah. Because the Dutch and British had a long-standing history of war and trade, sometimes coinciding at the same time, with a lot of intermingle of language.
Which came first, man or woman?
Monkey.
Adam.
What about wool monkey? Why don't they call girl monkeys wool monkeys?
Because it sounds stupid.
Exactly. Stupid. Stupid actually means lazy.
Yeah, and isn't that the whole point? Their minds are lazy, therefore they become
stupid. Yeah, that apple thing is funny. That's the reason why the apple is the symbol of the fall. It's because you pulled it. You shouldn't have pulled it.
Yeah, but it could be great. It could be grapes too.
Maybe it was given. Maybe it was given.
13 minutes? No.
Or was it given by the snake?
You mean opposed? Funny, right?
That's interesting. Given by mistake. Like, they take it or they give it.
We're not talking about baseball again, okay? Pitching and catching isn't necessary. Like bullocks. I love words. They're so funny. Bullocks. What does that mean? You know what it means, but don't say it out loud. Tuba cane, that's what it means.
I remember the first time I went to this Mexican restaurant with my mom a long time ago. They had Rocky Mountain oysters. I was like, oh, I didn't know you guys had seafood here. Mom was like, no, that's not what that is. I was like, what? Why would they call it that?
Because in the Rocky Mountains, they gotta have oyster.
Yep.
You know, of course, an oyster looks more like a you know what, not like a pole, but
shit.
And why does Mother Mary look like a vagina? That's the one that creeps me out the most. That one just got me. When I seen that and I realized it, I just fell. My brain just went, and I heard a little fart noise come out of my ear.
Maybe you just want to see it that way.
No, bro. No. No, 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 no. If that were true, I would have seen it when I was 2, 3 years old. I didn't find it out until just a couple years back, but it's disgusting. Well, actually, it's beautiful, but you know what I mean.
Find other associations. Find other images.
I did. That's the problem. Researching that particular item was a bad idea because it made me realize that there's a lot of things. It just, yeah, well, have fun with that one. And I'm still trying to figure out why they call him Jesus.
Because it is a regular name.
But he's not Jewish, so why do they call him Jesus? Doesn't make any sense, bro. None of this stuff makes any sense.
Basically,
you're right. It's funny because it's true. It's true. It's true.
I think you invert the name. It's Zeus. Or Suez.
Jesus. You could translate it to French.
Jacques.
Je suis.
Jacques. Jacques. Just like bullocks. Jacques. Think about it. Words mean things, dude. We're all cursed and we're all screwed.
Yeah, but you're looking at it only from English, and you got to deal with a lot of European language influences that you miss out on.
Yeah, like take the S, the snake, out of cursed, and you have cured, bro. You know what I mean? Just look at it like that. That's the opposite of a curse, to be cured.
And when you take the D off a dick, you get ick, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Think about that one.
Is that Ichabod Crane, the headless pumpkin?
He wore a pumpkin on his head. I wonder what that means.
Oh, it was like for us, Halloween 24/7, 365.
Halloween.
You know what I mean?
Think about
Whether you
that.
like it or not, you gotta wear your mask.
Hallowed. Hallowed means dead people.
At last, the comfort you once demanded is now
So
mandatory.
Hallows Eve means you're celebrating your death. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like the opposite of a birthday. And why are you birthed anyway? You ever think about that?
Because we came out of the water.
Mm-hmm. So does a ship, but the stuff on the ship doesn't. It just comes over the water, right? So why do they call it shipment? Just remember what ship means. Sheep. Yep. There's something wrong. I don't know. I always thought that when I figured out some of this stuff that I was just going to die, right? Like I was just going to poof, be gone. I was going to go back to the place I came from. But nope, I was wrong. So I guess just knowing about stuff, it doesn't get you out of here. You actually have to take and manifest it with your own will. It's important. Some people need to realize that. It's not about sitting on your laurels, dude. It's not about waiting for Jesus to come. It's about doing something with your own will, making it happen. In a way, I kind of look at all these evil people and think, wow, these people are really doing their job, right? They're doing what evil would do, right? But we're just being stupid. We're not even fighting. We're just kind of sitting in the middle going, well, I'm not going to do anything because nothing can change. So I'm just going to sit here and complain and whine about it because we can't change the world.
What do you mean we?
You can change a lot in the world. It is just that your expectations of how fast it changes is too high.
Right. Takes
or too low.
Time.
And you got, let's say, allotted time in this place.
I don't know. Do you have a lot of time? Seems to me like we're all out of time.
Hello, mates.
There he is.
Hello.
Hello. Top of the morning to you.
Howard.
Hey.
Oh.
Howard, the man that likes to draw O's. It's Howard.
Howard. Does anybody know what their name means? My name is Ryan. It means king. What's yours mean?
My last name's actually in the book of Genesis, bro.
Really? Cool.
Yeah.
Beast? This kid's...
It actually means drunkard. Or allegedly, that's what it says. It's supposed to mean drunkard.
Well, my name is kind of like a description of the tree of life.
And what's in a name? Name.
It's just a means to an end.
Yay. Yay. It's a bovine, that's what it is. A name is
a means
cow.
or a mane. Or enamel.
It's the backwards, yeah, it's the reverse of mane, which is, and what do you grasp when you're riding a horse bareback? You grasp the mane, right?
Or his bit in his mouth, which would be the enam, the enamel.
No, that's lame. You're thinking backwards.
Do that trick in Dutch.
When I'm riding bareback, I grab a lot of stuff.
Email.
Oh, Howard. You dirty dog.
Hey.
You are to the H.
Wow. Right?
Howard.
But it's necessary, you know, Howard?
Mm-hmm.
How many words do you need?
Have you guys seen Saving Private Ryan Part 2? Where they actually go back to try to help them because they were confused on what gender they were? It's called Saving Ryan's Privates. It's a box office hit.
Yeah, I've heard that
really,
one.
Shit, when did that come out?
Yeah, there's some pretty X-rated ones too. Yeah. Lorena. What does that make you think of when I say Lorena?
Bobbit.
There you go. Why? Why do you think of Bobbin?
Because Lorena's my girl,
What was that guy's
man.
name? And what was the guy's name who lost his
John
Bobbin?
John Bobbitt.
John Bobbitt? Okay, so why did he bob it in the first place? Maybe he should have kept her from bobbing it. These things mean things. Think about it. Hoax. It's got hoax written all over it.
Been meaning something, though. You
Yeah,
know how
whenever the
you know how
letters
you know how you know it's not a hoax?
2 minutes. That's how long.
No, you don't hear about it. You will never hear about it. That's how you know it's
never
real.
hear about it. You never hear. You know what's creepy? Is why does P nice rhyme with be nice?
P nice. Are you talking about the skinhead gang in Orange County?
Yeah, those skinheads are bad.
The P9?
Or
Public
he could
enemy
be a
numero
flaphead.
uno.
He could be a sockhead.
Right?
Maybe that's where sophistry comes from. Oh my. Well, poo. And if they're covers, why do you pull them over? That's a good question too. You know, the cop, when he pulls you over, he tells you, pull over. Why do you pull over? You know, when you cover something, you hide it,
You'd
pull
be
over, hit it,
instead of pulling over, you should push under.
or you should stand over. Because when you understand, you're in trouble. Anytime a policeman asks you that, you just say, nope. Time's up, I guess, or it's close. So what are we going to do today for the Silver and Gold Live?
I think today's my due day.
What's the D stand for?
Due? DEW?
Dice.
It's an acronym.
Dudes? Dudes ice? Dudes ice?
Right? Due
Depends on
fire.
how decisive you are.
Due is spicy and sweet.
Sweet. Who'd have thought that ketchup and corn syrup would make sweet and sour sauce?
Rookie, do you want me to start? start the event and make an announcement?
Sure, why not? Might as
Okay.
well.
You got Howard here. He's relatively new. We talked to him on Ladies' Night last night. If you like talking to him, look, he's got a black swan as profile picture now. He's kind of an interesting guy. I'll go ahead and start it, and then you can do whatever you're planning to do.
Hey, Dandelion.
I have no plans.
We do have Zarn in 2 hours. Is supposed to make his presentation. I should send him a message. Make sure he remembers he's supposed to show up here.
You really think he's going to show up?
I have no idea. You want me to give a percentage chance? I mean, we could take bets. I guess probably
Yeah,
not
yeah.
supposed to take
Let's say we
actual
take
bets.
bets.
I'm going to. Do I want to give him a 50-50 just because I want to have faith in him because I might be the only one who does? Like 50-50 to me seems generous. 30% chance of showing up is probably more like realistic, but you never know. I take the long shot. I'm going to say he's going to show up.
I hope so.
Me too.
Nice to hear you, Dandelion.
Hi, yeah, good to see you too. And here. Not see you really, just here.
If I had an older sister, I'd want her to sound just like you.
Sweet. I have to be your older sister, which is unfortunate because I used to have an older brother, who has died. So I'd prefer for you to take the older brother role. But it's fine. That's okay. Yeah, never had a younger brother.
I'm probably older than you anyway.
Yeah, you might be. I don't know. It doesn't even matter. I'll take a younger brother. That's fine. Because I never had one. So you could be the younger brother. I never had it. That's even better, actually.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Believe me.
All right.
I've talked about it on national TV. I could talk to you about it on a Discord server, so it's not a big deal. All right. I'm going to start the event.
Thank you. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're about to start the Silver and Gold Live. If you have questions for our Silver and Gold members, please come on to Discord. Someone will post. So what shall we do? Nobody? Nobody wants to know? Nobody wants to talk? Anybody? Somebody? I can think of a topic, I guess. Something, I don't know. What do we do? We could all just sit here on our hands and think.
If you haven't talked to Howard, you should ask him for his story because it's interesting. Maybe he'll give you a slightly different version of it than we heard yesterday at Ladies' Night. Even though I'm here, Howard, don't feel bad about repeating yourself.
Are you there, Howard?
It's not so interesting.
What's up, dude?
I don't know.
How are you today? How are you?
I'm good. Good.
I know they talked to you yesterday. I remember.
Did some gardening.
So since you've been here, how long have you been here? How long have you been on the server?
In the channel or on the planet?
Yeah, on the server, on this server. A couple days?
2 days. 2 days.
2 days. So what do you think about the server so far? What do you think about us?
Well, I guess I would just
be honest.
I'd say I love it so far. And it's easier to talk.
So are we as crazy as you thought we would be?
I didn't think you guys would be crazy, but I think it'd probably be quicker to talk about the things that that I could be critical about versus the things that I like. The things that I like are quite a bit. I think.
Well, I thought I'd get both sides.
Before I came, I listened to a bunch of the podcasts, or like 10 or so. And it was just recordings from the debates that you guys were having in here. And I think there's a huge opportunity to, for the people that do come in, obviously to help them see and understand and maybe have them join us. That would be a huge success story if someone, was on the other side of the fence and was like, wow, I think you guys made a really good point. And then they become an ally. And, outside of the trolls and the people that are, that come in with bad intent, or, they don't argue in good faith, I think sometimes it's really easy to get excited.
I have a question for you. Why do you think people troll in the first place?
I think they just
what's your best guess at why people troll?
Oh, why people troll in general? Why
Why would somebody just decide to go and attack some other whatever argument, whatever relationship, whatever? Why would somebody do that? Do you think that that's a natural response to stimuli? In your opinion?
I think in general, people, it's a little bit of a coping mechanism, I think, for people to make themselves feel good. So some people, I think psychologically, they make themselves feel better by pushing other people down. And so if they view a certain demographic as below them, then it makes them feel good to push them down even further. And it makes them feel like they're higher, that makes them feel like they're taller. And it's kind of like a narcissistic thing, but people get bored, and some people enjoy banter and enjoy people and whatnot. And so,
right, but when you get bored,
yeah,
when a person gets bored, like normally, I mean, I'm just speaking from my own opinion. I don't usually think to do things that are negative. I'm not saying that it isn't something that doesn't come up occasionally.
Well, it's not.
Generally, when I'm sitting around bored, I don't think about, like, let's say, going after some woman or some dude or some whatever. I just don't. It's just not the first thing that comes to my mind.
Sure,
you know
but
what I mean? So
to use a different analogy, like, would you say that like fighting is bored, like physically fighting someone is negative?
Well, it depends on the situation, I think. But
right, yeah. So I would say that like physically beating the shit out of somebody, could be perceived as a negative thing. Some people really enjoy fighting.
Well, let's draw a line. Let's say fighting to defend yourself is a little different than beating someone down, right?
Yeah, sure. But even just like getting, like I don't want to go to the gym or to like a boxing ring and on the weekend or just start beating the shit out of somebody, then beating the shit out of me. But some people really like that. So really all I'm just trying to say is that in a certain logical type where they,
I mean, like,
they get off.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I just think that there's a certain psychological type that they get off. It heightens their emotions.
But my question is more pointed then. My question is more pointed at why do they get off on the negativity when that's not normally what you get off on, right?
Why does a bully?
Why
does a bully bully? Why does a kid in high school bully other kids?
It's a defense mechanism.
Yeah, they've got something going on inside of them, and that they don't feel good about, and so they they develop coping mechanisms to make themselves feel better. So
rather than just standing there and crying about the situation they're in, right?
Yeah, so like if a kid is he doesn't read very well, and he sees another kid by himself reading a book, he's gonna be like, haha, look at that nerd over there, reading, what a loser,
Okay, well, let's say you fight it. Let's say you bully a kid and you beat him up. Okay, and he's angry, right? He'll probably just avoid you, right? Like the next time he sees you, he'll probably just walk the other way, right?
Yeah, he'll try to, but
right. He would, right? So what makes a person? What changes that person into a troll, though? What makes that person want to go the opposite and then attack the other person, even though they're going to get bullied again? You see my point? What makes a troll?
I think the bully is the troll, not the kid getting bullied.
No, I mean, like, I got picked on as a kid, so I know this full well, right? I got picked on, I got beat up, all that stuff, right? But at some point, I got tired of it. I got tired of being the one that always got beat up, and I finally fought back, and that's when everything changed. But I didn't go out and start bullying everybody.
Well,
I
sure,
simply just
because
knew
you're
how to
accountable.
stop bullying from happening to me. So what makes
Yeah.
a person want to go beyond just not being bullied and become the bully? That's my question.
Well,
That's
I
what, to me,
don't
that's
think
what a troll is. A troll is someone who intently goes after a thing or an idea simply to get pleasure out of it. But normally when someone insults you, you just move on, right? You just, well, I don't want to be insulted, so I'll stay away. But what makes you want to go back and keep getting that and keep getting bullied again? What makes a person switch from that, stay away from the person because they're bullying to wanting to go there and get bullied on purpose? What switches? What mechanism, what psychological mechanism makes a person into a troll?
A check.
Yeah, I think outside of
you see my point, right? You
yeah,
understand
I
the
understand
difference.
what you're saying. I think outside of places like this, when they're in their day to day life, like let's say that they talk to a family member or a friend, and they're like, "Hey, I went into this flat Earth forum, bunch of idiots, and I just went in there and trolled them the whole time, and they think they're this flat. How stupid is that? Like you gotta come in here sometime with me and listen. These people are so dumb. That's pushing them down to make themselves, pushing others down to make themselves feel better. So that it's hard because if you're not in that mindset, if you don't have the same psychological perspective that they have, I think
but in this case it's a
it would
little
be pretty
different
hard
because of the situation. We're talking about something that sounds completely crazy, but once they come in here, they realize that's not actually true, right?
Do they realize
my
that?
question
Though?
is, but
I don't think
they
do.
do. I think they
really.
do. I think that if I came into like let's just say somebody decided that pigs fly, okay? And I saw that there's some site, some Discord channel about how pigs fly and how it's true, right? I might, out of curiosity, go in there to find out what's going on, right? Because I want to know why people think this, right? I want to know what the angle is, right? But I'm not necessarily going to stick around and come back every single day just to get that same feeling, because I don't need to. Once I know these people are crazy, I don't need to know anymore. I move on, right? I don't go back and keep doing that over and over and over and over and over again, getting some kind of sick pleasure out of it.
Dude,
that
listen,
doesn't make any sense,
I agree. I agree with you on that. And my first night here, I actually brought that point up. And I go, listen, I don't think that there's more than two genders. That's my own personal belief. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I go listen to these guys that were coming in here arguing. And I go, listen, I don't join like tranny Discord servers and go in there and tell them and argue with them. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not all about that. Like, I'm not going to go. Maybe I would go in there
what
once.
breaks that? What breaks that line? What do you think makes people go?
I have no idea, man. That's the $1 million question right there. I mean, maybe in a very dark corner of their mind, they fear that we might be right. And so whether that their mind settles and rests, and then it comes to the forefront of their mind, and they're like, oh yeah, that's right. Those people still exist. I'm going to go tell them they're wrong. And that makes them feel better. I mean, it is quite scary. If you do accept, I think with many conspiracy theories, this is why people have a hard time with it, with conspiracies in general, is that if what is being proposed is true, then that can be very frightening for many reasons, not just, what the implications are if that is true, but, what are these people hiding? Why would they be hiding it? Everyone around you is lying. It's much easier to fool someone than to convince them that they've been fooled. I once had a very, very close acquaintance of mine. She was very successful, by all measurements, a very rich woman, tell me that she knew CNN has never lied to her about anything, and she trusted CNN as a source. And I said, well, how do you know that? I mean, me fully well knowing that CNN and all the mainstream media lies out their ass all the time. But I go, well, how do you know that? And she goes, because I am too smart to be lied to. And so, yeah. And so,
you
she's
believed
like
in Santa Claus, right?
I mean, yeah, she was a lifelong.
I'd be like, Santa, boom.
Yeah. So, I think if I had to guess, I don't know for sure, but if I had to guess, I would say that maybe one of the reasons why they would keep coming back is that there is a very small percentage of them that fears that we might be right, and they have to keep coming back to poke fun and to troll and to fight to reassure themselves. Yeah, no, they're wrong. I'm right and they're wrong. So,
So it would seem that there's a level of trollicity, right? Like there's a level of, like there's the curious, right? And then there's the pissed off, right? Like you go, let's say I go to a Pigs Fly Discord channel, and instead of them just telling me what their evidence is for that pigs fly, they just give me a bunch of runaround, right? That might make me angry enough to go back another day, right, and try to challenge them again. But what makes somebody change from wanting to know the truth to just wanting to show up and just ruin things or just step on things? Or like, that's what I mean by troll, like someone who literally just comes in just to irritate the situation, even though they know the conversation is actually logical, right?
They're getting
that's
paid.
kind of the troll thing.
They're getting paid to do it.
Well, that's a good one.
To get to analyze us, get our algorithms. You know what I mean? It's not to debate. They don't care if they prove the globe or disprove the globe or anything. That's not even the point of them getting there. It's just to hear our reactions to stuff.
The conversation.
They can make the algorithm. You know what I mean?
So then I guess there would be more than one troll then, because I know a lot of the trolls
I wouldn't even call them trolls.
are just
I'd call
here
them more
because
like,
they're angry, right? They're pissed off.
Yeah, I don't even think angry. They're just getting a paycheck, Doug.
Right.
Well,
I guess
trolls come in all shapes and sizes. There's not just one troll type.
Right, but even though I'm on a Flat Earth channel, right, and I come on this Discord channel server all the time, right, and I get trolled by ball earthers, right, or globies, whatever you want to call them, that doesn't make me want to go out and do the same thing to ball earth proponents, right? Why? Because I know it's useless, right? I'm not going to convince people.
But bro, what if you got offered a fat check to do it, and you had a
that's a completely different angle. I'm talking about purely like of your own self, like what causes a person to want to become a troll. And I think this is important. That I don't know. I know it's a stupid question, but I think it's important to understand what the difference is between the different types, because I think just saying someone's a troll is kind of a blanket idea, like saying somebody isn't very intelligent. Like, okay, so I'm not very intelligent, but does that make me stupid? No. Okay, well, there's like gray areas. And I think that a lot of people don't think about what a troll really is, right? A troll is someone who literally comes in just to cause discord, right?
Yeah,
they just come in deliberately.
Do you know who Daryl Davis is? Does that name ring a bell?
No.
He's this. I think he might have passed away. But it was this black man, Daryl Davis, who he was like an activist and R&B musician guy. And what he would do, what kind of he like turned his like mission into was befriending KKK members, and he would try to convert KKK into people who weren't racist and who weren't just completely against his race. And he would literally walk up to their houses and knock on the door and start conversations with them. And what he would do is try to bond with them over common
try
ground.
to show them that he's a human being.
How did he get him to resign? Hold on. How did he get him to resign from the FBI?
Right?
Yeah.
How did he get him from their thespian class?
That's pretty good.
How do you know where they live?
They've got to. It's probably not hard to track them down in certain areas, but either way, I watched a couple documentaries about him, and it was kind of amazing because a lot of people, when confronted with opposition like that, would come at it with anger and protest and violence. And where he approached it, he came at it with friendship and tried to like level with them and communicate with them and talk to them about. Specifically, his approach was through music, and to get them to see that they have much more in common. I got psyoped that they have much more in common than they do have difference. And I think he even flipped one of the
one of like the Grand Wizards, one of the leaders.
Is that a John Grisham movie you're talking about, bro? The Time to Kill?
No. This guy's name is Daryl Davis. He's a real person. I mean, they might have made a movie about it. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, though. Brought to you, coming to a theater near you.
Oh, I think he's still alive.
Here's the truth. Okay. Here's the truth in fiction.
Right? Yeah.
Right. How did they get him to resign from the FBI?
Yeah.
Pretty good. I think the subconscious fear that we might be right is probably if I had to put that as the top.
When you say we might be right, what do you mean by that? We might be right about what?
How small is that?
Asking about why trolls the question was why in God's name would trolls keep coming back over and over and over again? Like, what is the driving force behind that?
Here's the thing. I've heard.
No, I was
was
trying to. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's because they're agitators. They're not trolls. They're agitators.
Like,
so,
but what makes a person want to go beyond?
Yeah, but how much?
Yeah, I think it's because we create.
I can answer that. It's called ideological possession. Have you ever argued with a leftist? You ever argued with a leftist?
Yeah, but I'm not going to join a leftist server 3-4 times a week. You see what I'm saying?
But do you know what I'm saying, have you ever argued with a leftist?
Sure. Okay. Sure.
Do you find them reasonable or rational?
Most times irrational.
Most times completely irrational.
I think they derive a lot from emotion rather than reason and logic. Yeah.
They actually are driven more by their ideological possession than their reason or their rationality. And so what they'll do is they will go out and they will do something called agitprop. They will go out to agitate, not to change minds, but it's essentially just old school trolling.
Like provocation.
Tools for radicals. Yeah, it's provocation. And you're not doing it to change people's minds. You're not doing it to have your...
Yeah. Agent provocateur.
Yeah, agent provocateur. They don't work for anybody.
Without being paid, though, how much energy, and maybe it's just difficult for me to put myself in their shoes, because
it's a fandom. Look, it's a fandom. They don't need to get paid. They are happy. Wow. All of these people who come in here to do this.
Yeah. And see, that's why I think, I don't know. This is my second day, like I was telling you.
Howard, are you a flat earther?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, since about 20.
I was wondering because I heard you refer to Earth as a planet earlier. That's what I was asking you.
I misspoke. Like, how long have I been on this planet? Yeah.
No, I'm just wondering.
I realized that. Yeah, nobody called me out immediately, but yeah, I was thinking that in the back of my mind when I said it.
Well, it's not really about calling you out.
Yeah, I know. But shit, I forgot what I was going to say now.
Sorry.
Oh, that's why my point that I was bringing up earlier was, and I've only been here a couple days, so I don't know if you guys do this, but if you guys have developed a process to either mute or remove, or like how do you come to a conclusion that this person that has come into the channel is not here arguing in good faith, and it is not worth our time to sit here for hours trying to convince someone that literally doesn't want to be convinced, is not here to be convinced, and just wants to provoke.
When they speak out of both sides of their mouth, that's typically when you know they're lost. You know what I mean, Howard?
No, could you elaborate on that?
So typically they'll take a position to win the point of the argument, and then they will take the opposite position to win the next point of the argument.
Oh, sure. Okay. And then do you have a process of removal or silencing so that we don't keep spinning our wheels indefinitely with them?
Well, they just kind of hang around to listen. As long as they're not spurging out in the VC and in the text, with their dribblings and their degeneracy, then we are happy to have them around and listening, and maybe something will sink in one day.
Okay.
What made you pick the Black Swan logo, Howard?
I just so yeah, the first it was oh shit, Central. Yeah, his name is Central. He was the one that did my interview, and he the first night I was here, he was talking about the Black Swan multiple times, and I loved it. And so I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna make that my profile icon. Is this Black Swan? Yeah.
All right. That's
Yeah.
right.
I feel like it was
Just
a good
wondering.
representation. I do you know, I'm a software engineer and I do design as well. And so I was thinking about making a logo, a flat Earth logo that had the Black Swan in it. So I might get down, you know, around to that in a little bit.
Do you know what the Black Swan is?
The actual Black Swan event, like what the oil rig photos.
Yeah.
No, I guess I don't actually know what coast that's on. Yeah, where is it?
California.
Oh, okay. Where?
It's about 15 minutes from here.
Where in California?
It's in Montecito.
Montecito.
Yeah. It's
I used to
between
live in San Francisco.
Summerlin and Santa Barbara. So you're a software engineer?
Yeah, I make mobile apps.
Okay.
Like iOS apps. Yeah.
Okay. For Apple.
Yeah, for iPhones. Yeah, but I don't work for Apple. I've worked for a bunch of different companies, but now I work for myself. But
That's cool.
One of the projects that I worked on was the facial recognition software or facial manipulation software for Snapchat. It was a Russian company then, and it was like back in like 2014 or so.
So do you do the coding or do you do the design?
I do both now. Back then I was just doing design, and then I got into iOS Swift programming when it came out, like 2016, 2017 or so.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't prefer the meta then, right? You prefer working with the outer?
In the outer, what do you mean by that?
As opposed to the inner, like the metadata?
Oh, no, I would rather I build native apps from scratch.
Okay. That's right. From scratch.
Yeah, like raw code.
Like fresh baked. Fresh baked. Like my mom never used to make.
I like your name, Latter Day Saints.
Thank you.
Is that a religion?
No, I'm not a religious person at all.
FDS? No? Oh, okay. You could start
Latter-day
one.
Saints.
Get some tax write off.
Nah. I'm just a born again flat earther. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm a 1491er, bro.
1491?
Yeah.
Is that when is that the year that is that a reference to a year? 1491?
Yeah,
What happened in 1491?
Nothing. Which is exactly how it should have remained. You know what I mean? Everything was fine over here. You know, they had their own system. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know if 1492 is an accurate date, but that's the date I was told as a kid, you know?
That what happened?
That Columbus supposedly set foot here.
Oh, right.
Bus.
Columbus.
Isn't there
one that wanted to bind the columns?
Wasn't there a quote about
Room 101?
Columbus, like some letters were discovered where he'd gone down south and found like a young island girl, and he had wrote home about her. Have you guys seen that?
Oh no! How would they send letters back like that? You know what I mean? Courier pigeon?
by boat, you know, like a boat
yeah,
full
for
of
sure.
letters.
Yeah, but if he had never been to this new land before, how would somebody else figure out how to? I mean, I guess they'd figure out how to get back. I just think the whole
Hold on.
story is empty.
You guys
You know what I mean?
haven't seen this. Hold on, I'm gonna find the Columbus letter. This is gonna blow your mind. 1 second.
You think it's
Columbus,
real?
Yeah, Columbus was paid to bring America to the old world. They knew exactly where it was from maps like the Piri Reis map and things.
Yeah.
And, he didn't get lost at all. He went exactly where he was told to go and where he was paid to go to start the new Atlantis project.
Well, he didn't go to America, though, did he?
No, he went somewhere else.
Oh. It was the, I mean, ostensibly the first Europeans in the modern age who went to Europe were on the Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria, right? I mean, as according to history.
Yeah. Well, obviously the first Europeans would have been the Solutreans, things like that.
Yeah. Obviously, I think it's becoming more mainstream and accepted that people have been coming here for a long time, of every stripe. Europeans, the Nordics, Asians, Romans. Everybody's been coming here for a while.
Egyptians.
Yeah, Egyptians. So.
And a lot of that stuff is mainstream. It's just people aren't interested. They don't look. They just hyper focus on their narrow interests. So.
Hello. Hey guys, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to apologize that I couldn't present today because I messed up the time. I thought it was next week on Saturday.
So you want to change it to next Saturday?
Yeah, I didn't know. I misunderstood the time. I thought it was next week, but you guys scheduled it today.
No worries. The date.
What did we schedule today?
Zan's presentation.
Yeah, but it's not ready, unfortunately. It's shameful by me. So I come here to apologize for my disorganization.
Shame.
Zan, if your PowerPoint
Shame.
that's okay.
Shame.
You got
shame.
You got some time.
Shame on you, and shame on you.
We can make the PowerPoint together if you wanna work on it together.
Oh.
I've got Microsoft Office.
Oh, okay.
You can't just do it off the cuff, bro? Just off the top of the dome?
Yeah, we can open up Google Pages and bust it out together, you know?
Offer, okay. Do you
Perhaps
want me
maybe you have a Lycra
say
experiment.
something else? I beg your pardon?
I just said perhaps maybe you have a Lycra experiment where they put the Lycra in a circle and they use like pool balls and stuff.
Do you want me to put that in the presentation? Like, do you
Well, I
want me
mean,
to
it
present it?
demonstrates orbital mechanics. You know what I mean? It's a fine demonstration of orbital mechanics.
I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe.
I want you to
I
put
do
in
have
whatever
some
you think is going to
experiments.
convince me that we live on a ball, bro. Whatever it is.
Yeah, I think you guys are estimating it a bit. Just saying.
Underestimating your presentation?
Yeah.
I was actually overestimating it.
I think when I was here
Okay.
just maybe 30
I
minutes
don't.
ago, there was like 10 people. Now there's
Well, I
way more
mean,
because they were
I
excited for your presentation.
yeah. I'll try my best. Okay. I don't know if you're underestimating or overestimating it.
No, we're not underestimating you. We're looking forward to
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
Thank you. So. Sorry, this is kind of strange. So it's a bit quiet. Sorry.
What's your presentation about?
It's the presentation is an analysis of I debunk the Earth of being flat, like the shape of it, and then I explain the curvature of it and why it's true, and then I explain more about the frame of reference, and it's a lot of stuff. More.
Interesting.
Do you think you need a whole week for that? I mean, we could just talk about it now. If you got me a measurement, hey, if you got me a measurement,
Well, I mean,
if you got me a measurement to curvature, you will bring me off flat, easy.
Me too.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I'm
tired
not
of being a flat
interested.
earther.
Here's the thing: I'm not interested in being a flat earther or a globe earther. I'm only interested in what's true. So if you show me something true, I'll believe it.
Okay. So.
Truth.
Oh, wait, can I just say this? Oh yeah, just saying. I'm 16 years old. So, so someone asked me that on Discord. I'm 16.
Congratulations.
Wow.
Yeah. So this is really early for me.
Well, I'm
early
41.
Early in life?
No, but like I don't think a lot of minors.
Can I ask you something?
We had a 14-year-old here the other day.
Hold on. Can I pick your brain on? And
Sorry?
it's not gonna be flat Earth related. I just want to pick your brain on something. It won't be flat Earth related. I promise.
Okay, sure.
Okay. Do you believe in man-made climate change?
Man-made climate change.
Yes. Anthropogenic climate change.
Okay,
As it
this
is called.
didn't surprise me. This didn't surprise me. You have watched the documentary, right?
Hold on. I'm asking if you believe in it.
I think it's both.
You think it's what?
Well, you're right. Humans,
I think it's a both.
Humans definitely have an impact on.
No, don't. Hold on.
What percentage?
Hold on. No. Wait. I'm going somewhere with this. I'm going somewhere.
Hold on, Howard.
All right. You say that the climate is changing, right? I mean, we all know climate changes, right?
Yeah.
How do you know it's wrong?
Wrong of what?
How do you know that the climate's wrong?
What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean the climate is wrong?
How do you know that the climate is not exactly what the climate is supposed to be?
Wow.
How do you know that?
How
My
do you know
father
that?
has a personal experience of it. When he used to live in Sweden, and you can see him to Island.
No. I didn't ask if the climate was changing. I asked, how do you know that climate isn't supposed to be exactly what it is?
How do I know?
Yeah.
I mean, if it's not supposed to be on its standards.
What standard? Are you saying that a dynamic, changing, chaotic system that has no recorded history past 200 years ago, is that what you're saying? That stays stand? Are you saying that the climate is supposed to stay static? It's not supposed to change?
No.
Well, if it's supposed to change, how do you know the change is incorrect?
Okay, I got it.
How could anyone ever know? Okay, how could anyone ever know that the climate is not exactly what the climate is supposed to be?
Because the current acceleration is higher than it has ever
How
been.
do you know the acceleration is not exactly what's supposed to be happening?
Because of data.
No,
We
the
have
data
recorded.
says it's happening. The data does not tell you why. And it also doesn't tell you here's what it's supposed to be.
Okay. I
Does the
think we're
data
going.
tell you, hold on,
Yeah, right.
does the data tell you what it's supposed to be?
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Roman frog. Wait.
What is the climate supposed to be?
What's the climate supposed to be?
Yes. What's the climate supposed to be?
The average climate on Earth is
No. What is
57
it
degrees Fahrenheit.
supposed to be? What is it supposed to be?
I don't know.
Do you think it's odd that you have been educated and saying and been told data says it's changing, therefore it's wrong, but they're not telling you why it's wrong?
No. What do you mean? Wait. What do you mean by wrong?
Okay, let me put it to you like this. Say you're a tsetse fly and you have a day of life, right? If you're born in the rain and it rains half a day, half of your life it's raining, isn't it?
What
And that's
about
the
it?
entirety of your experience. And the next tsetse fly that's born has a completely different weather experience. You're talking about a dynamic system that is always changing and people pulling measurements out. They're measuring it. Sure, they're measuring it perfectly accurately. I have no problem with that. And sure, the climate is changing, but who's to say that that isn't what it's supposed to be?
Okay. Should I tell you why it's a bit different
As
this
long
time?
as you don't use data that does not have the alternative of what it is supposed to be. Because if you're giving me a measurement of something, you need to be able to show me the deviation from what it's supposed to be.
Okay.
You get it?
Yeah. The acceleration of the climate is higher. It's higher than it has ever been, and it's way
But
higher
how
than
do
it
you
is
know that's not
normally.
what it's how do you know that's not what it's supposed to be?
Because it's so different and
How
so
do you know?
way too
Have
different.
you lived for 4 billion years?
4 billion years.
Yeah, how
But
old do you think
hold on,
you live
hold
for?
on,
How
hold
old
on,
is
Oh,
hold
I'm
on.
hold
happy
on
you
now.
said
No,
4
no, no.
billion, not
I am
6,000.
going somewhere with this. Everyone needs to let me. In I'm not just talking about recorded history. Has there ever been massive climate change in the past, like ice ages or heat ages?
Yeah. Yes,
So,
but
so this is a dynamic
more.
changing system. But you don't know that it's more. You don't know that it's more.
Oh, I don't know.
No, nobody does. Nobody does.
But we've taken
Okay.
ice samples out of Antarctica that go back hundreds of thousands of years that have way more carbon dioxide in the ice
Howard,
than
let him
there's.
finish, Howard. Howard.
Okay. That doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. All it means is that the weather has always changed. So how do you find the deviation from norm? In other words, let's say you're saying the data shows that it's increased a degree over the past 100 years, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How are you proving that that's not what it was supposed to do?
Okay. Because the acceleration is higher
But
than
you
it has.
listen, you can't use that because that's derivative data. You have to be able to know what the optimum is. You have to be able to know what the perfect climate system is to be able to say that this is wrong. So what is it supposed to be if you're saying that?
Wait, Mimius, wait.
Accelerating compared to what?
Wait, you're gonna have to let me speak because sometimes it feels like I don't get to talk finish and I don't get to go to
I'll
my
tell you
point.
why. I'll tell you why. It's because every time you start, you're
Because
starting
you
with
think I'm invalid.
because the data says, no, it's because the data says. And that's exactly what I'm trying to get you away from. You don't have any data for what it's supposed to be. You only have data for what we're observing. Now, if you're observing something and you're measuring something, that doesn't tell you anything about alternative fantasy about it's supposed to be something else, right? Like if I told you the clouds are white, but they're supposed to be a different color, something's changed, you'd call me a retard, rightly.
No, I never called
Yes.
you ever a retard.
No. I'm saying you should call me a retard if I said something like that.
No.
Yes.
I don't think any of you guys are retards.
Moron. Okay, maybe there's a language barrier there. You don't get my tone.
No,
but
you can swear how much you want. I don't care.
What is the weather supposed to be? Don't tell me it's changing. We all know it's changing. But tell me what it's supposed to be.
Would you like me to simulate something?
No.
As an example?
No.
Oh, okay.
I want you to tell me what it's supposed to be.
Oh, on Earth. I don't know that. I can search it up.
Do you think it's odd you've only been given one possible answer to a question you never asked, and then we're taught this, and we're taught there were no alternatives to that?
Wait, Nemus, wait 1 second. I think you're kind of rolling this around a bit. Just saying, I don't know if you'll disagree on of me or not, but whether the point is, if you're going to have something different, if you're calculating the mean over the whole entire time, like, oh, this has changed, and but if you have such a big hit that is so much bigger than the rest of the other climate hits, then we have something different, something way different.
Do you know everything about the environment and everything about the sun and everything about volcanic activity?
I'm 16.
Okay. Well, I'm going to tell you. I'll go ahead and tell you. I will go ahead and tell you this. They don't know anything like that. They know nothing. They know nothing like that. I'm talking about the people who purport to know all these things, don't know all these things.
Okay. That's
the biggest driver of the environment is the sun. Period. And if there's
the biggest heat source, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, the biggest driver of the environment is the sun. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Someone was playing piano, I think.
Now, didn't the global temperature, according to y'all, the meteorologist of the Earth, the global temperature dropped 1.5 degrees for a week because of one single eruption, one single volcanic eruption, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was just recently. That was what? Mount St. Helens. Right?
Yeah.
All right. So if things change, you have no idea what the driver behind those are.
How do you know? It could be
No. I'm saying you have no idea. That's not a knowledge claim. I'm saying the knowledge claim is coming from the people who say it's changing, therefore it's wrong. That's a retarded statement. To say that because something changes, it's wrong is a retarded statement. So, like, if you're watching a mountain, or if you're watching a mountain bulge and bulge and bulge for years, and it bulges every year, and then one day smoke starts coming out of it, you might say, "Oh, what have we done?" When in reality, it was always going to do that, and there's nothing you could have done.
Yeah, what about it?
I'm saying
I agree with you.
Okay, but the problem is the environmentalist who invented this idea of man-made climate change are saying that the climate is incorrect, like it's not where it's supposed to be. They have no evidence for that. Zero. They have zero. They could show it increased 10 degrees and they would still have zero evidence that it's not 100% normal.
The only thing constant is change. I was
you know what's funny?
But there is no constant. It's the weather. The weather doesn't have a constant.
Okay.
Yeah, the only
but do you want me? You know what's funny? I've actually done this in class. We talked about this in. We watched a full documentary of nature-made climate change, and then we also watched one with man-made climate change.
Hey man, I watched a documentary about how Star Trek works and how warp engines are real. And let me tell you something, as far as climate change goes, I've been watching debates. I'm 41, and I've been watching debates about this, and I went back and forth on whether it was real or not for many years. I was there when Al Gore released his idiotic film.
His algorithm?
An Inconvenient Truth?
Algorithm, yes, and An Inconvenient Truth, where he showed CO2 rising at the same time as heat. Have you heard that CO2 rises at the same time as heat?
Uh-oh.
No, I haven't, but I heard the
Okay, well, see, that was they always say the CO2 causes it. There's just one problem, is that the temperature rose before the CO2 rose.
Oh.
Don't you think that's a problem? Don't you think there's a problem with your belief if it's the heat driving the CO2 increase? Because heat causes more water evaporation, which does what? Causes more CO2 to be released.
Okay.
Zarn, this better be in your presentation.
Okay. Sorry?
Sorry, see, I'm trying to let you know that it's okay to have beliefs, but you need to recognize that some junk that you believe, it's just a belief. Just a belief.
Hey, is somebody's TV coming through voice chat? Do you guys hear that?
Yeah, that's mine. That's mine.
That's me. Also, Jean, don't forget, in the 1970s, they were telling us of the coming ice age. We were all going to die from the coming ice age. So once you live a little bit longer than 16 years, you'll see how the message changes. It's all fear porn to control people. And what you've got to understand is all of the data and information you have is worthless. Because there's no basis. There's no normative.
Yeah, they also did a thing before it turned to when they said all electronics would shut down when it turned to
the millennium bug. Yeah, and they had the 2012 nonsense, and they got the recent nonsense, and so on and so forth. So you just got to understand it's another trick like all the rest of them, and don't worry about it. And it doesn't matter what they present, there's nothing substantive behind it. Once you start to dig, as Memeless explained and has tried to help you understand, that change is change. But change from what? There is no
I
norm.
think you just gave me a perfect idea. I'll save something up for next week.
Good man.
Okay.
So, yeah, don't think that change is bad when you don't have anything to compare. Okay?
I wanted to add.
I wasn't saying that change was like if you have change now and then, it's fine. But I was saying that if a change is so absurdly higher than the other ones, then something has happened.
Geoengineering.
That could be normal, or that could be HARP. You never know.
HARP and geoengineering combined, they spray that heavy metal particulates in the atmosphere. It causes a greenhouse effect. Ultraviolet radiation comes in, can't get out as easy. Then they heat those radio particulate waves with HARP.
Hey, bro, I just posted in the live chat a couple about 10 or 15 U.S. patents for weather modification, just in case you're interested. XARN.
Oh, I've seen that with the school machines and all that. Cloud seeding. I know about it all.
I'm just
Wait, can I ask you guys?
Actual patents. XARN.
Wait, can I?
I just posted the patent numbers and the patents for them. That's how you know if something's real.
Cheers, dude. Let John speak. John, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Good.
Wait, have you guys watched what is it called? The documentary called the Wellington? No, the Winster effect, or I don't know the word, but there was this document that talked about Nature Made Climate Change. Have you guys watched that? It talked about that. Have you seen it?
Documentaries are typically very manipulative. They show you what they want to show you to get the desired outcome. What you have to do is actually research yourself to see if the things are valid and what they're not telling you. There's usually a lot they're not telling you in those documentaries, okay? So don't just watch a documentary.
If you've seen it or not.
No,
It's
I've never
nothing
heard of
about
it. If you post a link to it, we'll have a look at it. But I'm just saying, a documentary doesn't make it true. Just remember.
I know. You know that documentary that I just mentioned? That documentary was sponsored by an oil factory.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. It was debunked.
Well.
It's the same as the Al Gore one that I watched and Memeless watched.
Wait, which one?
An Inconvenient Truth. Packed full of lies. But it made us believe it. It was very convincing. They had all this science and all this data and all this blah, 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 and it was all hogwash.
Nice.
They got like Greta and, you know, the other people now. They're like the modern day version of what he was trying to do. They got the Green Project. They got you guys, making you guys feel bad that you guys are responsible because you didn't do what they say and take heed and recycle enough stuff. And, you know what I mean? And as a matter of fact, it's just our fault just because we breathe in CO2 and we're just polluting, you know, the cows. It's all our fault, you know? Guilt tripping.
Yeah,
It's like Stockholm.
Now then more an apology and an informative announcement. But okay.
Okay.
Do you want me
So
to
check your DM, bro.
Okay.
All right, I sent you a bunch of patents, U.S. patents for weather modification.
Good. Flatter Day Saints. That's a cool name.
Thank you.
So, yeah, this information will just help you decide as to what may or may not be going on. And these things are kind of not as well advertised because it doesn't fit the narrative, you see.
Okay. Wait, can I ask you guys? What's his name? Cyclone? No, Cyclone. Will he be here in next week?
You know what? I will certainly ask him because I invited him for today's event because you said that you wanted him to be there, and he's an advocate of yours, is what I determined when I invited him. But anyway, he had to go to some kind of family event today, so he couldn't make it. So maybe it ends up being fortuitous that you're going to do it next week because maybe he can be there. I will invite him to next week too.
Okay, that's great. Okay, that's good actually. I'll see you guys then.
Okay. Take care.
Bye, everyone.
Zarn, what if somebody shows up in an hour for your originally scheduled time? I'm not here. Can you come back in an hour? At least say hello. What if people are setting their alarms on their phone? Like, I get to talk to Zarn in 1 hour. Can you come back at least say hello in 1 hour, Zarn?
I called off work for this.
I know. Look at that. See, I told you.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it.
Okay, I'll just come back in an hour and say hi.
I took off my
You
shoes
have
for
a
this,
huge
bro. Come
following.
on.
Huge following. Come
Mhm.
back in 1 hour. Set your alarm now. Yeah, and then we'll see you next week for your official presentation. You've got offered, I think that was Howard that offered to tutor you and how to do a presentation, which is, you should take him up on that. I mean, free mentoring, that's pretty cool. So yeah, we'll see you in an hour, and I'll tell Wolfgang about next week.
Like you've got any shoes, Flatter Day Saints?
I seem to have misplaced them.
I've seen enough of your Sasquatch feet.
They're small, but they're really wide.
Yeah, like me. Bog hopper feet, I call them.
I think the hardest training for the feet is to just stand on a linoleum or hardwood floor for hours and hours, barefoot.
Yeah, mine have done
That starts to actually get painful.
Walking on concrete and that done mining. Is there
No,
anybody new that wants to speak up or have a chat about something? Don't be shy. We don't bite. Well, I'm not sure about Dandelion, but
Dandelion's got such a wonderful voice. It rings like so much confidence in it, you know?
I know, right?
Logos is my my foil there. He keeps me honest. Yeah, I did hear that. I'm not even. I'm in the back seat here for the silver and golds here, but yeah. So they'll be safe, right, Logos? I won't be veteran.
There we go. There we go. Come on, people, speak up. Don't be shy. Anyone? No.
There's no hard hitters in here today. You guys can take me out real quick. Especially if you show me a drop of water and show me how water curves using that drop. That might be enough to push me over the edge. I'm just saying, though. While supplies last, get it while it's hot.
They've gone all shy.
Right.
Miguel, anything?
Hello. Yeah, I call them waterbenders.
Yeah. Instead of the airbenders, the waterbenders.
Right.
You're just a bender.
We just call them the mind benders. Hey, Leon, anything?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's happening, fool?
Hey, I'm so happy to be here, man.
Oh, nice. You got a topic you'd like to talk about?
No, not really, man. No, not really.
Okay.
This morning I was just watching some. I was curious to see videos of people visiting Antarctica, you know, and yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to comment on that. I'm just listening to you guys speak and stuff.
Yeah, the little ice shelf that they're allowed to visit with the 3 penguins. Yeah, it's quite cute, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So why was you watching videos on that?
Because I've spoken with people personally. I used to work in a hotel in the city of Ushuaia, and in Argentina, and I used to ask them, you know, when they come back from the excursion, you know, I would ask them how was the excursion, and they would all tell me like, dude, like, oh man, it was like amazing. And I would ask myself like, why would it be amazing? You know, I mean, I wasn't into, I didn't know about, you know, I didn't know anything about flat Earth, you know, and I would be like, why would it be amazing? And I would think like, why would somebody want to, you know, do an excursion? I mean, you have to be a little bit weird, but everybody would tell me how amazing it was, right? And yeah.
Maybe
would they use that exact word? They use that actual word, amazing.
Yeah. No, they would say amazing. They would be like, yeah, it's like
the answer is in the word, bro. The answer is in the word, amazing. A maison. A maison. Amazon, bro.
Maybe they were fans of Jesse Lee Peterson. Amazing.
Yeah, they were builders. You know what I mean? Builders, bro. You know?
Yeah, and then
Well,
and then
that's not the etymology of the word amazing. So
thank you.
Yeah, I mean, usually people don't go with much expectations. I think they normally come like back more like usually the experience. It seems that it's more than what you more than what you expect. You know, it is. I believe that it is something different. You know, I've never done the excursion myself, but it does seem to be some. And it's one of those like things that it's not, you don't see promoted, you know, like maybe other places seem to be more promoted, like hot beaches and things like that. Caribbean islands, you never really see like promoted like.
Doesn't sound a lot of fun, really, does it?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't sound like a lot of fun. No. But
you'll need a Earth then, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
You'll need to the idea and everything.
I think I'm always gonna be new at Flat Earth, man, because I've been watching videos since 2006, and I always feel like I'm in the same place, man. I'm like just.
Where are you at
the
moment then?
2006.
Yeah.
You're saying there was Flat Earth videos on YouTube in 2006?
No. Sorry, I meant 2016. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So what did you learn?
What was your question?
What did you learn from these videos?
A whole bunch of proof and just debunking, like the globe. It was very, it really inspires you to question yourself, not only about the shape of the earth, obvious, but a whole bunch of things,
So what's your best evidence then?
The best evidence?
Yeah, what was the one that really got you and like, oh yeah?
That's a good question. The boat, over the horizon, maybe. Yeah, because that's usually. No, definitely no. But that's what normally. That's the most common one, that people grasp into. Like, what about the ships? Disappearing over the horizon.
How many flat earthers do you talk to prior to this?
What was that?
I'm just curious how you know that that's the normal one that gets people. How many flat earthers have you talked to and associated with prior to this? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah. I don't talk about it to a lot of people. I've probably spoken proudly. Well, I mean, like very few, man. Very few, maybe 5 people at most, maybe 6.
And the boats is what got all those people? Is that where you're getting your numbers from? Or your thoughts, opinions on it? As far as like you said, that's the one that gets all the people. So I was just wondering how many people you're referring to.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like, I don't know. I mean, like, but most people ask, that's what they. But
what do you think's so difficult about that one for them that they can't understand it?
What do I think it's so different?
Why is it so difficult for them to understand the boats over the horizon?
They just don't go beyond that. They just don't go beyond it. They don't know that you can. They don't know. They don't know that it's just unknown. They just don't know the fact that you can just grab a tool to see further. Like, they just don't know that you can see further.
What about when you tell them though? What do they say after that?
Oh, they immediately. I mean, I think it's a matter of resistance. I think the people. It's not just the fact that they don't have information. I think that it comes along with resistance, because immediately, automatically, they come up with something else and they ignore the first that. So there's always something else and something else and something else. So
yeah, we call that gish galloping. You got to hold them to the point. Don't let them move you around onto nonsense. Hold them to the point,
Yeah, so there's a lot of resistance, and so there's nothing much you can. I mean, you can either just drop it. I normally drop it because when you are speaking to a friend, or you don't want to just. Sometimes you just don't. But but if it's if the situation is appropriate and you're talking to the right person, the best thing you can do is just kind of be curious about their perspective. Just put yourself in their place. I mean, in a genuine way, and just try to have a decent conversation without letting conflict come in, which is hard.
Try to give them any links or present any videos or documentaries, because it works. Right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I don't know. You know, I don't see myself with like I don't think I have enough authority, you know, to be. I mean, I could, you know, I can send links, you know, but
The truth alone in itself gives you full authority, bro, over something that's not true. Regardless of their socioeconomical background, how old they are, or anything, if you're speaking the truth, that gives you the authority.
And remember, if somebody had walked up to you and tried talking about this, you'd have dismissed them because you wouldn't have had a frame of reference. The videos gave you that frame of reference to understand that there are better explanations on the flat Earth side, you see. So maybe by sharing documentaries, just get some cheap USB sticks and just hand them out with flat Earth documentaries on it. Documents. Well, at the end of the day, that's you know, best way to do it. Really, there's no point having a conversation with somebody who's intellectually deficient and informationally deficient. You know.
You know, I'm a little bit selfish in that sense. You know, I just kind of keep it to myself. But I really admire people that stand up, you know, and they, you know, they create content. Because without that, you know, but I'm not in that position, you know, at least not for the moment. But
Yeah, that's cool. What made you want to search flat Earth? Have you been into other conspiracies or?
it came to me, man. I didn't really search it, you know. It just came to me, and I remember, you know. I mean, it's like the typical,
What video was
you know,
it?
case. I don't, you know, one of those old ones, you know, that they did the measurement with the sticks and.
I've seen hundreds of those.
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I remember
And
my
I was
first time very well. You know what I mean? I'll never forget my first time.
I used to. No, but you don't remember the video, do you?
Oh yeah, I'll never forget my first time, bro. I don't even remember.
Yeah.
I don't even remember the first girl I slept with, but I'll never forget my first time with Flat Earth, bro. It was Eric Dubé video, and it was about maybe 8 to 12 minutes into the video, and I wasn't paying any attention, and something it said made me stop in my tracks, and it's like everything else around me like blacked out, and I was just like tunnel vision on this, and then I was like Pitbull, like I was a Flat Earther by midnight, like hardcore.
You climaxed 8 minutes in.
Yeah, for real. I'll never forget my first time, dude.
You get better with the experience.
Right?
We never forget our first.
Right?
No, but finally something made sense. You know, I'm not exaggerating. Like finally, I think everybody, like if you are honest, like with yourself, I mean, maybe I'm, you know, I don't want to be using other people's, you know, words, but I think in my case, like for sure, like it never really clicked for me, you know, like, but when I first watched my first, second, definitely third video, I was like, okay, finally I can understand something, you know, finally something makes sense. And I'm sure of that. I can tell you that it makes sense to me, you know. If another theory makes sense to you, that's you know, but to me, like what I learned, like way they present you at school, you know, it doesn't really, to me, never really clicked. And maybe subconsciously or whatever, I was like, I always looked for something else, you know. I mean, we're talking about the shape of the Earth, or we're talking about, like, you know, it's a big deal, yeah.
So what other things have you looked into?
I've always been interested in psychology, you know, and the mind and spirituality.
I think you're referring to other conspiracies, right?
Oh, yeah. Other conspiracies?
Yeah.
Have you looked at anything else?
In terms of conspiracies, no, the one before was the moon landing, and then right after that, yeah.
It's the identity of lies.
Now, my opinion. Yeah, my opinion of NASA changed. I mean, like it went from actually I had some admiration for NASA even after knowing that that they faked it, because I was like, damn, how did they guys? Yeah, I was like, how did they guys? Like, these guys did an amazing job. I mean, I gave credit to them, you know, like, I mean,
you give credit to Kubrick.
Yeah, no, I give them credit. I was like, dude, they made, you know, they made America look so badass, you know, and they did a really good job.
Well, to be honest, it wasn't that hard to fool people back then, was it? You know,
I don't know.
They could have put them on the set of Space 1999, and I don't think people would have noticed.
Right.
Yeah, so my thing was like, I was like giving them credit. I'm like, these guys are fucking awesome. I mean, what they did, you know. And but then then when I got in touch with Flat Earth, I was like, oh shit, this is like this is a little bit darker. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm still fascinated by how the world is, you know, even though it might seem fucked up. I'm still able to see things with like the perspective of an artist once in a while, and I'm like, this world that we live in, it's pretty crazy, you know. It's amazing that we're alive, dude.
So you've stopped looking into conspiracy theories now?
No, I'm always like, not really, actually. You know, as long as I mean, like, no, I'm not. What do you mean? Because conspiracy, I don't understand, like.
Think about this, bro. If every source that you find out something from somehow puts a globe or says the globe in that story, if this was a court of law, they'd be nullifying the whole story, making everything they said null and void, right? So you got to think any information you're hearing from anywhere, if they're representing the globe and what they say, then you may want to question the whole source if you don't believe in the globe. I'm just saying, though.
Yeah.
So yeah, once you learned about the moon landing being fake and Earth being flat, have you looked at anything else, or?
Maybe John Wilkes Booth or something.
I can't really think of anything, you know, in terms of conspiracy. You know, the dinosaurs, like, definitely that was another one. Cause I was like, damn, that one that got debunked. You know, I was like, shit. Yeah, that was another.
You bummed out about that?
Yeah, I mean, like, I didn't get like a lot into it, but after watching a few videos, I was like, I don't believe in dinosaurs anymore. Damn. Like, yeah.
It's kind of a big deal. My dad spent a lot of money on dinosaur toys for me when I was a kid.
Yeah.
You know? Not that to take away from them being toys, you know, because they were toys.
Yeah.
So
yeah, exactly.
We got what we paid for, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What was the evidence that got you with the dinosaurs then?
No evidence. No evidence. You know, just I mean, you normally don't question, you know, what is presented. You know, I mean, just you don't. I mean, maybe you do, but most people don't. You know, I mean, you just believe in dinosaurs because you see it in you see them in history books and stuff. So
because they're real, right? Because they look so real.
Exactly, dude.
They're so anatomically correct. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, giant predator with 2 legs. That makes sense.
Right.
And the giant eggs. Yeah.
Yeah. How would they mate? Anyway.
Very carefully.
Right. I always think about it like this. If NASA is for real and there really is the ISS up there, it's only one of two things, bro. They're up there spending $66 million or $61 million a day, which comes out to like $11,000 something a second of our money to play around with food, make believe like they're doing stuff up there, and they're not doing anything. So
I completely agree with that.
They're doing stuff. I saw him play guitar.
Yeah, but the music sucks. Yeah, but they suck at playing guitar.
Oh, it'll be back in
I wouldn't buy the record. No, but I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, what have they done like productively? I mean, if you think about it, no, but seriously, if you think about this in like, if you see it from a capitalist free market perspective, like what have they provided to society with? I mean, besides promises, like what have they provided? And I was like, I was asking myself this question, and I remember, and I thought about WD-40, right? I'm like, isn't that a product from NASA, right? And I was like, maybe that's it. But then I think that they didn't. I think with WD-40, as you know, I mean, I think what they've done is like they bought the license or something. I don't know. So.
Thinking of Tang.
Huh?
Tang.
Yeah, like in a from a free market capitalist perspective, right? Like there's no way a company can survive like without producing anything.
You won't know
Unless
what Tang is, Flatter Day Saints.
What up?
You won't know what Tang is. He's not old enough to know what Tang is.
Oh yeah. That's true. Probably not.
Old enough to know what?
What Tang is.
Oh,
what is Tang?
Tang is a drink. It's an orange flavored Kool-Aid drink.
An orange flavor.
Kool-Aid drink.
It's Kool-Aid, basically. Before Kool-Aid came out, they had Tang. It was a citrus flavored drink, like orange juice flavored.
Oh, dude, we still have that in Argentina, man.
Exactly.
And that's what Flatter Day Saints was thinking NASA had the rights to.
Yeah. Supposedly that's what they're known for, creating Tang. But it's orange, that's their color.
I prefer Fanta myself. Based and red pilled.
I prefer H2O.
That's because you're weird.
So the WD-40, it says it's water displacement 40th formula. It said it took 40 attempts to get the water displacement formula to work. But on the 40th attempt, they got it right in a big way. It's so funny. It's almost like they're mocking Jesus' 40-day fast. Everything they do is just mockery, dude.
You don't think that's mockery? Come on, dude.
Right?
Yeah, didn't they spend millions and millions to invent a ballpoint pen that worked upside down? The Russians just used a pencil, though.
Right.
I saw that as an advert. It was really funny. So, Velcro, Tang, memory foam, the crowning achievements. And they can grow potatoes, apparently.
And the ISS isn't grounded in any way, right? So if you're running around there with socks on, the consequences could be disastrous.
That's why they've got the funny hair. That makes sense now.
Right?
It's like touching one of those static balls.
Right?
Somebody put a gift for that.
Did you know that if you charge yourself up with enough static electricity, you can knock aluminum cans over with your finger from a distance?
Yeah.
And you can levitate. Woo!
So I saw a thing where one of the how they have like these giant rollout solar panels that roll out like giant rectangular shaped wings. One of them got stuck once, and they had to go out there with a special tool that was like copper plated or something. I can't remember what the tool was, but it was so they wouldn't shock themselves. And I thought that was so hilarious because what's grounding the ISS? It's not grounded in anything.
Unless the sky is liquid.
So so on Earth you'd be able to ground something inside of a liquid. Is that what you're saying? I'm not
I said,
saying.
unless the sky above the sky water, then that would ground just fine.
Okay. So water can ground some. Like, what would you have water in that could ground something on Earth?
Just think water above, water below.
No. I'm understanding. I'm asking you because I don't know. That's why I'm asking because I'd like to learn. Like, how would you ground something in water like here?
I don't know.
With ice? Like, what do you mean, like freezing the water? You mean?
No.
What is
Never
current?
mind.
What is current?
Water and electricity.
No. Current, well, yeah, but current is the flow of something, right?
Okay.
Right.
So if something flows downwards towards the ground, wouldn't it make sense that above us is water that moves down over us towards the ground? Does that make sense?
I'm not quite following.
We live in an air bubble. We're in an air pocket underwater.
Yeah. I understand that, but I thought you really meant that you could ground something like in water. Never mind, bro.
No, what I'm...
Yeah.
Wait.
There's no way of like proving the dome, right? Is there a way of proving the existence of a dome?
Well, second law of thermodynamics, pretty much.
Well, besides knowing there has to be a barrier. Well, we could with NASA, but obviously nobody believes what NASA puts out, so that makes it difficult.
There's also a balloon that kind of scraped across it, as well as a few rockets that hit something interesting around 120,000 feet. So you can check those out. You're into watching videos, so type in rocket hits dome and you'll have a few suggestions in your search bar.
Well, if you haven't come to that conclusion in your research, wrong. What I'm saying. There is an antecedent to gas pressure. That is a barrier. So we know there's a barrier. We don't know what it's made of. We don't know what shape it is, but we know there's some kind of barrier, right? Whether it be water above us being held up by some kind of magnetic field, or whether it's some kind of solid dome or whatever, there's still something up there stopping the pressure from escaping, right?
I think they also used lasers to prove there was some type of dome where if you cross the paths of the lasers, it should make an X through the sky as far up as you can see. But at a certain point, they just stop, and you could meet both of the points at the laser at that spot, maybe determine the height.
There's like hundreds of videos on YouTube of amateur rocket launches. I just posted one right now.
Could it be that there is gas up there?
What do you
Just
mean?
a layer. Gas, just like because like balloons go up, and we could assume that there's like a layer of something lighter than air, probably gas, no, up there, like a layer at least of.
If you watch the video, and there's more than just this one, when this rocket stops angular momentum, you hear a noise, a very specific noise, like a stone being dropped into a pond. You hear
like
this bloop sound. So whatever's up there is viscous. It's not solid.
And it doesn't. Yeah, that's one of the craziest thing about those scenes that it doesn't you don't see the rocket explode. Kind of like absorbs the impact, like if Superman would have stopped it or something,
Well, you can see it slowed down, so it hits some.
Almost like someone grabs hold of it with their hand and just stops it.
Well, it still spins, just a lot slower. So yeah,
it's
something
amazing.
is there doing something.
Oh, you're talking about the Beastie video?
Yeah, the rocket video. And if you look at what Levelist just posted, that was, I think, a SpaceX one. And it looks like wash. So if you ever see a speedboat or a jet ski and you have the water behind it, that looks very similar to that, like a wash.
Or like a bullet's ballistic test, when they test the ballistics of a bullet and they fire it into silicone.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got a meme for you.
Uh-oh. Be afraid, everyone.
Here he comes.
So, yeah, this tells us something's there. Whether it's permeable, whether it's this, whether it's that.
Mm. And it's okay to not know something too, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
It really is.
Yeah.
It's much more honorable than to go about like the heathens do and pretend things. They just keep making more and more lies to cover the first lie.
You think you need to have an answer for everything to be intelligent or smart or something, and you don't. It's fine to say you don't know. That's what spurs on curiosity and interest in
There you go. That's for you.
how we figure things out. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I would say that was more than just interest. I would say that would be a quinky dink.
That's about the best we can do at the moment until funds are diverted to actually. They may already know what all of this is, and
But that's not necessarily proof of anything, of course. It's just make you wonder, right?
Yeah, it's observations.
But yeah, going back to the point, it's like, you know, I much rather know little than, you know.
Well, you have to unlearn all the lies you've been told.
I prefer to know little.
Know very little than believe.
They know a lot. Yeah, they know a lot that is just not valid. You know, I don't think we need invalid information like in our lives. I don't think that's necessary.
Well, it's also recognizing when it's invalid and moving to what is true and correct. A lot of people can't do that. Look how many globies can't do that.
Globies.
Self-evident, isn't it? Flat Earth is what you observe every day. But they love their balls and they cling to them as hard as you can imagine.
We all love our balls.
I think you can believe, you can believe in anything you want, after all. Like, it's fine. Just like you can believe in any religion. You're free to believe in any religion.
Like
well,
the globe.
Belief is the globe.
The globe is the biggest religion.
It's not like people are coming to it out of their own volition, though. They're being brainwashed with it.
Yeah, they're
Decided to believe it.
Of
on
the
their own.
National Education Association.
If nobody would have ever taught you live on a globe, nobody would ever mention it, you would never think that.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to tests and observations and measurements, Flat Earth wins every time. I mean, they can't even provide a simple curvature, mathematics or calculation or observation. I mean, really? It's been like, 10 years, 15 years since this broke? And still nothing. Crickets. All sophistry, all nonsense. None of them do any testing. They just want to sit and yap. Yap. If they actually went out and tested, then they'd figure it out in about 30 seconds.
What they are is they're communicators. They're very well-trained communicators, and they communicate things in a certain way.
Propagandists.
Are you sure they're not very well-trained rocks?
Yeah, right? Crack clocks.
Well, not bad for a rock, I guess, then.
Cheers, Adam. Adam posted the link for everyone to check out with the lasers from Hawaii proving the firmament. So,
with lasers.
Give that a look. See what you think.
That's crazy.
Are they saying it's proof because it stops at a certain point and doesn't keep going?
I think it's to do with the fact that when they tried to cross them, it doesn't work at a certain point. I think that may be what they're talking about. From what Adam said, I might be wrong. Don't cross the streams.
Yeah, that's my understanding of it too. That because they don't cross, it shows that they're hitting something.
Either.
They continue on.
Okay, that makes sense. What did you say, Rookie?
Don't cross your Johnsons either.
Oh my gosh. Don't tell us about what you do in your extracurricular activities, my friend. Go drink some Tang.
Some tangent orange.
Mm-hmm. Some Agent Orange in a can.
Right. With their tangent lines.
What's that, Rookie?
Cry me some tangent tears.
The tangent line is exactly 33 degrees.
Do you know about that stuff, Leon?
33 Tang.
Oh
no, I don't know. What is it? What is it?
Oh no. Bad Rookie.
I don't know.
It's one of their favourite numbers, 33.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
The leaders of NASA. Like
Trey
the number
Trays.
33.
The CCs.
Buzz Aldrin is a great fan of 33. And he was a 32. What?
He's probably a 33rd by now. He's earned it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
No. The 333rd degree is the best one.
303
is isn't 333 is a good number, right? I thought 33 and 333 were good numbers. 666 the bad one.
It just depends.
No, because 3 becomes 6 and 9. Come on, think about it.
It depends whether you're using Chaldean or, British or whichever.
British got different numbers?
Yeah, there's different gematria, different numbers, different things. So.
Ah, jeez.
So you said
it's really
a triple 3 degree? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I was born on the 333rd day of the year.
Oh my God, he's an agent. Get him out of here.
Straight up.
Get him out.
What day is the 333rd day?
You could Google it. You could Google it. I'm not going to say my birthday, but anybody could Google it.
Well, if anybody can Google it.
November.
Yeah, right.
It's November 20 something. 20.
It's a double master number. The 29th, 1129.
Have you figured it yet, Leon?
No, I'm still like wondering, like, how did you came up with the day of the number of your birthday? Like, I've never figured that out.
December 31st would be the 365th day of the year. So
yeah, so just work backwards from there.
Or
Oh, is that
whatever
right?
direction.
Okay.
Only on leap year.
November 23rd.
Oh, 22nd. Okay. My daughter
I'm so
was born.
lazy with numbers.
What's that, Leon?
Really lazy with numbers.
Oh, yeah, they like numbers. You got to be symbol literate and number literate.
There's too many
Okay,
of them.
check this. Yeah, it's quite interesting the names they pick. You know, like it's quite curious. I was watching the in regards with the video I was watching this morning. So these guys were on the trip, you know, towards Antarctica, right? And they crossed the what is this the Drake Passage, you know, where you get the massive waves sometimes. And before arriving to the coast of Antarctica, right? And usually the first, so they're like, okay, we were finally, you know, arriving at the, so they arrive at the first place, at the first island that normally they reach when they do this this excursion. And guess what the name of this island is in the Antarctica?
Rothschild.
No.
No idea.
McMurdo.
Deception. No.
Deception.
Deception.
Oh, Point Deception?
Deception. What a name, man. What a name for an island, dude.
Isn't that what
Deception.
NASA in
I just
Hebrew is to deceive, isn't it?
Nashah. Nashah means to lift high above the clouds, like basically, and then Nashah is to deceive. But if you take their logo, like here, I'll just draw it out real quick.
Serpent tongue, yeah.
Watch.
Yeah, I mean, and this were normal people. They were not skeptical, nothing related with flat Earth. Just normal people, you know, just doing their excursion. And wow, we finally arrived to the island Deception. I was like, holy, yeah. I was like, oh, what a name.
Oh, okay.
What a name. I mean, you couldn't you have thought about, I don't know, maybe your name or something. I don't know, something more.
The forked tongue.
So you take the letter, the N and the S, you add them together. It's 33, and their A's don't have a bottom part, so you just flip one upside down, so you have their symbol with the 33 right in the name.
My God.
Bad.
Very skeptical, huh?
You think it's by accident? Just a coincidence?
I think you're taking it too far, man.
Yeah, because rocket scientists aren't precise about numbers or letters or anything like that. It's just pretty much random, you know, by the seat of their pants kind of stuff. So I could understand if it's just random, you know what I mean?
No, I mean they're I mean most they think about it. They don't. I don't think they do random things. You know,
You never know.
Like, I mean, they've been using that strip, the red strip, forever. Like, why do they keep putting like
the forked tongue?
We don't know. Like, they keep it there, huh? They keep it there. Like, I mean, what does it mean?
Really,
they have to do that, bro, to tell you. They're telling you, you know, like the snake that gave the frog a ride across the river, and he says, "You promise you're not going to bite me?" And he says, "No, I promise." And then he bites him. He goes, "Why'd you bite me for?" He's a snake. That's what he does. Yeah.
It's in their nature.
Yeah. It wouldn't be fun if they didn't rep it.
What do you think of that badge, Leon?
Yeah. Did you post it something? No.
Yeah, live stream voice text.
Let me see. Let me see. Image of this ISS?
No, above it.
Oh.
Yeah.
What do you think of that one?
Where'd you get this from? It's a nice little logo.
Yeah, it's one of their badges.
It's quite cute.
You know what it means?
They shall not pass 8 states warning. Is this from NASA?
It's one of the squadrons, like missile squadrons or something like that.
It's pretty cute. I've never seen this one before.
Yeah, most haven't.
It's like a video game, Asteroids, with a spider on it.
Yeah, it reminds me of this one somewhat. Weaving spiders come not here.
B-I-N-G-O, B-I-N-G-O, and bingo was his name of.
Okay, calm down. What do you make of that, Leon? Interesting, eh?
They are the pre-curers and what are they? What's the other one? Damn it, I lost it.
You've got a weaving spider. They shall
that which you look at above. The above as below and all that. I think what it's trying to tell you is that you're inside of an experiment.
Anybody
An
new?
experiment, you're not allowed to leave.
Anybody new that has any questions? Anyone got any interesting theories or ideas?
Do I hear crickets again?
Somewhat. Leon.
Yeah, what's up with your accent, man? Where are you at?
What? Angleterre.
Inglaterra.
Sounds French.
This guy doesn't sound French.
That guy doesn't have an accent. He's not cool enough.
But you have a soft British accent, is that right?
Yeah.
It's quite soft. You are Americanized, I think, eh?
No.
Yeah.
It's just what we call our telephone voice. We try to enunciate so that we can be understood.
I think I don't mean to flatter you, but I think you got like you guys have the best accent.
Thank you. Some of them like it.
Hey.
Well, I wouldn't say that he has the best accent, but some of them British.
No, he does. Come on, man.
Come on, guys, recognize.
Look at him. sounds so Polish. No, is that the word?
Polish.
Polish? Is that a word? No.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
You sound polished, bro.
Polish. No, that's not what I.
Oh, right.
Well, fancy. Fancy? Is that a better word?
Would you like to enable to that?
Posh. It's the
Posh. Yes, that's it.
No, I'm
Thank
certainly
you.
not that.
But in a good sense of the word.
Yeah, this is as I say, this is how we try to speak when we want to be understood. Otherwise, yeah, we'd all sound like commoners, and you wouldn't really understand us.
Let me just spend it every last.
Hey, Logris, this here's for silver and gold. You're only copper. You need to beat it.
You shut your mouth, boy.
Yeah, go up.
You give me gold right now.
The only bronze.
That means I'm above all of you. That's what that means. Copper beats gold and silver.
I think you hit a nerve there, Governor.
Yeah, I tried to. That's all right. Logris, he understands. He understands he's the minority here.
Just for now.
I'll try not to say anything on that one.
We're all the minority in here sometimes.
So what's going on? What's going on? What's the topic?
Just trying to find something to talk about. There's a couple of lurkers who won't speak up. Leon is speaking up. He worked at some hotel where they had Antarctic tours. So he's been telling us about his experiences.
I was pulling out in front of that car.
Oh, this is not precious metals. It says it live now,
No,
silver
it's
and
silver
gold
and
live.
gold live.
Oh,
That's what
what does that mean?
So we're live. See?
Oh, I see. I didn't realize they had that. This must be new.
Well, if you see, then maybe you see.
Now all we need is where's the globe? Where's the glober then?
Well, we don't have one, I guess. We
don't have one. Oh,
it appears that we don't have an argument.
I think they all left.
So we were just, going at each other right now.
Yeah.
I see.
We were just practicing.
Actually, I actually started it by asking somebody kind of like, what makes a person a troll? Like, how do you think that a person becomes a troll? And what's the difference between the types of troll? But then it kind of evolved into different stuff.
A very low IQ. Very low IQ is required to even think about being a troll.
No, my question was, okay, so you have different kinds of trolls, right? You have people that just generally think something's stupid, right? See, they think that people must be crazy to believe it, right? Kind of like Sasquatch or whatever, aliens and all that. And then after a while, they start to look into it. They might actually find some evidence or actually see something on their own to say, maybe give them some impression, right? And then they go and investigate, right? And now once you investigate it, you would think that it would go one way or the other, right? It would either be, you'd figure it out, you'd understand why, you would either understand why the people were believing what they were believing, or you might agree with them, right? But you wouldn't necessarily hate the people, right? So what motivates a person psychologically to make them angry enough to actually become a troll and come in and destroy?
Very low IQ. They can't figure it out. They don't understand any of that stuff. They don't understand real life. They don't understand what it means to be a real human being and act normal to someone. All they can think about is to make fun and put themselves on a pedestal when they're actually the person that's the stupidest person in the room. I mean, it's an IQ problem, dude. It really is.
It's a skill set you pick up over time. You can figure out the persistent debate trolls and those that pretend to be, flat earthers and aren't. You figure it out after an amount of time.
Talking mean about everybody.
Yep.
I like it.
Your hot mic in God Rocky.
Mute Orion.
That friend right now.
That was my sister saying, you guys are a bunch of shit talkers. I said, yeah, you're right.
Oh.
I said, I like it.
Then she said she liked it. I'm riding up the canyon. We're going. It's Memorial Day. We're going to put some flowers on the grave. So.
Okay, cool.
Oh, that's lovely.
Nice little drive.
Nice little drive. What's up, canyon? It's called Sardine Canyon, or Sardine Canyon.
Oh, nice.
It's about.
Why don't you just put her on the phone then?
You want to talk to my sister?
Well, it sounds like she's got a lot to say. I'm just saying, maybe she wants to talk to us.
All right, here you go. Here you go. Put these on.
I can't. She can't draw. Sorry.
You can talk while you're driving.
Oh, come on. No, seriously. What were you saying? We can't really hear what you're saying. So we were wondering what you were talking about.
I can't. Sorry. There's a car behind me.
You can't multitask. You can't drive and talk at the same time.
And I've got to get going.
Bad rookie.
Can't adjust it.
I was just saying.
What'd you say?
Usually, I was just saying. Usually, people that have a lot to say will talk, and so maybe I don't know.
Yeah, she does sound like she's got a lot to say.
I've just posted some pictures of Sardine Canyon for people.
She's still saying stuff. I can hear her.
Yeah, she's not talking to us.
Talking to my mom.
Yeah, there's other people in the car.
Okay.
I'm just. Who is it? I'm just gonna mute her because of privacy. It's
That's,
obviously she's
God
speaking to
rocking.
someone else.
That's God rocking. Mute God rocking.
I'm in the car. I've got my headphones on. She can't hear you, and I just flipped my mic up. So cool your jets and carry on with your business.
Oh, dude.
All right.
Mute him anyway.
That's messed up, bro. Mute Logers. That'll make him stress.
Hey, Orion. How's things? Uh-oh. He's going all shy.
It's a moot point, right?
Where's one of the lurk? No. Got no one else.
What's happening?
Hey, Sean's come back. That's good. He can say hello to everyone. Shame. Bad Sean.
Who's Zarn?
He's doing a presentation, but it's next week now. It should have been after this, whatever this is.
He needed some more time.
Anybody who has that many roles has got to be.
What many roles?
Talking about Zarn or however you say that.
I'll go ahead and say it. It's an inferiority complex. They got to be cooler than everyone else. I'm just teasing. Don't take that serious, guys.
It's cool.
I'm just being mean.
You got to remember, he's only 16, so his head's full of nonsense, and going to be difficult for him to unravel it. But hopefully, he'll figure it out.
Yeah, weather is a topic to talk about. I was listening to it previously.
What did you think?
Well, I don't have much thought about it. I mean, what can I say? About global warming, guys. You guys were talking about global warming, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Global warming.
Did you understand the point that Memeless made to Sean?
Yes.
Leon?
Yeah. Sorry, what was that?
I was just asking Leon if he understood the point that Memeless made to Sean.
Oh. Sort of. I mean, you were talking about a comparison. I didn't really grasp it that much.
Basically, if you say something is abnormal, you need to have a normal to know if it's abnormal, right?
Right.
So if you don't have a normal, how do you know something's abnormal?
Yeah, I know it was a good interesting conversation. I think what was the kid's name?
Sean.
Shaw. Okay. Yeah, are you there, Shaw?
Zarn, this guy who's here right now.
He's there. Look.
No, I think they both had an interesting point. Like I said, I don't really have, you know, I mean, if you want my opinion about it, it's, you know, I think, I think, I think I think somehow they try to make us believe that the Earth is vulnerable and fragile. So anything that comes from that narrative, like me personally, right? I just kind of, I don't listen to it. I don't think that the Earth, you know, it's like we don't live in a fragile. But I don't know. That's how much I believe about the topic. You know.
You just have to follow their lies. They told us there was going to be an ice age in 1973. It was all in the magazine. All the scientists knew there was going to be an ice age. Was there an ice age? No. So when people say about global warming, climate change, again, how do they know that things aren't progressing as they are supposed to? Who is the judge on saying whether something is abnormal?
It's a good point. I don't know.
And it's typically all about controlling people. They're going to blame them for this, that, and the other. And then what happens now? People are recycling. People are doing this. It's basically green on the outside, red on the inside. It's the same old tricks. And pretty much recycling is a complete scam. We used to use glass for pretty much everything. Why did we go away from using glass? That was recyclable. You put your milk bottles in the crate, they got taken away, they got washed, they got reused, they got brought back. So why did we switch to plastic?
I don't know.
Well, there you go.
Slow poison, slow death and poisoning and cancer. Big pharma has a lot to gain from plastic bottles.
And most of the plastic isn't recyclable or recycled because they can't meet their quotas, their weight quotas. They mostly do it through glass and paper. But yeah, when you look into it, it's just about controlling them, manipulating the population, making them to blame for something, charging them carbon footprint taxes and all this nonsense. When carbon is good, carbon dioxide is good for the environment and plants and humans and everything else.
Yeah, did you see the WEF guy talking about that like a day ago? How that's exactly what they're working towards is the individual trackers for carbon footprint.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah. Here, I'll get you.
Yeah.
I'll get
Yeah,
you.
post the link. Cheers.
Yeah, he was on stage and said it flat out. He's like, it's not ready yet, but what we are working on is a individualized carbon footprint tracker for each human being on the planet.
And how much to charge you for existing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Fine.
Regardless if there's more carbon in the air and the plants get greener and they soak up more carbon,
Yeah. And humans are the only ones that have to pay rent. I don't know who we're paying rent to exactly, but no other animal has to do that, just humans. So, yeah. And again, it's just more manipulation, more of the boot tightening around the throat, and people will just continually accept it, especially if it's incremental and slowly. The totalitarian tiptoe. So yeah, people have to look behind and see what it's really about. It's typically not what they tell you. There's a lot more to it. I think David Attenborough was against the how many different names has it had? Greenhouse gases, global warming, climate change. It's gone through 4, 5, 6 different names. But yeah, there's a lot of scientists that disagree with it. The ones that agree with it, funnily enough, are getting funded to agree with it. It's just a lot more.
I put a screenshot in chat, but let me see if I can get the actual video for you. Oh, here we go.
Brilliant.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, isn't it great that?
Yeah. Watch that video real quick.
What's his name? The Microsoft guy went to give a speech about global warming on one of his 4 private
Gates.
Gates, that's him, Bill Gates.
I mean, that's big. No, that's really big. I mean, if they actually do that, I mean, that's massive.
What you
I mean,
mean in here?
I think that's
No, it was 2:27.
Mimas.
She has 18 minutes.
Mimas. You're hot micing, dude. Go on, Leon.
That would be like complete control, because they would be controlling, like, for example, your life entirely. Like, you want to buy a new pair of shoes. Oh, let me check. You still have, yes, you can buy them. Okay, that's fine. What about travel? If for example, I want to travel to somewhere.
The shoes is
I mean,
a good point, though. It's even worse than that, though, because they'll start regulating how much carbon footprint it took to create those shoes. So, like,
exactly,
you might not even be able to get the shoes that you want to get. You know?
No. Yeah, exactly. So it's like a communism where they control, for example, the amount of money that you receive. It's the same concept, but applied differently.
Well,
so everything takes. If you want to travel, guess what, right? If you want to buy, for example, a video game, guess what? If you want anything, right?
I think it was also like a world record was set to the World Economic Forum this year, that it was something like 1,500 private jets flew to the event.
They're going to tie this in with the social credit score as well.
Yeah, but those are electric jets, so that doesn't count.
Oh, right. Those were electric jets. Okay.
They've made a bunch of new agreements that the world economics have to move towards this green accord, whatever, and the economics are going to be linked to reducing the carbon print, and you won't be able to do commerce if you're polluting the planet and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, none of that's going to happen.
Yeah.
I am 100%. I am 100% convinced they're not going to do any of that. It's kind of like saying, "Hey, the sun's going to set," and we're dictating that the sun's going to set. Well, they're not really doing that. It's just going to happen. Like, collapse is going to happen. Reset's going to happen. They're not in control of it. They just know it's going to happen.
Well, I fucking hope so.
Yeah, I don't mind any of it either. And here's the thing: when they say, "Oh, you won't own anything," you won't own anything, because if you don't have a government, who enforces contracts and ownership deeds?
The Fed in the U.S. announced that they're gonna like throw all the whatever the contracts they have with the government. They're gonna sell whatever they're holding.
Yep.
What is it called? The housing treasury papers they hold, whatever.
Yeah. Well,
you know what's really fucked up about the, like, so they use the sentence like, you will own nothing, and you will, like, why are you using you? Why aren't you using we? Like, we are not going to have anything, and we are going to be happy.
But we don't own anything.
But they don't include themselves in the.
Of course,
why do they use
weird? They're the elite. They're the elite. They're allowed to own stuff.
No, that's not fair, bro. That's not fair, dude.
Life's not fair, man.
No, but it's weird how they don't say we. They should be saying we.
My thing is, it's
In
like
any
this.
case,
It's
right?
like
I mean, I
they're
don't agree with it anyways.
pretending they have built a control center for a ship that they do not control. And they're play acting that they're in control of everything. They're not in control of anything. I don't think they have any control. I think they're trying to cope with where they think the ship is going, but they don't
You
have
think
any
so?
idea. Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't think they have any control.
They
I
can't
think they
even
are
clean their toilet. They need workers to clean their toilets and make their coffees and
yeah.
I like that. I like that version. I like that version. I like thinking like that because sometimes I think I think very negatively, you know, and I go like, wow, they've been controlling reality since time immemorial. But that's a pessimistic. That's not realistic, no.
Yeah,
no, they've been manipulating your emotions, the people's emotion. They've been manipulating that, and people react, and
That's right. They have the prison or the construct is all an illusion. All of their power is an illusion. All of it. Like, I mean, what are they gonna like? Look at the United States. The United States is 98% uninhabited, or 94% uninhabited. You could never control the United States. You could never occupy the United States. Nukes aren't real. What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do?
Yeah. Soldiers gotta sleep, eat, take a piece, you know, meet with their wives,
and
they
despite
get
people's
old.
despite people's popular opinion, the United States military will never turn against its own country because they know full well that the people of the United States are not going to fight the army. They're going to go after the families of soldiers who are invading.
I feel you on that. But what about what they show us these Boston Dynamics bipedal robots? That's just what they're showing us, man.
Hold on. Have you touched
have
one?
I seen it? Oh, okay. Fair. That's fair. Fair enough.
Have you touched one?
I mean, it could be. Yeah.
Transformers was a cool movie too.
I mean, I personally haven't, and then I haven't seen like the little dog one running around. But like hypothetically, if they did have that though,
all of it's just propaganda. All of it is just here's another thing they could have waiting on you.
If we got a bunch of T9000s running around, then
I'll tell you this: civilizational collapse. The safest person isn't someone who's stocked up everything. It's not someone who's paranoid about everything the government's done. It's just someone who never paid attention. Someone who never looked at the news and just lived their life the way they want to live it. That's going to be the person in the best position because they've already shielded themselves. Because most of the problems are all going to be mental. It's all going to be happening in your head.
Man, I'm pretty bunkered down right now. That doesn't sound good for me.
No, I mean, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but like, if you've got all that stuff hoarded together, but you're in a bad mental place, like you're paranoid, none of that stuff's going to do you any good.
Well, I'd like to think I'm in a good mental place. Okay.
Good. Because I think they have no idea what's going to happen. They know a reset's. I don't think the Romans knew a reset was coming. I don't think the Incans knew a reset was coming. I don't think the Babylonians knew a reset was coming. I don't think anyone ever knew. And that's why we find their ruins everywhere. Because no one had any control and no one knew why it happened. They just knew when it might happen.
What if they built the ships and they left?
Left for where?
Somewhere else, man.
I went to Canada?
Yeah. Agartha.
I don't think there's anywhere to go. I think they've got all these different plans. They're like, okay, we could say it's a plague. We could call it an alien invasion. There's all sorts of things that they could say it is that they've got laid out, right? All these external threats that they've got laid out that they could just point to it and say, see, we said something about this, sometime in the past. Right. That's why they're always trying to do all these predictions and they're trying to create. It's like when a TV writer in season 1 will put a thread in somewhere so that maybe in season 3 or 4 he can pick up on it. They've laid all these threads out. Yeah. They've laid all these threads out to explain what might be happening when it starts happening so that they can look like they're in control. But they're not. They're not in any control at all. What's going to happen, no one can stop. They can't stop it. They don't know exactly what it is. And all they can do is hold on for the same ride and put on a stoic face.
Storm's coming.
So yeah, the elite are probably more terrified than the regular person. So that's my optimistic message. Is that there is no plan. It's the big conspiracy. The big conspiracy is there is no conspiracy. There's no plan at all. We have no idea.
Can you guys hear me through my car stereo?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I wanted to say I'm not so sure about that, man. I think that they likely have these supercomputers and AI that kind of run an algorithm of all the possible outcomes, and they do know more than, they know, they predicted what's going to happen, and they have contingency plans for their contingency plans. I think there's
Well, I think
more.
they've got. I think they've got a lot of I think they have tons of contingency plans. But why would you need a contingency plan if you knew it was going to happen?
What's the plan when you know you're getting old and you're gonna die? Like, what's the point?
To predict, there's so many possible outcomes that could happen. So that's
Well,
why.
like I said, they have an idea. They have an idea of what it might be, and they have all these different threads that they could explain it with. But the reality is they're not in control of it. It doesn't matter if they can predict it. It doesn't matter if they can say what it's going to be. They're not in control of it. It's going to happen no matter what.
So what you're saying is that they cannot see, like they have like a limited view, right? I mean, they can probably, they have control over like decades, maybe 10, 20, 30 or whatever. But eventually you cannot control nature or human behavior, no?
Right, right. I mean, they
because they use ignorance. I mean, they use the school system, for example, right, to keep us kind of. I mean, they do. I mean, you see it in the people around you, right?
Well, it's like the school system in the United States was actually created for factory workers because they thought factory work was going to be the future. And so just barely educate them, but make them really good at running machines or running programs or repeating task or being able to repeat task back to the teacher. That creates a good factory worker. It really does create a good factory worker. But doesn't create a good citizen, but does create a good factory worker.
Sure. But the biggest tool that they can influence us very easily if we don't. I mean, we have, like, as human beings, like we have a cognitive faculty. You know, we are able to rationalize. We're amazing.
But that's why they gotta push the fear constantly and 24/7 because he can just fall apart at any moment. If they stop pushing the fear and the lies, it will just fall apart.
I will tell you this. What he says about that, when he says they push the fear, if you take my angle and you just absolutely don't be afraid of anything at all, and you just don't believe anything from any side, suddenly things just aren't so bad. Because you're like, well, if there's not really anything to be afraid of, because I mean, I know the nature of the earth. And now really all I got to look out is for like my spiritual health and where I'm going with that, because that's the most important thing, isn't it?
Yeah, makes sense.
So it's like, I don't believe in chemtrails either. I used to. There's a reason I don't. And it's because the source of the information is a paper from the CIA from the 1960s. I'm like, well, should I believe something from the CIA?
I don't know.
Yeah, that is the source usually. And then John Brennan with his stratospheric aerosol injections.
Yeah. Was it like this? The head of the CIA goes down in front of Congress, 1981, and says, "We'll know our disinformation campaign is working when the entirety of the American public doesn't know what the truth is, doesn't know anything." Right? And I'm like, these are the guys we're believing. I got white papers from this guy. Listen to me, people. I understand what's going on. We got papers from the liars themselves. Well, that's great. So you're showing me a document from people who lie to create a false reality. Why would they make such a document? Why? And why would they release it?
To create fear.
Create
Maybe.
fear so that you're worried about breathing. You're worried about breathing.
That's fucked up, man.
When the reality is, the air is probably fine. The air is probably fine. I'm in good shape. I've been in good shape for a long time, and I eat junk food. I drink soda.
Big confession.
Yeah, and
so what?
Like,
so what? Right? So what?
Yeah, and it's like I know plenty of people who are in really good health, and they eat kind of like I do. I know people who are in poor health, and all they do is eat health food.
They're stressed all the time.
They're stressed stress is what's going to kill you. People stressing about what they're eating, that's doing more harm than good. I can't eat that. That could give me cancer of the penis or something. And, and it's like, calm down, dude. That stress is going to cause cancer. Me, I don't care. I've just become completely laissez-faire. Everyone's got to chill. And they got to stop. Fear cannot be their religion. Because sometimes when you talk to a truther and you try and get them to drop their fear, they have a religious level cognitive dissonance problem. I can't get rid of the fear. That's part of my worldview. If fear is part of their worldview, it's really hard to get them out of it. So,
to disagree with you, man. You need to look after your insulin sensitivity. If you become insulin resistant, you're in for a world of trouble. It's the leading cause of most illness, whatever you would call it. But what the terrain theory explains, it's a real big deal.
I've known 2 people ever with diabetes, and I live in the southern United States. I say it's everywhere. I don't know anybody with it.
No, but you have a good point. I mean, you're talking about fear. I mean, you can be aware of reality or aware of what's happening, but it doesn't mean that you have to that you have to find a way of not letting your emotions, affect your life. Kind of, because sometimes emotions exaggerate reality. You can just still live a normal life, right?
And,
be responsible.
It's also possible to live a happy life, generally happy life, even in this world. And I would say that's what people need to focus on, because all of us are going to die. All of us are going to die, right? So you need to make the best of a bad situation.
Right.
Really.
On the diabetes thing, I've lived all my life after getting treatments from the people that offer the treatments. I got that, and I've been a type 1 diabetic since I'm like 8 years old, and it's a real thing. But the thing is that if every time I come back to them, I keep getting worse. So it's
and 2, that developed genetically, didn't it?
It was after receiving one of those things.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And you know what? I've never
One
had
of
one
those
in my
things,
life.
yeah.
Like, my mom was really hippie, so I didn't have them growing up. My kids don't have them.
Wow.
I've never had them. Dude, I'm not even circumcised. So, I'm here. I'm an adult.
Yeah.
Well, you're European though, so that's normal. I'm an American, where they're like, get your special,
that's weird.
special Kellogg's Nip Snip here. There you go. But I never had any in my whole life. and I've been in generally great health my whole life.
Yeah.
So, like, I would put a lot of the problems, because how come diabetes wasn't the largest sugar consuming nation was the UK in the 19th century, and there was no diabetes.
Is that right?
I mean, where was it?
It's what they do.
Diabetes is modern.
It's actually the hack that they learn how to do to kind of like reset the body in a way, and they inject children that are developing with all these chemicals, and that's almost like witchcraft that they do. I was a child when they did that to me, and I had no control over it. You know, it wasn't me thinking, "Oh, I'm a sick kid" or anything. I just took. They gave me their medicine, and then I lost 20 pounds, and I was 8 years old. So what I was supposed to do, you know? And then they said, "Hey, you have type 1 diabetes, and you have to take these needles every day for the rest of your life." And I didn't know better.
That's how it is.
So I have an answer to your question. Something I've heard a doctor on the radio that I guess I trust say before about diabetes. The reason why, you said all these people in the United Kingdom were eating so much sugar, yet they didn't have diabetes, is because it doesn't technically, like, sugar may cause a chain reaction, the consumption of it, that may increase your likeliness of getting it, but it's not the actual cause. It's a mineral deficiency. Right. It's a nutritional deficiency, and it's a mineral deficiency. I don't know which mineral it is. There are 60 different minerals that the human body can't function without. It's just one of the 60. And that's, to the best of my knowledge, that's the cause of diabetes. Right. It's not actually sugar itself.
Right. It's not what you're taking in. There's something genetic that predisposes you to it.
I'll tell you guys, right? So
well, no, it's not. It's not genetic. It's not genetic. It's a nutritional deficiency. It's not genetic.
Well, they actually listen. Actually, when you're young and you grow, like Mim said, I didn't have any of the shots, right? My dad didn't believe in that shit. I'm not circumcised or any of that, like you were saying, right? Then we changed schools. Me and my twin brother, my mother changed schools, and the school said, "Hey, your boys need to be, tic tac, whatever." And then we went over there and we got the MMR, which is. And that thing that introduces a certain, I don't know, pathogens or parasites in the body, and also has a bunch of chemicals that kind of resets the body, and kind of the MMR has chemicals that kills the resets the body immunity. So it's. Remember, after that, we were throwing like mucus with blood for a week, and we had a fever. Me and my twin brother, and he developed like digestive issues, and then I developed after a few months. I lost like almost 20 pounds, and then they said I have diabetes. But like I'm saying, they introduce all these chemicals into the body that are not supposed to be in the body, so they kind of kill the good stuff that is supposed to in the body, or flush the things that are supposed to be in the body, and they introduce something else into the body and causes changes in the body. And I think it's some sort of pathogens. You know why I know that? Because right now there's research about reversing type 1 diabetes, and they is talking about introducing a pathogen that you normally get in the ground when you're a child. It's a like a bacteria that you get from the soil, right? Naturally. And they say by introducing this into the body, it might help reverse type 1 diabetes. And that's the chain reaction that happened to cause it. It was the injection with all the chemicals and all the shit they put in it, plus the introduction of a pathogen that took over the body and doesn't allow the body to metabolize the sugars. Because I'm telling you, if I put sugar in my body, I do not metabolize it at all. Any sugar, I do not metabolize it. That's it. That's the end of the story. If I eat meat or fat or eggs or stuff like that, I'm fine. But if I introduce sugar, I have to take a shot.
It's funny because I'll be talking to friends, and I had one tell me I think it was a compliment. He said, you're lucky because all you have to do is think about it and you can change your weight. And I can just be like, I feel like losing 10 pounds over the next month and getting a little, definition. And I can do it.
Yeah.
And I just barely got to watch what I eat. Just barely. Like I can just eat a little bit less and shed a little bit. Like I metabolize everything really, really, really well. And I think that's what I was saying when people being genetically predisposed is that some people are not, they're getting their minerals, but their body's not accepting the minerals. Like they're unable to
That's what it is.
metabolize
And
the mineral into their body. And so
there, like the cause and effect relationship that we talk here all the time, the body works in certain ways. And these people introduce, and they found a way to mess with the body and the chain of events that causes let's say, the metabolism of sugars or nutrients or minerals. And when they put this stuff in the body and causes all these effects, like I'm saying, I was a child, 8 years old, and after that, I was throwing mucus with blood, like with a headache and fevers. And that's not a normal thing, right? Is that normal? That's not normal, but they figure how to mess with the body and cause like a change of the the events that the body, the cause and effect relationship, and they definitely hack the body in a way that causes that to happen.
Well, it's just like introducing bad code into a program.
Yeah, exactly. That's
you still got the program, but you've got glitches. You've got glitches everywhere. But back to like the whole fear thing. It's like everybody's afraid. They're afraid of breathing the air, of eating food. They're afraid of going in public because they think that there's some technician or a robot's looking at their face and putting them into an algorithm, and like they're the one that's getting spied on. It's like we're all getting spied on. It's all right. I they've seen all of us at our worst moments. So it's like,
yeah, the emperor has no clothes.
Yeah, I mean, just it's almost like giving demons your power. Just don't give them your heart and your soul and your own personal autonomy, and say, don't change your life because of them. Just live your life and live it as happy as you can.
And be productive, 100%.
And be productive. Be an artist. Be someone that like makes something, and make something meaningful. And like, just the whole idea of fear is so sick to me. It's just, why be afraid of them? What are they going to do? What are they going to do? Kill you?
That might be a favor. Just kidding.
I mean, if they're going to kill somebody, if they're going to kill everyone, they're going to kill. If they're going to kill someone, they're going to kill everyone. So don't worry about it.
But I don't think they're going to kill everyone because, like I said, they need people to clean their toilets and to drive them around and to fly them on the airplanes and to prepare their coffee and their meals.
Two, killing everyone is against the rules.
Oh yeah, that's definitely against the rules.
Everything has to be voluntary. People have to voluntarily kill themselves. And so why be sad? I'm not sad for the people who are going to do that. I don't care. I could care less. I get my own problems. I got a wife and 3 kids. I love the people closest to me. I can protect them. Everyone else can saw it off. Honestly.
No, but that's definitely real. Like, at least in my life, I do feel fear. Maybe I'm not aware of it, but I do feel it in the background, right?
Yeah. Like, is it a fear like for the future?
It's there's like kind of like the mind switches to safe mode, and you want to do something extraordinary, right? But at the same time, right? All these issues, nowadays about freedom of speech and this and that, it really not for everybody, because not everybody has the same. It's affecting everybody in the same way, maybe. I don't know, but
yeah, I get you. I mean, if there are rational fears, like fears that prompt you to, I don't know, make money, pay bills,
Mm-hmm.
Have some comfort in life. I mean, there are fears like that are rational. I would say if you can't define a fear and you're
Mm-hmm.
not sure where it's coming from, it's probably irrational. And you should
Yeah.
probably figure out what that is and say, is that really
Mm.
something I'm worried about? Am I really worried about the New World Order? Am I?
Yeah.
Are you really worried that they're gonna knock your door and say, "Hey, you gotta come with us"?
You need to come. Let me. I'm not worried about a foreign army trying to invade the U.S. I'm not worried about the U.S. Army turning on its own citizens. That'll never happen because, like I said, all of those soldiers have families who live here, and they're not stupid. They know we're not going to fight them. I'm not worried about those kind of things. And if it turns
No, but
into
if we
this,
were trying to kill each other, they might stop us.
but I mean, I don't think we're going to. Well, that's the thing. The leftists want a civil war, and they think we're going to fight the army. It's like, well, we wouldn't fight the army. We would just come to your house. That would be it. We just go to the leftist house.
It's kind of on the horizon that they try to push this, like you're saying, the leftists or whatever. But the gas prices and the diesel prices and the food prices and the supply chain. It looks like in the U.S. we might have like food riots in the near future. But
That'd be awesome,
I
man.
don't think that's gonna be for a long time. It's gonna be
No.
just like one of those other events that happen.
No, I think what you're going to see here in the U.S. is you're going to see a couple riots that are mostly going to be televised all over the nation, and the nation will develop a collective memory about those riots and then look back and say, hey, remember the food riots? While a new government administration is being brought in. Because if I were doing a Machiavellian plot, that's what I would do.
Yeah, I totally agree. There won't be a full-out war with the federal government and people. Just little massacres, like little shootings. You like the mine. You know the I begin with an L. I'm trying to blank on the name right now.
What do you mean will be? This is happening every day. Just turn on the
Yeah.
TV.
Well, no. Like at Kent State, Kent State, where they just open fire on unarmed students. There'll be just enough violence that people won't, like what Meemore was saying. People won't go after the military. They'll go after the soft targets.
Yeah. Yeah, like if let's say I lived in Ramabakistan, just making up a country, and a new dictator came to power, and he used the standing army to turn on the citizens. What would everyone do to the families of those standing armies? They'd kill them.
Nothing. Kill them.
They'd kill them because it would be, you don't turn on us, we turn on you. So usually what happens is when there's a new dictator who's going to declare war, what's the first thing he does? He gets rid of the army.
Memes for Supreme Leader.
Yeah. No, I don't think so. I don't want to lead anybody. I'll use you as cannon fodder. But yeah,
like have you ever experienced something in America, like for example, for example, in countries like that happened in the 70s or no before that, here in Spain, for example, that a dictator comes in and he starts chasing people with freedom of thought, artists, poets, writers, starts persecuting them.
Like Pol Pot?
That stuff, does that stuff last like a long time? Because you know how much energy you have to put into convincing people to prosecute and to go against the neighbors. You gotta put a lot of work
with very
into
few
that.
exceptions.
And to keep it going, you gotta be like, goodness.
It's with very few exceptions. One of the exceptions I always talk about is the Spanish Civil War, because most people who talk about that don't understand how complex that was, and that it was not just about, and it was not just a political struggle. right? The Spanish Civil War had lots of layers to it. It was not simple. It was not straightforward. And so that's the one I kind of leave out, where he went after like a lot of people. And in fact, families did turn on each other and they did kill each other. And military battalions